Hoping on Forgiveness, Hope Lake Book 2 by Danae Little. Prologue. Jordan leaned against the tree, the rough bark of the pine digging into his back, a reminder that he still existed, he still lived. At the moment, he didn't know if that was a miracle or a curse. The party continued on under the lights strung from tree to tree in Tyler's backyard. People danced and mingled with the backdrop of the glowing house that his crew had finished a mere month ago. It didn't look half bad. He would have to give his guys a bonus for the extra hours they put in as volunteers. People in this area would do anything for a kid in need, and Krista needed her home to look like a home when Tyler brought her back. He scanned the crowd to find Krista dancing with Cammy, her face aglow with joy. He rubbed at his chest, reminding himself he had been a kid, newly married, too young to understand what that commitment had actually meant, much less taking on a kid that wasn't even his. His stomach soured. In fact, his entire midsection burned. He could blame it on the tri-tip or the macaroni salad, but he knew it had nothing to do with food or the internal workings of his body. She's good now. Look at her, it all worked out. Krista is finally where she should be. The self-talk didn't really help, not that much, not enough, but it was good to see the girl he had refused to take on when her parents died, thriving and back home where she belonged. Soft footsteps drew his attention to a woman in shadows coming his way, the soft sounds of a mewling baby giving her away. "Hey," Chastity said as she joined him in the dark of the trees. "You okay?" "Fine and dandy," he said, pushing a smile to his face. "You?" Her brow scrunched in concern as she met his eyes. She looked down at her infant, making soothing sounds as his eyelids drooped, popped back open, and drooped again. "Yeah," she said, keeping her voice low. "Just trying to get the little guy to sleep away from all the noise." "You're not afraid of bears?" Jordan asked, adding amusement to his words. She guffawed. "With all this racket?" She shook her head. "No, besides, I saw you come out here." "Oh, so you're saying you thought I'd protect you from danger?" He waggled his eyebrows. Chastity laughed with a sigh. "Oh, Jordan. You need a woman. Well, Megan's out now. Got any other friends?" He chortled, but his gaze traveled to Megan dancing in Tyler's arms. "He's a good match for her." "I agree," Chastity said, shifting the baby in her arms. "Tell me about her." Jordan stiffened, every muscle feeling as if someone had zapped them with a taser, unable to loosen, gripping and holding, squeezing his bones. "Who?" Even his voice sounded tight. "You know who," Chastity said gently, "your wife?" Jordan breathed, slowing his breath, willing the oxygen into his muscles as he did while working to the point of exhaustion. Bit by bit, his muscles eased, his bones relieved of their crushing force. He didn't know if it was being at yet another wedding of his friends, or the music which tugged on his soul, or Chastity's calm acceptance, but he found himself talking, forgetting who he was talking to, just letting the words flow out of him, like a dam that had finally released. "This is our song, you know. We danced to it at our wedding." He swayed a little. She had looked at me with such trust, such love. We were young, right out of high school. "High school sweethearts," Chastity said in such a soothing voice that it didn't seem real. "Yeah. I started working with Pops, and she worked at the diner. We spent all our free time hanging out with friends at the lake, going riding, skiing, we were always doing." He shifted his weight. "Life couldn't have been better. Sounds like you two were quite the pair." He nodded, his eyes no longer seeing Megan and Tyler's wedding but his own. Then it sped forward to the funeral. Man, the house looked different back then. It all changed after Tabby and Dan died. Chastity stiffened next to him, but he only noticed in the way you notice the breeze making a branch sway. Tyler had arranged enough leave to see to the funeral, but he didn't think he could leave the service. He thought he'd face desertion consequences. He asked me and Caitlin to take Krista on. "Oh my." Chastity sucked in a breath. She was only a kid. She had spent most of the funeral hiding under the table. "I didn't have the skill to do it. Caitlin wanted to. She begged me. I refused." He turned to Chastity, willing her to understand, though he didn't know why it was important. It wouldn't have been good for Krista. I wasn't ready to take on a child. He sighed. I could have handled it better, though. It took a long time for Tyler to forgive me, but many letters later he did. I don't think my wife ever got there, not that she didn't try. She did, she tried for years, but eventually, I think she lost the will to fight for me. She blamed you for not being ready? He shrugged, leaning against the tree again. I can't blame her. I was quite rude about it. I let fear speak, and I told her I would never be ready to have a child, that I wasn't father material, and if she ever thought to change that, she better just leave. Ouch, Chastity said with a hiss. Yeah, I was kind of a hothead. He took off his cowboy hat and ran a hand through his hair. You know what, though? He reached out a calloused finger, gently touching her baby, who now slept peacefully. Seeing all my friends having little ones of their own, having my business meet such success, and coming home to an empty house, save Buster of course, makes me want to take those words back even more. Chastity kept silent for several moments, and he appreciated the time to process what he had just realized. Have you tried reaching out to her? Only in the beginning. Her family made it clear she wanted out of my life. How could I argue with that? He sighed, pushing off the tree. Anyway, we better get back to the shindig before all the punch is gone. You still love her, Chastity said, following him. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever stop. A shiver shook him from head to toe. He shrugged it off, along with a feeling of foreboding and loss, and set an arm on Chastity's shoulder. Come on. This is a wedding. Let's go find that bride and tell her embarrassing stories about Tyler. Even as he said the words, he looked up into the starlit sky and another shiver coursed through him. He couldn't shake the memories of Caitlin. They played havoc in his stomach, as Chastity's words echoed within the cavern of his heart. You haven't reached out to her. By the time he made the lonely drive home, Buster yipping in his sleep on the seat next to him, he had convinced himself that maybe he should try again, if nothing else, at least to apologize and tell her he was wrong. Was there a reason he couldn't keep hoping on forgiveness? 1. Fear hits an entirely new level when you have a child. Caitlin rushed through the house, pulling out clothes, favorite books, treasured stuffies, and other necessities while the ever-present guard stood at the door, his wary eyes increasing her anxiety even further. Isabel chased her through the house with incessant questions, a finger in her mouth and eyes wide with worry. But Mommy, why we go? Isabel whined. I told you, sweetie. We're going to see some of Mommy's old friends. She threw some big girl undies straight from the dryer into the suitcase without folding them, grateful that Isabel no longer needed diapers. Of course, that would make the long drive a bit more tedious. Caitlin glanced at the ever-stoic bodyguard, wondering how he would take having to pull over every 5 minutes to use the potty. He turned toward her and glanced at his watch, his intent as crystal clear as the thought of how he would react to stopping to use the potty. What friends, Mommy? What friends indeed? Caitlin's stomach sickened as she thought of arriving back in Hope Lake. She hadn't been to the town since the week she found out she was pregnant. The idea terrified her, and not because of friends she had barely spoken with for almost 4 years, but because of him, Jordan Myers. Her husband or ex-husband, she guessed. Her throat tightened as a ball formed, refusing to let her swallow. Mommy, do friends have horsies? Isabel tugged on her shirt, pulling her attention down to her. I don't know. I haven't seen them in a long time, but I'm sure we can find horsies while we are there. She kissed the top of her daughter's head, fear bubbling up within her. Miss Caitlin, the guard said, looking at his watch, your father says we have to leave now. Why Hope Lake? She lamented, stuffing the last items into her suitcase and zipping it up. Father's orders. The guard kept his vigilant gaze on hers, and she blinked several times before realizing she had been lamenting aloud. She had known that this might be an issue. She bit her lip as she stuffed a backpack full of snacks and drinks, remembering the dinner conversation with her parents 2 nights before. Witness protection, she had said, choking on the steak she had put in her mouth. "I didn't want to pull you into this, Pumpkin. And they refused to allow me to bring my entire family and employees into the program. If they get scary, you'll have to leave, and possibly at a moment's notice." Her dad had squeezed her hand, imploring her with glistening eyes, tears barely held at bay. "Where would I go?" Caitlin had looked down at her daughter playing with her food on her plate, humming a little song, and completely tuning out the adult conversation around her. "Home," her mother said gently. "No one here knows about our place in Hope Lake. It's under my side of the family. We have already notified the renters they have to find another place to live." "This can't be happening, you know why I left," she had cried, and her mom had brought her into her comforting arms. Caitlin's eyes filled at the memory. What would she do without her mom? She had been her whole support over the last almost 4 years. And now they were saying she couldn't even contact them? "Mommy, what wrong, Mommy? You sad?" Isabel tugged on her shirt again. "We go see Gammy. Gammy make it all better." Her voice caught. "We can't see Gammy right now. It'll be okay. It's like an adventure." "Miss Brant," the guard said, his eyes glancing out the window as a car pulled up. Caitlin pulled the backpack over her shoulders and drew Isabel into her arms as the guard lifted the 2 suitcases and nodded toward the back door. She froze when the doorbell rang, turning half back. The guard nudged her. "Caitlin," a woman sing-songed from the door. "I brought a new coloring book for Isabel." The guard narrowed his eyes. "It's just our neighbor," Caitlin said as she put her wiggling daughter down. "We don't have time," he said, but Caitlin rolled her eyes as Isabel squealed with delight. "Ginny?" Isabel ran to open the door. 2 minutes, the guard said as he passed, pushing past Ginny to take the suitcases to the waiting SUV. "Who's Mr. Tall, dark and handsome?" Ginny waggled her graying brows. She had taken Caitlin and Isabel under her wing when they moved in 3 years before. "Mr. Grumpy," Isabel said with a frown. Ginny laughed. "Well, maybe this will cheer you up. It's all about unicorns." "Unicorns?" Isabel jumped up and down, hugging the book to her. "Look, Mommy." Caitlin squatted and looked at the book. "Wow. Look at all the pink and purple and sparkles, your favorite colors. What do you tell Miss Ginny?" "Thank you." She threw her little arms around the older lady, who had become a surrogate grandma to the girl. "Oh, anything to make my princess smile." Ginny glanced back at the guard waiting with the doors open and glaring at them. "Going on a trip?" "Oh." Caitlin gulped, reality kicking her swiftly as she fumbled for words. "Yeah, my parents." "Mommy friends," Isabel blubbered out. "Miss Brant," the guard warned, coming to take the backpack from her. "Oh, you're going on a trip with your parents. How lovely," Ginny said, glancing at Isabel, then the guard before leveling her eyes back on Caitlin. "Well, be sure to let me know when you get back, and I'll make those yummy sparkly cookies Isabel loves so much." "Yay?" Isabel cheered. "Thank you, Ginny. Thank you for all you do for us." Caitlin gave the woman a quick embrace before picking Isabel up and putting her in her seat. "Anytime, dear," Ginny said, but her eyebrows squished together. "Everything's all right, right? Everyone is okay?" "We're fine." Caitlin pushed forth a smile as she finished buckling Isabel's car seat and faced the woman again. "I'll call you when we get back." "Okay," Ginny said, giving her a slight wave. Caitlin moved around to the other side of the car, getting in the back seat with her daughter. She watched Ginny step back as the guard drove out of the driveway, leaving the bewildered woman waving as they sped down the road. "Mommy, we there yet?" Caitlin sighed. "No, sweetie, we just left. It's going to be a long trip." She rifled through the backpack until she found some crayons. "Why don't you color for a while?" She turned toward the window, watching the houses in her quiet neighborhood blur past, turning into bigger suburbs, and then they pulled onto the freeway. Her vision blurred as tears burned her eyes. She wiped at them, angry at letting herself get carried away, and sat up to talk with the guard. Miller, right? His eyes flicked in the rear view mirror, meeting hers. Yes, ma'am. Well, Miller, do you know how to get where we're going? Yes. Your father doesn't leave things to chance. No, I suspect he doesn't, she muttered. She should have known that his big-shot lawyer gig he left Hope Lake for would have meant trouble. Defense attorneys had the potential to make big money, but it meant working with big criminals. Any chance I can persuade you to go someplace else? His eyes flicked to hers again in a glare that gave her his answer. Well, whatever he does to gain your loyalty better be good. She sighed, sitting back. You will be protected, Miller said, his tone monotone but fierce. I don't doubt that, she muttered. She had protection before. She ran from it, and she didn't want to go back. Her eyes settled on her daughter, happily humming away while she colored a unicorn purple, even mostly staying within the lines. Caitlin studied her daughter's flashing brown eyes, her pouty mouth, the strong jut to her jaw, and swallowed. Would he see those characteristics for what they were? If he didn't, Isabel's carefree, adventurous spirit would do it. Caitlin bit her lip, fighting the desire to see him again and fearing it would kill her. Jordan. Her eyes stung again as she tore her gaze off her daughter. She saw him every time she looked at her daughter, her heart breaking all over again. Her mom had said to give it time, but there was no time that would heal this pain. Mommy? Isabel reached for her. I gotta go potty, she whispered. Caitlin dropped her head. They hadn't even made it out to the city limits. Miller? We have to make a rest stop. Already? Miller asked, his voice thick with agitation. You better get used to it. That's how it is with a potty training child. Caitlin jutted her chin out, defiant in the only way she could be. Can't you put a diaper on her for the trip? I know wear diapers. I a big girl. Isabel demanded. There you go. Now, I saw a sign for restaurants up ahead. That will do. Your father said no stops. My father wasn't thinking of how little girls travel. Now do your job and protect us while my big girl learns how to be responsible. Miller groaned, but he shifted lanes and pulled off at the next exit. 12 potty stops and 2 meal stops later, they pulled into Hope Lake County as the sun rose over mountains still bare of snow. The leaves hadn't turned yet, and as she watched the trees sway in the wind, she longed to breathe the fresh late summer air. At once her body relaxed even as her heart clenched. How could she feel such conflicting emotions at once? But she did. She glanced at her sleeping child, then focused on the mountain view that had been the love of her life for so long. She had skied those slopes, ridden mountain bikes down them, and as the lake came sparkling into view, she remembered Paddle boarding the still waters, and the echo of his laugh sounded so real she looked around the car, expecting to see Jordan right by her side. Almost there, Miss Brant. She blinked before catching Miller's gaze in the mirror. Are you planning on staying with us this entire time? Yes, and Douglas and Peters will join us in the next day or two. Wonderful, she muttered. Well, if you could drop the miss, I would appreciate that. We'll already stand out like a sore thumb in Hope Lake as it is. If I have 3 guards following me around calling me Miss Brant the entire time, whoever is after my father won't have to look for me. The gossip will travel throughout the entire state. Point taken, Caitlin, Miller said, a slight sparkle in his eye. It's right down this road. Yes, I know, Caitlin said, sighing with longing as the familiar street brought out sentimental moments she had spent the last 4 years pushing away. Large lakeside houses lined the street, the lake glistening beyond them as the sun crested the mountains, shining down on the clear waters with promise. Hope Lake. Her childhood home came into view, seeming smaller than it used to. 2 cars were parked in the driveway, and Miller pulled up on the street. The place was supposed to be empty. Miller unlatched the leather around his gun, holstered under his jacket. Whoa, don't go all commando on me. It's probably still the renters. Dad only gave them notice a few days ago. He ordered them to leave at once, Miller said as he exited the vehicle and walked toward the house. On the porch, brightly colored plastic bikes caught her eye, drawing her to the play structure she glimpsed around the corner, and the bike with streamers leaned up against the garage. Miller shouted, arms waving at the doorway. Caitlin glanced at Isabel, who still slept soundly, and quietly slipped from the car, quickly closing the distance between her and the yelling Miller. "Miller," she said, stopping him mid-yell. "You go on back to the car, Miss Brant." Caitlin pushed in front of the bodyguard and extended her hand to the wide-eyed man in the doorway. "Hi, I'm Caitlin." "I'm sorry." He took her hand limply, his eyes shifting from her to Miller and back again. "I know we were told to move out, but there aren't any properties open and my kids just started school. We're looking, I promise we are." "Your problems are not ours, Miller started, but Caitlin elbowed him in the stomach. "By law, you have 30 days. Take your time, mister." I'm Mike Tinkerton." "Miss Caitlin," Miller said, his voice low. "It's the law, Miller. Don't worry. We'll find something." Though as she turned away from a perplexed Mike Tinkerton, she bit her lip. It was the end of summer, but not late enough to have rentals emptying. She had Miller drive into town and park in front of the hotel nestled in the center of the main street, next to the hardware store, the sheriff's, and the other small shops that made Hope Lake so special. "What now?" Miller growled. "I know this place. Leave the next steps up to me." "Your father?" "Leave him up to me, too." She reached for the door handle and stepped out, but as she did, what she saw had her freezing, unable to move or speak or even breathe. In front of the hardware store, he stood talking with a beautiful blonde and a lanky teen who, she gasped. The teen had to be Krista. She looked like an exact replica of Tabby. Caitlin searched the woman for any telling features, but she was a stranger, a very attractive stranger whose smile widened as Jordan teased her. The woman slapped him lightly on the chest and got into a car, but Krista, it must be her, wrapped her arms around him before climbing into the car with the woman. Jordan stood there, waving as the car drove away before he turned and their eyes met. The surprise on his face had her reeling in the aftershock of everything that had just happened. The woman, Krista, had he remarried and taken Krista on after all? After everything they had been through? The blood drained from her face, leaving the skin prickling and numb, and the world faded until muscular arms caught her and the only voice who could make her name sound like a serenade repeated it over and over. The world crashed in upon Jordan as he sat on the sidewalk in town, holding the one woman who had ever taken hold of his heart. He called her name, smoothing her hair back, noticing a new line of worry between her brows, a slenderness in her cheeks, and the shadow of sleepless nights under her eyes. Yet he blinked past his body's own desire to pass out, not able to believe that he held his wife in his arms once more. "Caitlin, Katie. Come on, baby. Wake up." The words came automatically, as if the last 4 years never existed, as if she had never left his arms. "Take your hands off her." A deep, humorless voice pulled Jordan out of his revelry. Jordan glanced up at the mountain of a muscle-bound man staring down with hard eyes, and a hand on a holstered gun peeking out from under his jacket. Glancing back down at Caitlin, he wondered what in the world she had gotten herself into. "I'm not sure who you are, buddy," Jordan said, giving the guy a wry smile. "But this is my wife." "What?" Caitlin mumbled, her eyes blinking open, unfocused, and just as beautiful as ever. "Well, you were always one for grand entrances," Jordan said, brushing back a wayward curl from her face. "Huh?" Caitlin blinked again, her eyes finally focusing on his. "Jordan?" "Yeah, baby, I'm here," he said, unexpected emotion choking his throat. She pushed away, trying to sit on her own. He supported her, stood up, and brought her up next to him. "What happened?" She held her head, as if she had spun around too many times like they did as kids. Jordan shrugged. "Must have been the shock of seeing your forgotten husband," he said, arching a brow. He should be angry with her. He should be livid. Yet only relief swept through him, relief and longing for her to be home, for them to forget everything and go back to how things were. Mr. Musclebound cleared his throat. "I'm fine, Miller," Caitlin said, waving the man back. "Go back to the car before the sheriff gets suspicious." "You mean Derek?" Jordan said, aware of the man glaring as he made his way back to the car, but he didn't let his gaze leave Caitlin's face, knowing the reaction she would have. Derek? She met his eyes. Our Derek? The sheriff? Yep. Jordan slipped his thumbs in his pockets, otherwise he would pull her back into his arms. He couldn't stop his gaze from roving all over her, ensuring she was okay, still unbelieving that she stood here in front of him. He sighed. Man, it's good to see you, Katie. Her eyes widened and she stepped back slightly. I didn't expect, you've bulked out. Jordan flexed his pecs with a laugh. Hard work will do that to a man. They stared at each other for several seconds. Jordan bit back the words he really wanted to say. He stiffened against the need to have her in his arms, and the desire to pick her up and take her home where she belonged. Unable to take the silence any longer, he asked, Are you? I was. They spoke at the same time. Jordan laughed, his shoulders easing as a small smile pulled at her beautiful lips he loved to watch move as she talked and smiled and that he loved to kiss. She cleared her throat, bringing him back to meet her eyes. I was going to see if Mr. Mallory had any rooms. Rooms? He glanced back at the Hope Lake Inn, then turned back to her. A hotel? Really, Caitlin? Well? She bit her lip. My parents' cabin still has renters and we? Jordan glared at the man in the dark SUV staring him down. The vehicle looked like one of those undercover FBI vehicles he saw on TV shows, with its tinted windows and sleek black exterior. You're really with Mr. T? With who? Miller? A laugh bubbled forth before she clamped a hand over her mouth. He doesn't look anything like Mr. T. Jordan smiled, allowing the longing and love to fill him, even knowing it would destroy him. I've missed your laugh. Her expression lost its smile, turning serious. How can you look at me like that? It's how I've always looked at you, he said, stepping closer, erasing the distance between them. Her lips parted, but her eyes filled, the tears reflecting the early morning sun. Jordan, Mommy? A shrill voice squealed as the car door opened next to them. Caitlin stiffened, her eyes widening as she met Jordan's. He shook his head, trying to process what was happening, that the child calling for her mommy now hugged tight to his wife. The closer he peered, the more he saw Caitlin's replica in her arms. What's going on, Caitlin? He stepped back, the pain in his chest making him rub a hand against his rib cage as the truth hit him. He did the math quickly, thinking the girl to be around 2, judging by her size. That fast? Was I that forgettable? No, it's not what you think. Caitlin bit her lip, tears spilling from her eyes. Jordan, That your friend, Mommy? The little girl asked, wiggling out of her arms. Hi. I'm Isabel. Who you? Jordan blinked, his breath stuck in his chest as he stared at the girl, wondering if she was an apparition. You don't talk much. The little girl crossed her arms. This Hope Lake? She peered up at him. It's small. We're playground. Jordan pointed around the back of the hardware store where the lake glistened, feeling as if he lived in a twilight land. Water? The girl squealed, taking his hand and pulling him toward it. Come on, Mommy. I want to see the water. Sweetie, Caitlin called after them. You don't grab a stranger's hand. Isabel pulled him to a stop to turn and stare at her mother. He not stranger. He your friend. Then she pulled him back toward the lake. Jordan wasn't sure how to react, but at that moment, he clutched the girl's hand right back, turned around and gave Caitlin a triumphant glare. Once they rounded the corner and the playground became visible, Isabel steered him in that direction, letting go of his hand as her feet reached the wood chips. Look at me. The little girl smiled back at him, as she climbed up the ladder toward the slide. Be careful, Isabel. Caitlin reached his side, shaking her trembling hands. I'm sorry. She's usually not that accepting of people she doesn't know. Jordan choked down the words, wanting to fly out of his mouth. Where's her daddy? He finally said between his teeth, wanting to vomit the moment he did. You remarried? So quickly? Really, Caitlin? Her mouth dropped open as she glanced back, his eyes following hers to see Mr. T leaning against the building, watching them. Him? Caitlin shook her head, lowering her eyes, before gluing them to her daughter as she climbed around the little playground. No. There's no one, no other man. He left you? He crossed his arms. I guess that's karma, but what kind of man would leave a woman with his child and never look back? Her eyes snapped back to him, reminding him of the last years they were together, eyes that held accusation and blame, but this time there was something new, fear. If he hurt you. Jordan's fists clenched as he felt his muscles flex with the anger that coursed through him. She shook her head, biting her lip and turning back to her daughter. It's been a long trip, I need to find a place to rest. You're running. I know that look. Who's coming after you, Caitlin? Jordan stepped in front of her, making her meet his eyes. This isn't about me, she glanced back at the man. Please, Jordan, I need to rest. He peered at her, noting again the dark circles, the lean face and the dull eyes. She did need rest. You know the inn will be booked solid until October. The panic in her eyes had Jordan stop the smug expression he felt coming over his face. You and your daughter can come home. Home? Caitlin asked, her chest rising and plummeting. Yeah, I built it, Caitlin. Just like you wanted it. It's beautiful. Jordan smiled, thinking that this moment went nothing like he had been daydreaming it would, but unable to not take pride in his accomplishment. You did. Her eyes misted again. Jordan, we can't. She glanced back at the man again. So you and Mr. T, I thought there was no other man. Caitlin's cheeks blushed, bringing back a touch of youthfulness to her. No, he's our protection. Huh? Jordan crossed his arms. Well, if you come home, you won't need a bodyguard. My father. Everything fell into place as he thought about her father moving to the city to take the high-ranking defense attorney job. So he really took a job with the mob. Jordan dropped his arms as his stomach roiled. I don't know, and I can't talk about it. I stuck to the plans. There's room for your bodyguard too, if that's what you want. Caitlin shook her head. I don't understand. Just like that you're asking me back home. What about that woman? And that was Krista, wasn't it? The girl looked exactly like Tabby. We have a lot to talk about, Jordan said, motioning to the picnic table. Mommy, look at me. Isabel called out, as she crawled into a hollow wooden log. I see you going in the log, sweetie. Caitlin pushed a smile into her voice. She looks exactly like you, Jordan said as he lowered himself onto the table. Really? You think she does? Caitlin narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized her daughter. I always thought she looked like, she started coughing. Jordan patted her back. You okay? Yeah, just breathed at the wrong time. You were saying? Jordan squinted at her, wanting her to finish who she had thought her daughter looked like. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Tell me about Krista. You took her on after I left? After everything. Jordan reeled back. What? No. Is that what you think of me? He shook his head, remaining silent for several seconds. But she has a good home now. Tyler's back. He's back? I thought he had several more years? He was injured. Caitlin gasped. Not disabled, though he is stiff, and riding isn't as easy as it used to be, but he's all right. So, he's doing it alone? Is Krista happy? She's in heaven. Jordan relaxed again, leaning back against the table. That woman? He eyed Caitlin, unable to not be pleased that she had shown some jealousy. That's Tyler's wife, Megan. He brought her back with him? No. Jordan chuckled. It's a long story, but she's best friends with Derek's wife. Derek's married? And he's the sheriff? She plopped back against the table too. So much has happened. Well, for some, life continued after you left. He turned toward her but looked away as she flicked her gaze to him. Clearing his throat, he leaned forward. So no, there is no woman in my life, no surprise kid either, just a huge empty house and no one to fill it. Jordan, I did what I thought was best for us. We had different life goals. Jordan hung his head. I know I didn't make it easy on you, Caitlin. And now, he glanced at the little girl running around after a falling leaf. I see what I missed out on. There's more, Jordan. Caitlin sat up, turning toward him with searching eyes. There's more I have to tell you. It's not that simple. But it is. He stood up as the girl ran back toward them. You're back in town, and you need a place to stay. Friend? Isabel shouted, before throwing herself into his arms. Jordan instinctively caught her, hefting her into the air and settling her on his hip. And I have a place big enough for all of us. We going to your house, friend? Jordan. My name's Jordan. He smiled at the little girl, who looked so much like the love of his life, but as he looked at her closer, he saw the deep brown of her eyes, a stark contrast to Caitlin's hazel. 2. Caitlin swallowed, shaking out her hands while sitting in the back seat next to Isabel, and hoping she was doing the right thing. Did she have any other choice? I can make them leave, Miss Brant. Miller glanced at her from the rear view mirror. And put a family with young children out on the street? She shook her head. What kind of person do you think I am? I didn't think you were the type to follow some guy home, he grumbled. He's not some guy. So when he said you were his wife? The eyes met hers again. Yeah, we were married. She looked down at her daughter, her brown eyes flashing, taking in all the mountain beauty surrounding them. Had Jordan noticed? Is that why he was so easy with her little girl? Jordan had always been wary around kids. Sure, he teased them, chased them, always the favorite uncle kind of guy, but he had changed. The way he picked up Isabel, the way he handled her, the old Jordan wouldn't have done that. He must know, but he wouldn't have forgiven her that easily if he had, would he? Mommy? Caitlin shook her head out of the merry-go-round of craziness that the wondering left her in. Yes, sweetie. Jordan nice. I like him. I'm glad you like him. We going his house? She peered out the window. Look at all the trees. Caitlin looked past her daughter to the trees flowing by in the forest beyond the road, feeling herself relax and wondering why she had never thought to miss the forest. She had been too busy missing Jordan. Yes, sweetie. Lots of trees here. Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. Are we there yet? Caitlin kissed her daughter's cheek. Almost. You've done so well on this long drive. Miller grunted, clenching the steering wheel. I still think we should look for a different option. We can't offer you the same protection in someone else's domain, and he seems like a domain kind of guy. Caitlin laughed, surprised she could with the amount of stress racing through her body. Yeah, I guess he is. She sighed. There are no other choices right now, so we'll have to do our best to make it work. Was that the truth? Was she letting this happen rather than searching for other rentals because a part of her wanted the life she had always dreamed of, for Isabel to have her daddy, for them to be the family they were always meant to be? She could look, but what Jordan said was right. Everything would be booked through October. That's how it's always been in Hope Lake. Even after 4 years, she knew the road by heart. They had never lived on this property together, but they had bought it together, planned the house together, and she couldn't deny that her curiosity thrummed with excitement at seeing their dream in reality. Jordan turned his massive truck, the truck he had always wanted, into the now paved driveway. The wrought iron automatic gate swung open, revealing a long curvy asphalt driveway lined with lampposts and shrubs. They drove slowly up the drive, into the circular driveway with a small mountain-shaped fountain in the middle. Look, a kitty! Isabel shouted, pointing to the mountain lion statue on top of the fountain. Not the kind of kitty you want to pet though, Caitlin said, the awe in her voice making her realize what she saw was a reality. He had done everything, down to the porch swing, exactly how they had planned, and he knew it. As Jordan hopped out of his truck, he strutted with that wide-eyed did-good smile that used to make Caitlin shiver with delight. She shivered, blaming it on the cold, but she knew the truth. Jordan opened the car door where Isabel sat bouncing in her car seat. So what do you think? He met Caitlin's eyes. I like your house. Can I play in the water? Is it cold? That kitty not real, right? Do you have horsies? Woof. A dog stood on the porch, wagging his tail before trotting down toward them. Nope, but I have Buster. Come here, boy, Jordan called the dog who bounded to him. Doggy. Isabel strained against her seatbelts. Caitlin reached over and undid the clasps. Hold on. We don't approach new dogs like that. We don't know how he'll react. Jordan smiled. Oh, Buster is harmless. He loves playing with Krista and Cammy, and he's very gentle with Marshall. Caitlin furrowed her brow. Oh, that's Derek's baby, and Cammy is his adopted daughter, but don't use that term when you talk to them, only say daughter. They are very sensitive about it. He winked before picking up the dancing Isabel from the car. Want to meet Buster? Yes. Caitlin squeezed out from between the car seat and the front seat, trying to get there to protect her daughter in case the dog went crazy, but Jordan was too fast. He held Isabel to him and squatted. Sit, Buster, Jordan said, and the dog sat panting and smacking his lips, but he didn't move. Now hold your hand out like this so he can smell you. That's how he knows you're a friend. Isabel held out her hand and Buster nosed it. His nose is wet, Isabel squealed in delight before reaching over and petting him. Nice doggy. See, Jordan said as he set Isabel on the ground. Nothing to worry about. Caitlin swallowed but nodded, keeping her eyes glued to her daughter, who now rubbed her face in the dog's fur coat. He's big. Yeah, he's part German Shepherd. He's a good dog. Very loyal. You watch, he'll protect her with his life if needed. Caitlin stepped back, remembering why they were here in the first place. Jordan, we need to talk. He waved her off. We'll have time for that. First, I want to show you the house. It's exactly the way we planned it. He reached for her hand, and as she slid hers into his thick-fingered grasp, she fought back the tears that wanted to spill from the feeling of safety with his touch. The gate, the driveway, even the fountain. Caitlin shook her head, too overcome with emotion to go on. You think I gave up that easily? Jordan said with a slight edge to his voice, but his fingers only held onto her tighter, as if he wouldn't let her go again. You doggy kisses, Isabel said, wiping her mouth and looking up from the dog. Big house, even bigger than Gammy and Gampa's. There's more space out of the city, Caitlin said, letting go of Jordan's hand to scoop up her daughter. As much as she longed to take his hand again, it all felt like too much too fast, and it made her head spin. She clung to her daughter as the safety net, her purpose, her entire reason for living, just as she had for the last 4 years. I hope you don't find it boring. I don't have toys, at least not for little girls. Jordan smirked, but his brows drew together. We brought some, and if you're having second thoughts. Caitlin paused her step. No. I'm not having second thoughts. He reached back and took her arm. I've waited years for this moment. I'm not letting you go again. His lowered words held that edge again, enough that Miller cleared his throat as he stood there with their bags. That's not your decision, sir. Miller rolled his shoulders back, making his jacket shift enough that his gun revealed his threat, or was it more of holding a boundary? I didn't mean it like that, man. Geez. If you're going to be a guest in my house, you're gonna have to loosen up. This isn't a prison. She can leave anytime she wants, and so can you. Jordan glared at the man before turning his gaze back to her. I only meant. She met his gaze. I know what you meant. It's only that you don't know. Isabel wiggled in her arms. Mommy, look, a swing. Big swing. They had made it up the porch steps to the front door, and Isabel wormed her way out of her arms and down to run to the swing. She bent over, grasping it, doing her best to get on. Jordan swooped her up and plopped her on the swing. What do you think? I like it. Isabel giggled as Jordan pushed the swing gently. It was your mama's idea. She likes swings. Jordan winked at Caitlin. Me too. She swung twice more before squirming down. We having a sleepover? Where I sleep? Oh, you want to see your room? Jordan reached out his hand to her. Come on. I'll show you. Yay? Caitlin followed them, glancing back at Miller, whose scowl told her exactly how he felt about the entire situation, and needless to say, he didn't hold the same excitement as Isabel. For the next several minutes, Caitlin became too lost in the house to really hear or respond to anyone else. He had made the entryway large to greet family like she had wanted. A large crystal chandelier hung over the dining room table, and it looked like the exact one she had picked out. The kitchen was identical to her sketches. In fact, the only difference she could find from their original plans was he had put in a wood stove rather than the fireplace she had wanted. It had been one thing they couldn't agree on. A small smirk tugged on her lips, and a part of her was glad that he had done something for himself after she left him. She came back to the present when she felt his larger-than-life presence beside her. I had to. I know you wanted a fireplace, but it just isn't the economical choice. A wood stove gives off way better heat. She shook her head. It's fine. I'm glad you did it your way. Your house is beautiful, exactly the way. She clamped her lips shut before the sob that wanted to push through her swollen throat could escape. It's our house. Jordan. Don't Jordan me, it will always be ours, even if you leave again and never come back. His lips thinned with the words. 4 years didn't erase how well you knew someone, and she had known Jordan since kindergarten. He was in as much turmoil as she was, with a variety of mixed emotions running through them. Where's Isabel? Her heart raced as she realized she had zoned out so much that she hadn't been watching her daughter. Your bodyguard is with her telling her not to jump on the bed, but I told her she could. Jordan smiled impishly. You always like to jump on beds. You're spoiling her. I won't be able to rein her in when we get home. Her words trailed off as she realized she didn't know if she could ever go home. I need to call my parents, let them know where we are. Miller followed Isabel out as she said that. I have my instructions. We can't contact him except to text through a burner phone. A burner phone? Jordan's eyes widened. What did the old man get himself into? This sounds like a crime show. Caitlin blew out. You don't know the half of it. Miss Brant, Miller warned. Brant? Jordan turned on her. You went back to your maiden name? The anger that flashed in his eyes only barely covered the hurt. She pulled her eyes away from him, scooped up Isabel, and glared at Miller. I told you to call me Caitlin. Of course, Caitlin. If you need nothing else, I'm going to scout the perimeter. It's not needed. Buster will let us know if so much as a squirrel steps out of line. Jordan folded his arms. Miller narrowed his eyes, but with one warning glance from her, he huffed and went out the front door. Don't be too hard on him. He is only following orders. Caitlin shifted Isabel in her arms. Whose orders? Jordan asked. My father's, and no, I can't talk about it. Mommy, I hungry. Food? Caitlin choked at the word, realizing she had completely forgotten about getting groceries while she was in town. Everything had happened so fast. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. You haven't even had breakfast. Come on. I know I have some snacks in our backpack. Food? Did someone say food? Jordan asked. What do you like? Eggs? Steak? Cookies? Maybe an apple? Isabel laughed at his antics. No. Cereal, silly. Oh, cereal? What kind of cereal? Jordan led them to the kitchen and started rummaging in his pretty bare cupboards. I'm afraid I'm all out of cereal. Maybe toast and peanut butter? Caitlin asked hopefully. I've got that, Jordan said, pulling out the items and the toaster before his phone rang. Excuse me. He pulled it out of his pocket and swiped to answer it. Hey Frank, what's up? Caitlin watched him out of the corner of her eye as she plopped 2 pieces of bread into the toaster and sat Isabel at the small kitchen table. Oh shoot, Jordan glanced at the oven's clock. I'm sorry, man. I ran into someone I haven't seen in a long time, and yeah, of course, I get it. I'll be right there. Caitlin raised an eyebrow as he slipped his phone back into his pocket. Jordan smiled sheepishly. I forgot it was still Friday. I'm supposed to be out on the job site. Frank needs a call on the cabinetry. Seems they shipped the wrong pieces again. Frank's still foreman? Yeah, he's good at what he does. Couldn't let him go. Jordan glanced around the room. I'm a lot busier since Pop's retired, but I'll try to shift some things around so I can be here, help you settle in. Jordan, this isn't. He waved her off again. For however long you stay. He pushed a smile to his lips, but it was a reserved, sad sort of smile. I'm glad, thank you for trusting me enough to be here. I didn't have any other place to go. I'm not sure what I would have done if you hadn't been there, hadn't offered. My pleasure. You'll be okay until I get back? Of course. Miller won't let anything happen. I'll leave Buster too. And I'll call you when I'm going back through town, so I know what to pick up from the grocery store. I can do that, Jordan, Caitlin protested. I know, but from what I'm hearing, maybe you shouldn't be out and about. His phone beeped with a text. He pulled it out and read it. I've got to go. Call me, same number, if you need anything. I'll call the house phone on my way home. Thank you, Jordan. Caitlin lifted a hand in farewell as he gave Isabel a high five and see you soon. She stood rooted to the spot, watching out the window as Jordan tore down the driveway and out of sight. What in the world was she doing? By the time Jordan whipped into the job site, he still hadn't decided if he was really awake or not. The moment Frank came storming out of the house, though, reality slammed into him. That. Frank yelled, ripping off his hat and throwing it to the ground. I told you to stop going with that company. They can't ever get anything right, and the son is worse than the father ever was. Chill, Frank. Not much we can do about that. They're the only ones around here who deal with cabinetry. Unless you want the cheap knockoffs from the big franchise stores? Frank snarled. I didn't think so. I'll call Junior and get this straightened out, even if I have to drive into New Hope to pick them up myself. Jordan slapped the older man on his back. Come on. Show me which section they messed up. You know your dad wouldn't have taken this, Frank muttered. I also know Pop's heart is giving him trouble, and I would like mine in better shape. I'm trying to learn from him, from the good and from his mistakes. Frank grunted. By lunch, he had the issue resolved, and the right cabinet on a truck and on its way to the house. Jordan stood back to look at the size of the cabin, as the owners called it, had grown to. It was one of the latest vacation cabins his company had taken on. $1 million, 5,000 square foot cabin. The owners were like most rich Hope Lake vacationers. They would be particular about every detail, stingy with every dime, and probably spend a week in it once a summer and rent it out the rest of the year. He sighed. Sometimes he wondered if he was making Hope Lake better or worse with all this new construction. Jordan kept himself busy until the cabinet arrived, staying to make sure it fit. Like a glove, he said to Frank as they slid it into place. Frank grunted. Used to be you could count on a man to be true to his word the first time, not the third. Agreed, Jordan said, but we got it settled for now, and next time we use them, we will be a bit more forward about our expectations. How's your old man? Frank asked as he stood back to look at the cabinet, every which way. Getting stronger every day, driving my mom nuts. Maybe he'll golf more, Frank said. Maybe. I've heard that once you retire, you have to find ways to keep busy or you expire. Jordan adjusted one corner of the cabinet. I'm encouraging him to find some hobbies that don't include hovering over me or my mom. Frank laughed. Good luck with that one. My missus wants to travel when we retire. Wait, Jordan reeled, catching the man's eyes. That's not a hint, is it? You kidding? Frank guffawed. I've got 2 kids in college. Know what that costs these days? I've told the missus I won't be retiring for at least another decade. Jordan blew out a breath. Sorry, man. I feel for ya, but I do not know where I'd be without you. You think I don't know that, son? Frank eyed him, but then a sparkle shone through. You treat us well, and you're generous with raises and bonuses. Without that, it'd be another 20 years. Jordan laughed and slapped his back. Maybe I better stop being so generous then. Ha, Frank said. Thanks for taking care of this. Do you need to go back to, your guest? My guest? Jordan asked, but as he said it, the blood drained from his face. Caitlin. You all right, man? Frank peered at him from under bushy eyebrows. You look like you've seen a ghost. In a way, I feel like I have. Jordan ran a hand down his face. Yeah, if you got everything under control here, I should go back. I've got it covered. Guess that means you aren't going to satisfy an old man's curiosity? Not yet, there are some things to figure out first. Well, have a good weekend with your mysterious guest. Frank waggled his eyebrows. It's about time you moved on. Moved on? Jordan blinked, trying to focus on the conversation, then realization hit him. No, I don't think there is ever any moving on from her. Frank stared at him as he walked to his truck, each step feeling heavier than the last as the truth of his statement sunk in. Seeing her only solidified what he had realized during his conversation with Chastity at Tyler's wedding. If things were different, he would have professed his love for her the moment she became conscious on the sidewalk in town, begging her to stay and never leave again, but things were different. Caitlin had a child. The girl was adorable, vivacious, curious, and full of energy, so much like Caitlin was when she was younger, but the girl had a devilish glint to her eye that Caitlin never had, a touch of danger and rebelliousness. Had that come from her father? Jordan shook his head. He couldn't think about that. Thinking about Caitlin being unfaithful burned a hole deep in his heart. Sure, they weren't together, she had left, had made it clear she was done, but in his mind they were still married. Without that closure, he couldn't think otherwise. Besides, he never signed the paperwork. He couldn't put his signature on something he didn't agree with. His hand tingled with the memory of holding her hand earlier when he brought them home. Seeing the wonder and emotion in her eyes was just what he had hoped for. His father had called him a fool for building the house with the unspoken determination that Caitlin would return, but he saw the heartache in his father as well. His mother had soothed him, blessed him for his hopeful heart, and cried with him when she still didn't return. If she had known what Jordan had said to Caitlin, she probably would have been lecturing him rather than weeping with him. He sighed as he pulled up into town and sat in his truck, hands on the wheel as if glued there. He needed to call Caitlin and ask her what she needed from town, but the domestic act played havoc on his mind and emotions. A knock on the passenger window startled him, but a slow smile came to his face when he saw his buddy tip up his sheriff's hat and give him a curious look. Jordan reached over and opened the door. Hey, Derek. What's going on? Well, that's what I want to know. Derek glanced around the truck before leaning in. You okay? Yeah, of course. Why are you asking? Oh, you normally pull up and sit in your truck, hands still on the wheel, staring out the windshield for 5 minutes? Derek raised a brow. There's a rumor going round. A rumor, huh? Jordan swallowed. Yeah, a rumor you caught a fainting gal that looked a lot like Caitlin, then went to the park to watch a little girl play. Oh, and I can't forget the large grumpy hunk too. Grumpy hunk? Jordan sighed. Mrs. Manning saw us, huh? Yeah, count your blessings, she only told a half-dozen people before I overheard, and asked her to keep it on the down low. That'll slow it down for a few hours at least. Derek didn't take his eyes off him. Is it really her? Yep, Jordan said. I think she's in trouble. He rubbed a hand down his face. Can't say that she'll be thrilled the entire town will know she's back by sundown. She couldn't have expected anything different. Derek pushed his hat up further. You holding up okay? I can't imagine having her return with a child and another man. It's her bodyguard, Jordan stated numbly. Her bodyguard? Hence why you think she's in trouble, the father? Jordan shrugged. Not that she's copping to, at least. Well, if she's in trouble, I should talk with her so we can be on the lookout. Derek cleared his throat. I know you missed her too, man. More like, I want to interrogate her about why she left my best friend alone and miserable. Derek smirked. Ha, Jordan said, but it brought a smile to his face. I'll see if she's up to an interrogation from you. You mean she's still here? Derek straightened. I mean, I had to go by her parents' old place to be sure, but Tinkerton is still there, so She had no place to go, Jordan started. Derek opened his mouth but closed it when Jordan narrowed his eyes. What was I supposed to do? Leave her and her daughter on the street? I don't want to see you hurt again. Derek stood back, tugging on his hat. That wife of yours has made you soft, Jordan laughed. Besides, that pain never went away. It never will, as long as she's gone. Derek leaned back into the truck. So she's staying? You'll take on another man's child? Jordan shrugged. There's a lot to figure out, man. Just keep it to yourself, okay? I will. I mean, I can't hide anything from my wife, but... You can tell Chastity, but no one else, not yet at least. Of course, brother. You've got my word. Is there any way I can help? Jordan sighed, then turned to his friend. Yeah, help me pick out a few toys that would make a little girl happy. She looks about 2, but she talks much older. 2, huh? Derek smiled, but it held a tension that unnerved Jordan. I don't want to talk about that. Of course, Derek said, holding up his hands. I have little experience with toddlers. As you know, Cammie was older than that when she came to live with us, but Marshall is getting closer. I have a few ideas. Thanks, Jordan said as he slid out of the truck and followed Derek into the general store. I'll take them down to New Hope this weekend. I'm sure they have a better selection. Yeah, they got the bigger stores, but I'm sure Mom and Pops has a few things to hold you over. Jordan tried to hide the fact that it warmed him to buy something for the little girl, and he realized he longed for something that he never thought he would, something he had vehemently promised Caitlin he never would. He inwardly cringed at the thought of those menacing words that had haunted him over the last 4 years. He had been a kid, too young to understand that life and priorities changed with time. Excuses or not, he wasn't sure Caitlin could forgive him. After buying a big ball, a deck of Go Fish, a frilly doll, and a bag of candy, he said goodbye to Derek and called Caitlin. Myers' residence, she said breathlessly. It's me, Jordan said, hiding the fact that hearing her answer his phone sent his heart rate into overdrive. Hey, she said with a relieved sigh. I hadn't thought about it before, but I was half afraid it would be your mom or someone else calling, and I didn't know how to explain, well, my presence here, not to mention anyway. She rushed the words out. I get it. Seems Mrs. Manning saw us in town earlier. Oh no. Yeah, got the 411 from Derek, who has his own list of interrogation questions. So much for keeping hidden. I knew coming back here was a bad idea, Caitlin said, her voice wavering. Hey, don't say that. I'm glad you're here, and the way I see it, the more people that know you're here, the more people that can watch your back. I don't know what's going on, but I know that no one in this town would let you come to harm. Even after I disappeared the way I did? Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. You're still family, broken hearts or not. That was the truth, and he knew it. The locals in Hope Lake stuck together like one large extended family. It had its cons, like everyone knowing about your broken heart, but the positives far outweighed them. Caitlin sniffled. Hey, it's okay. We're going to keep you and your daughter safe. Jordan. We really need to talk. I know, but now's not the time. Tell me some staples to get us through tonight and tomorrow morning. We can go into New Hope and shop in a bit more incognito style tomorrow. She relayed a small list for him, and Isabel called from the background that she wanted leaping lemurs for breakfast tomorrow. I'll pay you back when you get here. What do you think I am? Jordan chuckled. I didn't need your daddy's money back then, and I sure don't need it now. It's not my daddy's money, she said, her tone even and full of hurt pride. I see. He swallowed, not wanting to start a fight. Let me do this for you, please. We can talk about it later. Caitlin sighed, a sound filled with exhaustion. Thank you, Jordan. Absolutely. I'll be home soon. When he hung up, warmth filled him with the words. They felt good and right, and a long time coming. 3. Caitlin's mind spun with all that had happened in the last 24 hours, that somehow ended with her eating dinner inside Jordan's house, a house he built for them, as if they were the family she had always wanted. Beside her, Isabel hummed away while she ate the macaroni and cheese that Jordan made for her, but Caitlin's fork of lasagna froze in midair. What? Jordan asked. Caitlin blinked her eyes until they focused, finding herself staring at Jordan and feeling heat travel up her neck and land on her cheeks. Sorry, I spaced out there for a moment. Jordan nodded, taking a bite and chewing before responding. You've had quite the day, it sounds like. He glanced at Isabel. Or quite the few years. Caitlin snorted, setting her still full fork down on her plate. It has been intense. She turned toward her daughter, love filling her as she watched Isabel's tiny hands feeding herself. But so wonderful as well. You're a good mom, Caitlin. Always knew you would be. Jordan's voice had that serious tone to it, one that he rarely used, and it made her turn toward him again. Then why? She shook her head and pulled her eyes away. Never mind. I know why. She stared at her half-eaten plate, trying to motivate herself to eat more, but couldn't. Isabel pushed her almost empty plate back and slid off her chair. I go play with Buster. Caitlin opened her mouth to protest, but Buster had rolled over, exposing his belly, tail wagging, with such a look of adoration she didn't utter a word. He's a good dog. Yeah, he is. Jordan's fork clattered against his empty plate, and his chair squeaked as he pushed back. He's kept me going, making this house not as lonely as it would be otherwise. Caitlin turned away from her daughter and the dog, keeping her head bowed as she picked up their plates and stood. That's all you're going to eat? Did you not like it? Jordan asked, standing as well, but she couldn't meet his eyes. It was good. I'm just tired, she said, realizing that she was more than tired. She was depleted and worn out. Well, we'll have leftovers, unless your bodyguard raids the fridge in the middle of the night. I'm guessing he needs a lot of calories to keep up that figure. Jordan laughed. Caitlin let him take the plates, half thankful and half annoyed that Jordan always found humor regardless of the situation. It made serious discussions difficult, but it eased the pressure as well, and they had some majorly difficult discussions coming. He could have eaten with us, you know, Jordan said as he came back from the kitchen. It's not their way. There? Yeah, 2 more will join us. 2 more bodyguards? Jordan slumped into the chair beside her. If it's too much, I understand, it's not my call. My father has put you and your daughter in a dangerous situation. It's only precautionary. And you won't tell me what this is about? Jordan's stare didn't help the mixture of emotions swirling within her. I can't. You mean you won't? I mean, I was told not to tell anyone. She stood up from the table and pushed her chair in. Jordan stood as well, taking her arm in his hand until she met his eyes. Not even your husband? Caitlin dropped her gaze. You can't keep playing that card. There are no rules in love. You know that, and I will continue playing that card because it's the truth. It was not anymore, Caitlin said, dropping her voice and swallowing past the ball of guilt and remorse in her throat. Jordan let go of her, folding his arms and leaning against the wall. We'll see about that. For now, I'll accept that you're in danger, though it would be easier to protect you if I knew from what. Bad men? Caitlin shrugged. Besides, that's what Miller and the others are for. Then what am I for? Why here? Why run to Hope Lake? It wasn't my choice. Jordan ducked his head, trying to meet her eyes, but she couldn't look into those deep brown depths and keep her secrets hidden. She knew the moment her eyes met his, the truth would spill out, all of it. Why wouldn't you take my calls? Jordan's question pulled on her heart, tearing apart the broken pieces she had tried to piece back together over the last several years. I couldn't. I wouldn't have been able to leave if. Caitlin bit her lip, her hold on her turbulent emotions tenuous at best. And why was leaving that important? Jordan stepped closer to her. I had to, there was no choice. We were so unhappy and it would have only gotten worse. You deserve to be happy, I deserve to be happy. A single tear slid down her cheek. We were once together, Jordan said, wiping the tear with his rough-skinned gentle touch. Our life goals were different. Caitlin sniffed and stepped back, giving distance to the need to fall into his arms. Jordan stepped back against the wall, his body shifting to watch Isabel and Buster. Her tiny voice lilted while talking with the dog. I'm sorry that I wasn't ready. Caitlin snapped her eyes up to his, but he kept them on her daughter. Their daughter. She squeezed her eyes shut. Time does strange things to a person, Jordan said gently, making her open her eyes to find his on her once more. Give me another chance, Katie. Caitlin's mouth dropped open. She looked from Isabel to him and back again. But I know. Jordan closed the distance between them. I have a lot to ask forgiveness for, just, I'm not meaning right now. You have enough to deal with in this situation, but think about it. There's more to the situation that you don't understand, Jordan. You don't know what you're saying. Caitlin shook her head. She had to focus on the entire picture, because if she only listened to his words, she would end up back in his arms where she wanted to be, and that wouldn't be good for any of them, not without him knowing and accepting the truth. I know you have a daughter. I know what that means. Jordan lowered enough to look into her eyes, but she tore them away as she stepped back. You don't know what that means. Jordan sighed. Then tell me. Caitlin opened her mouth, but the words froze. How did you tell someone that they had a child almost 4 years after the fact? Oh man, she had gotten herself into quite a hole. Mommy? Isabel rubbed her ear as she released Buster and came to her side. Bath time? Caitlin breathed out a sigh of relief at the interruption as she glanced at the clock. Oh dear, it's past bath time. I'm sorry, sweetie. She picked her daughter up and glanced at Jordan. Mind if we use your bath? My home is your home. Towels are in the cupboard. Jordan moved to pick up the rest of the things on the table and head into the kitchen. Caitlin's gaze followed him for several moments, until Isabel wiggled in her arms. I tired, Mommy. Yes, okay, sweetie. I'm sorry. Let's get you all ready for bed. During her bath, Isabel didn't talk nearly as much as normal. She rubbed her ear and yawned, allowing Caitlin to wash her quickly. Here we go, Caitlin said as she wrapped Isabel in a plush towel. I like this towel. It's so soft. Isabel nestled into it. Once in jammies and in bed, she said, Mommy, I like your friend Jordy. I like Buster too. I'm glad that you like them. Can we see the water tomorrow? Hope Lake. Yeah, she said, snuggling against Caitlin in the large bed in the guest room. You sleep with me tonight, Mommy? Yes, sweetie. I'm sleeping with you tonight. You're safe. I know, Mommy. You make me safe and Jordy too. She closed her eyes, wrapping around Caitlin's arm. Sing me sleep, Mommy. Caitlin kissed her daughter's forehead, then sang their goodnight song while resting her head against her daughter's. Breathing in the scent of her hair and freshly cleaned skin filled her with a sense of rightness. As much as it hurt leaving Jordan, as much as she wanted him, her daughter meant everything, and she would never change that. Fear coursed through her as she thought of telling Jordan the truth. Before, she had thought he would be happy that she had stolen away, never asking him to be a part of something he so clearly told her he didn't want. She buffered the loss of him with the belief that she was doing him a favor. Now, watching him with Isabel, having him bring her gifts, sitting down and playing with her, he didn't act like she thought he would. If she told him, what if instead of welcoming them with open arms or sending them out packing, what if he didn't want Caitlin but fought for Isabel? Her blood turned ice cold at the thought. She couldn't live without her daughter, not even every other weekend. No, she had to find a way to make him understand, but she did have to tell him the truth. She knew that deep in her bones, even if they quivered with fright from the idea. He deserved to know, and Isabel deserved to know her father if that's what he wanted. She focused on her daughter's sweet face, knowing there would be sacrifices and fearing what the cost would be, but knowing that she had to be the person she wanted her daughter to be, honest. Once Isabel's breathing had shifted to deep puffs, and she knew she wouldn't disturb her by leaving the bed, Caitlin drew up her resolve, said a quick prayer for courage and guidance in the upcoming conversation, and slipped out of the bed. She placed a pillow on each side of Isabel, knowing she was being overly cautious, but the bed was much higher than her little toddler bed at home. With one last lingering glance at her peaceful daughter, she summoned her courage and left the room, as ready as she would ever be to share the truth with Jordan. The house was quiet, and she found him lying on the couch, their old ratted, hand-me-down sofa her parents had given them when they were newlyweds. The faded piece of furniture stood out in the new, sleek house, full of open concept and updated appliances. Why had he kept it? Jordan murmured in his sleep, the soft corners of his lips turning up in a brief smile. She used to love watching him smile in his sleep. What had happened to them, that her first thought had been to run? To hide the truth from him? And what good did it do, for here she was, right back where she started, watching him with hope. Could they really heal the hurt the past had laid upon them? And find the happiness that had once had them riding high on elation? Were those memories sleeping, only waiting to be awoken, or was the hope of forgiveness as fleeting as the sun had been through this last storm? She bit her lip, shifting her weight, wrestling with the idea of waking him so she could get this moment over with. As she took a step toward him, a soft click of a latch on the front door had her spinning around, heart in her throat. Miller stood there, eyes intense, but he broke the contact to softly close the door behind him, then motioned for her to approach. She glanced at Jordan, still fast asleep, and tiptoed to Miller. "What is it?" Her heart raced and palms sweated from the look in his dark eyes. "Your father was right in having you leave." Miller's eyes shifted to Jordan as he moaned in his sleep, then back to her. "Douglas stayed back to watch your house. 2 perps broke through a window." She gasped, covering her mouth and blinking back tears of shock. "They stole away when Douglas came after them, so we can't say for certain it was who we think they were, but either way it's good you aren't there." "Oh my goodness." She dropped her hands and leaned against the wall. "Is there anything that can lead them here? Did you tell anyone where you were going?" "I didn't tell anyone. Didn't have time to. Not to mention no friends to speak of, beyond her friendly neighborhood grandparent. I do have pictures, but certainly they didn't go through those, right?" Miller's brow furrowed. "I don't know how far they would go. Tell me where anything of that sort of information is, and I'll have Douglas acquire them." Caitlin couldn't believe herself as she shared the information with Miller. This all sounded like some movie, not a reality, especially not her reality. What if they had been home? What would they have done to her or her daughter? The thought sent her knees wobbling. "We'll protect you and Isabel, Caitlin." Miller grasped her arm. "For now, stay on this man's good side. The property is a suitable location and easily fortified, even if he gets in the way." Caitlin raised an eyebrow. "I know, but it's the truth. Your father's rental is too close to town, and with the lake right there, it would have been more difficult to protect." Miller looked beyond her to Jordan's sleeping form again. "Stay on his good side." Caitlin bit her lip. Did that mean she should keep the truth from him a bit longer? Jordan woke with a kink in his neck as the birds began their morning song. Cold seeped in from the sliding glass doors and large windows unchallenged by the wood stove which had lost its heat. The day would warm, but as fall encroached upon the mountain, the nights and early mornings carried a seasonal chill. Jordan rubbed his cramped neck as he sat on the couch. The click-clacking of Buster's claws on the wood floor had him smiling at the dog, who nosed into his leg asking for pets. After giving his faithful pup some good scratches, he set to work rebuilding the fire, letting himself wake up and memories take hold. His hands froze with a piece of wood halfway into the wood stove as he remembered who slept down the hall. Caitlin. His heart raced, surging adrenaline through him stronger than any cup of coffee could, and he was instantly alert and even more chilled. Setting the wood onto the low-lapping flames, he stepped back, watching the fire grow in fury and warmth as he wrapped his mind around the changes yesterday brought. Caitlin was back, and with a daughter. Jordan smiled as he sat back on his heels, watching the flames. He could sit back and watch Isabel for hours as she flitted from one thing to another, pouring forth questions that she didn't always wait to hear the answers for before chasing after the next curiosity. Caitlin had had her hands full, and doing it all alone. He shook his head, anger at the missing father fueling him into a stand. How could a man step aside and leave a woman like Caitlin and an infant? His heart clenched as he wondered what he would have done years ago, before he had a change of mind about children, and the anger turned inward. How had he been so blind and let her leave? The cold wrapped its claws around him, making him shiver. The wood stove wasn't putting out enough heat yet, but he needed to get warm before his muscles seized. He glanced at the door, wondering if the bodyguard stood outside, or if he had deemed his place safe enough that he allowed himself to rest behind the closed door off the entryway. The day outside barely lightened, granting only enough glow to see down the hallway to his open door at the end. The guest room door stood slightly ajar, and Jordan's lips tugged, realizing that Caitlin still couldn't handle sleeping in a room with a closed door. Unable to help himself, he peeked into the room, his heart lurching at the sweet innocence of Caitlin's sleeping face and how her arms wrapped protectively around her daughter. She was a good mom, he couldn't deny her that. The anger at himself only grew, pushing him away from the sweet scene and back into his cold bedroom. Going back to bed wasn't an option this late in the game, but a warm shower called to him. Time to regroup, warm up, and decide how he would play this day with Caitlin. He washed his hair, feeling the weariness leave him as the hot water warmed him and cooled his anger at the same time. Caitlin was here. He didn't know how long or how it even happened, but she was, and now was his chance, maybe his only chance. The only decision was to succeed. There was no other option. His memories went back to Tyler's wedding, to the conversation he had with Chastity, and the resolve he had felt afterward. He had changed, and what he had told her was the truth. Having a family, though still scary, sounded better and better. Now with Caitlin here with Isabel, it all seemed perfect, maybe almost too perfect, but he wouldn't pass it up. Reality snapped into him as he turned off the faucet, but Derek's words hit him. You can raise another man's child? Yet as he dried off and dressed, he thought further into it, his annoyance with Derek growing the entire time. Derek was raising another man's child, and he loved Cammy as much as he loved his own baby. Tyler had taken on Krista, and no one would know that girl wasn't his own daughter if they didn't know their story. Jordan wiped off the steam from the mirror, looking into his own eyes with determination. He would win Caitlin back, and he would raise her daughter as his own. He could be that man. A small niggling thought tugged at him, as he pulled the comb through his hair and smoothed a hand down his stubble, wondering if he should shave. Caitlin hadn't said anything about him letting his beard grow, well, kind of grow. He trimmed it once a week. The thought kept coming at him until he finally allowed it to play out, watching Isabel in his mind, counting the years and months, and playing with dates when Caitlin had left. Could it be that? No, he shook his head, unable to even let himself finish the thought. Down the hall he heard a playful bark from Buster, and he strode out to see what had the dog excited. A squeal of happiness soon followed, and he slowed his pace. He should have known. Look, Mommy. He like it. I give him kisses. Why are you awake? What time is it? Aren't you still tired? Caitlin's sleepy tone brought memories rushing forth. She hated mornings. Even on mornings of grand adventures, she always groaned and complained, asking why they had to wake before the sun, even if their plan had been to see the sunrise from the peak. Jordan leaned against the door jamb. I see you haven't had a change of heart about mornings. Caitlin pushed up in bed, her eyes widening as they focused on him and her mouth dropping slightly open. After a couple blinks, she glanced around the room and back to him. Oh well. It's okay. It took a few minutes for reality to take hold of me this morning as well. He smiled, his eyes taking in her messy hair, sleep-hazed gaze, and the old t-shirt of his she wore. I'm glad it did though. Caitlin watched him for a few breaths, before she plopped back onto her pillow with a groan. I'll try not to take that personally, he said with a laugh. Come on, sugar cakes. He turned his gaze to the miniature Caitlin, who stared at him with wide eyes. Let's allow your mama some extra sleep. You like pancakes, or would you rather have boring old cereal? Isabel twisted onto her stomach and pushed off the bed, slowing her pace until her toes hit the ground. Both. Oh, you're a big eater, huh? Jordan said, holding out a hand. Wait. Caitlin said, sitting back up, pulling the blanket that Isabel had pulled off to cover her bare legs. I got this, Jordan said. You need rest. He turned from her as Isabel yanked on his hand, pulling him down the hall. Hold on, sugar cakes. The pancakes aren't going anywhere. Jordan set her up with a bowl of cereal at the table, while he pulled out the pancake mix and heated the pan. I help mix. Isabel shimmied off the chair, wearing her milk mustache proudly. Here, he said, taking a paper towel and wiping her face. Why grown-ups do that? She wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Well, if you wait until it dries, then it's hard to get off, and then moms lick their thumbs and rub it hard to get it off. It's much better to wipe it right away. Oh, she said, trying to reach the counter. Where the stool? I don't have a stool. He thought for a moment, then pulled out a chair. Here. Stand on this. Mommy says no standing on chairs. Well, I have different rules at my house. Jordan picked her up and stood her on the chair. But don't fall off, otherwise your mama is going to have my head. It a nice head. Isabel cocked her head as she appraised his. Jordan laughed. You're a kick in the pants, kid. He turned to read the instructions on the package, then pulled out a measuring cup, never going an arm's distance from the girl. Here, you measure out one of these, and I'll get the eggs. When he turned back to Isabel, flour sprayed up in the air as she dumped the cup from a foot above the bowl. She coughed and waved her hand, but when she smiled up at him with her face covered in flour, his heart wrenched and he swore he had just fallen in love. I did it. She squealed and clapped her hands. You sure did, he said, eyeing the white speckled countertops and the flour dusting her pajamas. He shrugged it off, measured out the milk and eggs, and handed her the wooden spoon to mix the ingredients. What she did he wouldn't describe as mixing, but the proud smile that filled her face was worth every splash of pancake mix on the counter and the floor and her clothes. If nothing else, Buster was having a good time. Doggy help. He clean up. Isabel giggled. Good doggy. Yes, Buster is a good boy, and this morning a lucky one. Lucky doggy. She turned her smile on Jordan. I lucky. You do have the best mommy in the world, Jordan said as he took the abandoned bowl and spoon to mix the ingredients, sliding the spoon along the sides and bottoms to reveal huge pockets of dry pancake mix. Best mommy ever. She clapped her hands. You best ever too. Why thank you, he said, bending to kiss the top of her head, surprising himself at the desire to do such a thing. Oh my goodness, Caitlin's voice had heat streaking up his neck and filling his face. Had she caught him kissing her daughter on the head? What in the world are you two doing to this kitchen? Make pancakes. Isabel cheered, sitting on the chair before jumping off and launching herself into Caitlin's arms. Now we'll both need baths, Caitlin said, but her voice only held warmth. Sorry she got so messy. I didn't realize that. He stopped, seeing those wide brown eyes staring up at him. Isabel was such a good cook. Isabel smiled again, looking at her mom with pride. She is that. You like to help cook, don't you? Caitlin hugged her. I big helper. That you are, Jordan said with a laugh, finding himself lost in the scene and forgetting to mix the batter. Well, we better get you all cleaned up. Caitlin stood up, looking back at Jordan once at the doorway. Thank you. It was fun, Jordan said. Caitlin watched him, her eyes moistening and her lips quivering. What? Jordan dropped the bowl and spoon, ready to pull her in his arms if those tears released. I didn't know you had this. She looked at the pancakes, the flour-covered counter and her flour-covered daughter, in you. I didn't either. He smiled sheepishly. But it's kinda cool, don't you think? Yeah, it's cool. But she didn't smile. Instead, she turned away and disappeared, her voice fading as she talked to Isabel all the way down the hall. Had he moved too fast? He shook his head as he went back to making breakfast, not knowing what he said to make her react the way she did. Soon the smell of pancakes filling the air had him focusing on the task at hand. By the time the girls returned to the kitchen in clean clothes, with clean faces, and Isabel's hair up in 2 pigtails, he had a big plate full of pancakes waiting on the table. My one specialty, he said in a laugh as he set the syrup down, motioning for them to sit and eat. Yeah, but you always did them well, Caitlin said almost shyly. Oh, so you've missed my pancakes? He waggled his eyebrows. Caitlin rewarded him with a small chuckle as she set Isabel in a chair and dished her up a pancake, cutting it into bite-sized pieces. Only a little syrup, she said as she helped her daughter pour the syrup. That seems about right. I want more, Isabel pouted. More would be yummy, and I bet when you're older you'll make a whole pool of syrup for your pancakes. For today, this is enough. Fine, Isabel said, grabbing her fork and stuffing her mouth full, leaving smudges of syrup on her cheek and chin. What? Caitlin asked, pulling her gaze away from Isabel and to him. I'll clean it up. I know things get messy with a 3-year-old. Jordan's heart hammered as he tried to reconfigure the math in his head. She's 3? Caitlin blinked rapidly as her voice caught. She was premature, so she's on the small side, but she'll catch up. She smoothed her daughter's hair. My birthday in June, Isabel said through a mouthful of pancake. Isabel Juliet, you don't talk with your mouth full. Juliet? Jordan asked, still numb and mind half counting months, but the name pulled him from his calculations. Yeah, Caitlin glanced at him and then away. I wanted her to be luckier in love than me. I wouldn't exactly say Juliet was lucky in love. You do know how the story ends? Jordan met her eyes, his lips twitching as he saw the horror playing in them. It's okay. He took her hand. We get to write our own endings, and it's a beautiful name. 4. Caitlin couldn't keep her eyes off Jordan as they traveled in his truck to New Hope, the larger town where most Hope Lake citizens did their shopping. Jordan insisted on driving them, inviting Miller to join them in the truck, but Miller grumbled about him impeding his job and drove his own car right behind them. This morning still left Caitlin in shock as she tried to wrap her mind around Jordan's new demeanor with kids. He had always been the fun-loving uncle type, but not one to engage with the dirtier parts of raising kids, like making breakfast together. Isabel hadn't stopped talking the moment he set her in the truck. He had tried to get the car seat in, but backed out of the back seat, running his fingers through his hair, asking why they made those newfangled things so complicated. Caitlin had laughed and clipped the belts where they needed to go, but Jordan insisted on her showing him how. Now as she watched him at least pretending to listen to her non-stop chatting daughter, she wondered if this was a show and how long it might last. Would he run the moment Isabel started a meltdown? What if she got carsick in his new truck? It was one thing to play along for the happy moments and a short time. Real life included real messes beyond flour and fun. What would he do when those situations hit? He turned to her, his smile widening when he met her eyes before putting his back on the road. The smile he gave her was one she hadn't seen for years, even before she had left. He hadn't shown her that smile, the one meant only for her, for longer than she could remember, maybe even since before Tabby's death. Her heart raced, sending tendrils of hope through her, and as much as she feared the growing hope, it anchored itself as she settled in for the ride. And that when we leave to come here, Isabel finished, and Caitlin realized she hadn't been paying attention to her daughter's chatter. What had she told Jordan? That's quite the journey you've been on, sugar cakes. Jordan glanced in the rear view mirror. So you like adventures? Oh yes, she said with a yawn. I like horses too. I have an idea about that. Jordan glanced at Caitlin before returning his attention to the road and pulling off the highway into New Hope. Oh, I know your ideas, Caitlin teased. Hey, I have great ideas. Like hiking up to the top of the mountain to ski back down on a sheet of ice. Or taking the horses backpacking during a thunderstorm. Or maybe like the mountain biking trip on a trail that had never been completed? Jordan's lips twitched into that endearing smile that had made her fall for him over and over again. Yeah, well, so you remembered those? I remember every one of our adventures, Jordan, she said, her voice turning breathy. She cleared her throat and looked out the window to hide the burn in her cheeks. Mommy, you rode skis on snow? And horses? And bikes? Caitlin turned back to her daughter. Yes, sweetie. Mommy used to do a lot of things. She was the most adventurous girl I had ever met. One of many reasons I fell in love with her. I adventure us, Isabel said the word carefully. That I don't doubt, Jordan said. You still do all those crazy things? Caitlin asked, watching the way his eyes lit up while he talked with them. Not near as much, no one to do them with anymore, he said, his voice dropping, and he gave her a quick glance before they pulled into the parking lot of a toy store. I'm sorry, Caitlin murmured, guilt filling her. Hey, Jordan said after he parked the behemoth truck like a professional. He turned toward her, laid his massive hand on hers, and met her eyes. It's me who needs to seek forgiveness. Caitlin's mouth fell open. Her eyes burned as she closed her mouth, trying to form words, but he didn't wait for them. He squeezed her hand and slid out of the truck, opening the back door to unbuckle Isabel and pull her out. Caitlin met them on that side, shock still reeling her speechless, until she realized what store they were walking toward. What's this? Why are we here? To get toys, of course. Jordan's mischievous glance stalled her steps. We have toys. You even brought a few yesterday. Toys. Isabel cheered from Jordan's arms, clapping her hands. That's right. We need to get lots more toys, inside toys, outside toys games. Jordan. Caitlin reached out, wrapping her fingers around a bicep that had grown in the last 4 years. Her train of thought derailed as she felt it flex under her hand. Yes, he asked, raising an amused eyebrow and glancing at her hand, feeling his muscle. She dropped her hand, but not before the burn reached her cheeks again. I don't think we need this. We don't know how long we will have to stay. Have to or want to? He stopped at the door, holding her gaze, the intensity making her toes tingle. There's more you need to know. She bit her lip, glancing back at Miller, who followed them but at a distance, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding area. And you can tell me anything. It won't change what I want. Jordan held her gaze, imploring, for once serious. You don't know what that entails, having a child. She glanced at Isabel, who watched her with a furrowed brow. It's a joy. Isabel smiled and clapped. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Jordan opened the door for Caitlin, then stepped in behind her, still holding a squirming Isabel. You can set her down. Caitlin took her from him and set her on the ground, looking into her eyes. How do we act in a store? I hold a hand. No grabbing. No begging. Good. Caitlin reached out her hand. Isabel took it and then took Jordan's. Where to first? Jordan asked. Horses. Isabel pulled them to the aisle full of horses, dolls, and a myriad of other little girl toys. While Isabel lost herself looking at all the toys, Caitlin stepped closer to Jordan, ignoring Miller's glare. We need to talk. We have time, Jordan said, then squatted. I like that one too. Is that the one you want? I can have it? It beautiful. She pet the blonde mane and held it to her. Yes, you can have it. Is there another one you would like? Jordan asked. I want all them. Isabel, we can't get everything you want, Caitlin said gently. This is my treat, Jordan said, smiling. You'll spoil her, Caitlin muttered and shifted her feet. And what's wrong with that? Jordan laughed. How about we get the one with the spots? That's your mama's favorite kind of horse, and we know she'll want to play with you. Yay? Isabel cheered as she reached out to pick up the other horse, then smiled up at Caitlin as if it were Christmas Day. Caitlin smiled at her daughter, smoothing her hair, but inside her mind whirled. How did he remember so much, and why was he doing this? The Jordan she knew wouldn't have simply let her walk back into his life, especially with a child in tow. Should we look at some outside toys now? Jordan asked. Yes. Isabel reached for his hand. By the time they had made it out of the toy store, they had a cart, and along with Isabel, it was also full of balls, bubbles, beanbags, and more. He stopped at the furniture aisle and turned toward Caitlin. Should we get her a bed? Caitlin shook her head, overwhelmed with how fast things were moving and feeling the need to be forthright, but Miller glared at her and Isabel stared adoringly up at Jordan. Now was not the time. Okay. I'll stop for now. How about we go buy these toys? Jordan raced her daughter in the cart, and Caitlin numbly followed her squealing child. As they continued their day of shopping, Caitlin wished she could forget how the last several years had played out. She wished she could play house right along with him. Yet the truth stopped her. Not only the truth of what would happen when real life hit and Jordan balked at the reality of raising a child, but the truth that Jordan didn't know. Miller approached them as they exited the clothing store to pick up a few warmer clothes and other things that Caitlin had forgotten in their rush to leave. Want some lunch? Jordan asked, nodding to Miller. I don't think that's a good idea. Miller closed in on Jordan, but Jordan didn't back down. They've been out enough in public. I don't think any of this is a good idea. Take out then? Jordan shrugged. We could take it to the park. Miller glared. Fine, take out in the truck. Joe's Burgers has a great Western cheeseburger. Does that sound good to you? He playfully smacked Miller's solid stomach. Maybe 2 for you. You don't need to buy me lunch. Miller stood rigid, but his belly growled. Jordan laughed. You fly. I buy. How's that? He turned to Caitlin. You want to call it in? You remember what I like, right? Caitlin opened her mouth, closed it, swallowed, and tried again. Actually, I do. Do you want the Western cheeseburger, Miller? Miller eyed Jordan, then gave her a brief nod. Sounds good. I want chicken nuggets, Mommy. Isabel stood up on her tippy toes in a bounce. Jordan picked her up. The chipmunk and I will take the bags to the truck, then get started at the grocery store while you call. He nodded to the store next to them and handed her his phone. Meet you in there. He leaned over like he was going to give her a quick peck, but stopped himself, blinking in a panicked sort of way as he straightened. Clearing his throat and glancing at Miller, he took Isabel and the bags toward the truck. Sure he's an ex? Miller raised his brow, folding his arms over his chest. I haven't seen him in 4 years, she said half to herself. Seems like he never gave up hope, Miller grunted. What could have been so bad you left? He didn't want kids. The words tumbled from her mouth before she covered her lips. Miller grunted again. Could have fooled me. Caitlin didn't respond. Instead, she swiped Jordan's phone on, gasping when she saw a picture of the two of them standing on a mountain with only the sky behind them. How could he have looked at this every day? She had to hide all the photos of them, because every time she saw them she would bawl. Glancing up, she saw Jordan glance at her as he shut the truck door and set Isabel on his shoulders. Though he smiled even in the distance, she could see a seriousness in his gaze, and her heart clutched at the thought of the conversation ahead. Once she made the lunch order, and Miller had checked the area enough, he felt safe running to the end of the parking lot to pick up the burgers. Caitlin met Jordan and her daughter in the store. The basket was full of sugary cereal, Isabel's favorite granola bars, and other snacks. Caitlin said as she closed in on them. I see what happens when I leave you two to do the shopping. Bars? Isabel, who sat in the big part of the basket, cheered, holding up a box. I see that. How about we get some bananas and carrots and healthy food too. Who needs healthy food? Jordan shrugged conspiratorially. Caitlin glared at him. That's going too far, Jordan. Do you know how much work it takes to keep this one eating healthy? She folded her arms, feeling her indignation prickle. Just kidding. Healthy food is yummy. Isn't that right, sugar cakes? I like carrots. Isabel gave him a nod. See? Jordan looked at her in innocence. She said, taking off toward the produce aisle, glancing back to ensure they followed her. When they finished shopping, the cashier smiled at them, looking from Isabel to each of them. After ringing them up, she leaned toward Isabel with a sucker. Would you like this? You'll have to ask your mommy and daddy if it's okay. Isabel's brow furrowed as she looked at Caitlin in question. Daddy? Caitlin's heart clutched, and her body felt on fire as she took the sucker from the lady. What do you say, sweetie? Thank you, Isabel said automatically, reaching for the sucker in Caitlin's hand. You can eat it after lunch, Caitlin said, avoiding Jordan's searching glance. You two are very lucky, the cashier said, helping Jordan bag up the rest of the groceries. She's adorable, and such a great combination of you both. Caitlin choked, falling into a coughing fit. Mommy okay? Isabel reached over and patted her back. Caitlin caught her breath. I'm fine, sweetie. Just swallowed the wrong way, I guess. She reached for Isabel. Here, I'll hold you so there's room for all the groceries. Her face burned and her heart pounded. Jordan stared at her, his brow furrowing in concentration, but she avoided eye contact, knowing she couldn't look him in the eye and the truth not spill out. And the grocery store checkout line was definitely not the place to tell him the truth. Jordan watched as Miller argued with Caitlin, biting his tongue and focusing on Isabel so he didn't step in. Isabel sat in her car seat playing with her new horse, seeming completely oblivious to anything else. He glanced back as Miller handed Caitlin a nondescript phone and stormed back to his SUV. Guess he's in a bad mood, Jordan said as Caitlin climbed into the truck. He thinks he has to be by my side all the time and make the decisions. I can't live like that. Caitlin glanced back at Isabel, checking her buckles before pulling on her seatbelt. You don't have to tell me. Think I don't remember? No one could tell you what to do, well, except for your daddy. Caitlin growled, the sound making him laugh. You do animal sounds, Mommy? You sound like bear. Isabel growled back. You do that very well, sugar cakes. Horsey not like it, Isabel said before turning her attention back to her horse. So, are we okay to go? Jordan asked. Should we eat in the parking lot or while we drive? He nodded at the bag that had been making his mouth water for the last 10 minutes while watching them argue. Can you eat while you drive? Caitlin asked. Might be messy, but I can manage. Jordan shrugged, then looked back at the little girl in his backseat. What about you, sugar cakes? You saw how she cooked, Caitlin said, biting her lip. It'll be fine. Jordan took out the container with chicken nuggets and turned in his seat. Okay, sugar cakes, time to put Horsey down for a nap so you can eat. Caitlin watched him with a wary expression as he set her daughter up with the food and napkins tucked in everywhere. When he turned back around, he eyed her before handing her a burger and taking one for himself. What? He asked right after taking a bite, then swallowed. Sorry. She shook her head. So with a glance back at Miller, who ate his burgers while glaring at them, he started the truck and pulled out of the parking lot. We need to talk, Caitlin said. Miller doesn't think I should tell you, but you need to know. Glad to hear you choose me over Mr. T, Jordan chuckled, but something inside of him started vibrating and whirring, making his burger not taste as wonderful as he remembered. Caitlin rolled her eyes. There are things you need to know. I should have made you listen before you bought all of this, before I came to your house. Our house, he reminded her, but the sickening feeling had him setting his burger back in its wrapper as he pulled out on the highway. Maybe we should wait until we get back home. Not sure hearing bad news would be safe while driving. He tried to joke, but the words fell flat. We could put it off forever, with excuses. Caitlin bit her lip, turning to look at Isabel. I've been trying to wait until we didn't have little ears. Tonight then, Jordan said, pushing a smile to his lips. Now, Caitlin said. You're so stubborn, Jordan said with a sigh. And you avoid seriousness like the plague. It is the plague, he said. Ah, Caitlin flopped back in her seat, only staring at her lunch. Fine, Jordan said. Just get it over with. Caitlin nodded, drew in a deep breath, then twisted in her seat to look at him. There are things you need to know, things that might change how you feel about me. Jordan raised an eyebrow. I love you. That's all I need to know. Caitlin sucked in a breath and blinked rapidly, but Jordan had to pull his eyes away so he could safely drive them. Should I pull over? Jordan asked. I can't. I should have been able to look you in the eyes when I said that. I should have been able to pull you into my arms. This is terrible timing, Caitlin. What timing? Isabel asked, glancing at them with ketchup smeared all over her face. Nothing, sweetie. Caitlin sighed, then took a deep breath in, turning to her daughter with a smile. Are those chicken nuggets good? Yummy in my tummy, Isabel said. Jordan laughed. She's the cutest. I agree, Caitlin said. That's why I have to tell you. This really sounds like a pullover conversation, Jordan tried again. Caitlin wrung her hands and fidgeted in her seat. If I don't tell you now, what if it keeps getting interrupted? She turned to him. When I left, I did because the phone that Miller handed Caitlin rang. She stopped talking, but didn't answer. You gonna get that? It's probably Miller calling to argue with me more. She looked down at the phone. Jordan glanced in his rear view mirror to Miller in the car behind them. He isn't holding a phone. Caitlin gasped and hit the accept call button. Hello? Her eyes met his and widened. Oh, Mom. Caitlin's lower lip trembled. No, we're okay. Isabel is right here. She's good. Are you okay? Jordan glanced at Caitlin as much as he could, and keep his eyes on the road at the same time. Her fidgeting and quivering voice told him all that he needed to know. She was scared and worried and needed him. No, we're with Jordan. She glanced at him before averting her eyes. Yeah, he's driving us back from New Hope right now. Yes, we did get Big Joe's. She looked at her barely touched lunch. Tell her I'll keep you two safe, Jordan said. Oh, he said to tell you he's keeping us safe. No, I didn't tell him. I know. No, I have seen no one else. Then why did Dad send me here in the first place? Caitlin turned away, but not before he saw the red in her cheeks. Want me to pull over so you can have a private conversation? Jordan asked. She shook her head, but didn't turn to look back at him. Hi, Daddy. She blew out a breath, as he heard the murmurs of her dad's deep voice over the phone. Yes. I understand. Okay. I will. Caitlin bit her lip while her father spoke. No. He's been great with her. Yeah. Maybe. She sniffed, turning further away from Jordan as she continued to listen to her dad. Okay. I will. Love you too, Daddy. Be careful. Tell Mom I love her too. Caitlin dropped the phone into her lap and sucked in a sob. Jordan knew that sound better than any other. He reached over, setting a hand on her thigh and squeezing, not knowing what else he could do. She pulled out a tissue from her purse, blew her nose and wiped her eyes before finally turning forward once more. After several deep breaths, she finally spoke. Daddy said to tell you thank you. Well, next time you talk to him, you could tell him that's not only my pleasure, but my responsibility. Jordan kept his hand on her thigh, relaxed as much as he wanted to let go to squeeze the steering wheel in anger instead. He said he knew you would say that. That's why he sent me back here. He said he told Tinkerton to stay in the rental, and for me to stay with you, at least until all of this blows over. Glad to hear he's finally come to his senses, Jordan said, trying not to remember the many heated conversations he had had with her father after Caitlin had left. Caitlin sucked in a breath again, and he wished they were home already so he could pull her into his arms. He had always hated to see her cry. It tore him to pieces. She took his hand in hers, squeezing hard and breathing in deep, slow breaths. "Mommy sad?" Isabel asked. "Go see Gammy?" Caitlin blew out a shaky breath. "Not right now, sweetie. Gammy and Gampa are." With one glance, Jordan knew Caitlin couldn't go on. "They're on vacation, sugar cakes. Mommy will be okay. We'll go home and run her a hot bath, and then you and I will play with all of your new toys." "Okay," Isabel said, but he didn't think he had convinced her. They remained in silence as they drove through Hope Lake and up his long drive. Buster greeted them happily from the porch, his tail wagging so hard his body shook back and forth with it. "Buster!" Isabel cried out, straining against her car seat. Caitlin wiped her eyes and slid out of the truck to open Isabel's door when she gasped. "Oh no," she said, her eyes wide with fright. "I make painting." Jordan's heart raced with the words, thinking of the little girl back there with ketchup and his leather seats. He spun, his heart ripping as he saw finger-painted ketchup all over the back of his seat. "I'm sorry. I should have known why she was so quiet. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Jordan. I'll clean it. I can pay for a professional cleaner. I'm so sorry. Caitlin frantically spoke as she grabbed a handful of napkins, trying to get the ketchup off the seat. "Painting a no-no?" Isabel's face puckered up, and her bottom lip stuck out. Jordan's mind whirled, and he drew in a deep breath, feeling the anger rise, but when he saw Isabel crying, he blew it out in one big gust. He flew out of the truck and climbed into the back with them. With a staying hand, he stopped Caitlin from wiping the ketchup further into the seat, then unbuckled the crying girl from her seat and pulled her into his lap. Caitlin watched with eyes narrowed like a mama bear's, but he ignored her for the moment and turned his attention to Isabel. "Shush. Painting is a great thing, but in proper places. Painting with food on my truck seat is not a proper place." He kept his voice gentle, but she wailed even louder. Miller came running over to the truck, glaring and obviously at a loss of what to do. Jordan held up his hand to stop the giant of a man from interfering. "We will find a proper place inside, but right now we have to fix this. Maybe you can help me research how to get ketchup out of leather?" "I big helper," Isabel sniffled. "Yes you are." Jordan drew in a big breath, trying not to look at his ruined seat. Okay. He nodded. "We'll let your mama take a bath, and we'll figure this out." "Jordan, Caitlin started, but he reached out to squeeze her hand briefly. "It'll be okay." Holding tight to the now sniffling little girl, he slid out of the truck, avoiding looking at the ruined seat. He pushed past a staring Miller to reach the other side and wrap an arm around Caitlin. "It'll be okay," he said again, to reassure them all, including himself. An hour and a half later, he sat back against the back seat of his truck with a happy Isabel on his lap. She yawned and he sighed. "See, look at that, sugar cakes. No harm done. All better now." "No harm done," she repeated, then nestled into him as she rubbed her ear. In moments, she was asleep, and Jordan was too shocked to move. An overwhelming emotion took him over, as he vowed he wouldn't let any harm come to her. He stared down into her sweet face, memorizing each little nuance of her slightly slanted eyes, her upturned nose, her full lips, the little crease in the fold of her ear just like his. He reached up to his ear, feeling the indentation with his free hand, then out to touch hers. Did everyone have ears like that? In his mind's eye, he searched his memory of Caitlin, seeing if she had a similar folded indentation. Isabel murmured in her sleep. He rested his hand, holding her closer, enjoying the soft, sweet sound of her breath and the feeling that gripped him as she nestled her face against his chest. He was so lost in her, he didn't hear Caitlin until she cleared her throat in the open doorway of the truck. "I see you wore her out," she said, meeting his gaze with cry-reddened eyes. "How'd it go?" She tore her gaze away to search the leather, reaching in to touch it. "I can't even see it? Will it dry that way?" "I'm hoping so," he said, trying to see past her long wet locks to her ears. "I'm really sorry, Jordan." She doesn't mean to do bad things, she's really a good girl, it's just that she's 3. Caitlin searched his eyes, but all he could do was smile before pulling them away to stare down into the girl's face. Of course she's a good girl. She's sweet on you, Caitlin said, softening her voice. I think I'm sweet on her, he looked up to Caitlin, and her mommy. Caitlin's lip trembled. I'm scared. The admission cost her the little composure she had left, and tears fell down her cheeks. He pulled her up into the truck to nestle with them, and he couldn't help the feeling that it felt right, being there in each other's arms as a family in good times and in bad. 5. Caitlin cuddled with her daughter in bed, listening to her innocent puffs of breath come and go as they became deeper and longer. Isabel had a busy day, and she fell asleep quickly after story time, but not before she asked her the question she had feared for the last 3 years. Mommy, who my daddy? Isabel had asked, staring at her with sleepy eyes and continuing before Caitlin had the chance to remember how to breathe and think of how to answer the question. If I not have a daddy, can Jordy be my daddy? I like Jordy. She nestled into her then, falling silent, and leaving Caitlin catching her breath, both relieved that she didn't have to come up with an answer that moment and scared to death for the conversation she knew she had to have with Jordan, especially now. As she kissed her sweet daughter's head, before entangling herself from her clinging arms, she wondered if there was an unseen bond between a man and his child. Isabel had never attached so quickly to another person, especially not a man. And Jordan. She bit her lip as she glanced back at her daughter once more. Jordan had never been so attentive or patient with a child, at least not before. If he had, would she have given him a chance? At least have let him make the choice, if he wanted to be a father or not? Guilt ravaged her heart and tears pierced her eyes. 4 years ago, she had regretted leaving the moment she pulled out of their driveway, but the stubborn conviction that her news would only bring him misery made her keep going. A million times over the next several months, she picked up the phone to call him, only to hang up before he answered. A part of her had known she was wrong for keeping Isabel a secret from him, but the other part told her she had no choice. Now she would find out for sure. At least from this moment on, she could continue forward in truth, wherever that may lead. Her gaze lingered on her daughter, fear clutching her heart, and hope pushing her back through the doorway toward the room where Jordan waited for her. Hope that he would forgive her and not take Isabel away from her, not even for weekends. She stepped to the edge of the hallway, stopping to draw in deep breaths. Miller thought telling Jordan was a mistake, but he deserved to know, and Isabel deserved to know that he was her father. And if there was anyone she could trust with what was going on with her father, Jordan was the one. In fact, her dad had told her to tell him, and she always listened to her dad. Caitlin blew out a breath as she entered the living room, feeling the warmth from the wood stove welcome her in a warm embrace. Jordan turned, a smile lighting his lips. She went down fast, huh? He held a mug for her and scooted over on the couch, making it clear he wanted her next to him and not safely on the recliner across from him. Yes, she said, taking the hot mug from his hands and breathing in the sweet, rich aroma of hot chocolate. Memories of their old routines drifted into her mind, of evenings relaxing on the couch, sipping hot chocolate, and reliving their adventures. Jordan watched her, a mixture of emotions playing across his features. He opened his mouth, then closed it. His brows furrowed. You have something to say, Caitlin said, settling herself in the corner of the couch and pulling her knees into her chest as she faced him. Tell me. Jordan's lips broke into a smile, his knowing smile, the one that meant he knew exactly what she was doing. I like having you here, both of you. We appreciate you allowing us to stay here. Caitlin set down the mug, squeezing her hands around her legs as she prepared to open up. Miller says that it's a location that's easy to fortify. That sounds like something he would say. Jordan turned fully toward her, setting his back against the armrest and folding one leg onto the couch. Ready to tell me what's going on? She nodded. Daddy said I could. Huh. Maybe something good will come from his troublemaking after all. He only wants to keep me safe. And that's what he was doing when he told me to stay away from you? Was I a threat? Jordan pushed a smile to his face, trying to play off his words as a tease, but she heard the seriousness behind it and knew the old hurt was coming to the surface. He only knew I was sad, that I felt I was doing the right thing, but now, she bit her lip, trying to keep the emotions back, now I'm not so sure I did. Well, I could have told you that 4 years ago. He blew out a breath. We're getting sidetracked. What has you fleeing back here? Not that I'm upset about that, but I need to know what you're running from. Caitlin played with the hems of her jeans, letting the words spill forth. I don't know much. They want it that way, it's safer for us. Anyway, the people Daddy works for are, well, powerful men. She shrugged. That's established. He went to work for the mob. Geez, Jordan, it's not like that. Jordan raised an eyebrow. Whatever. Anyway, Daddy is in witness protection. He could take Mom, but no one else. I don't know why, but of course we can assume all sorts of things. She narrowed her eyes at Jordan. He shrugged, taking a sip of his hot chocolate to hide the smile she knew played on his lips. So, why does that make you go into hiding? He was afraid that whoever is after him would go after me and Isabel for leverage. Really? Jordan shook his head. That sounds like a mob movie. Surely it couldn't get that bad. Caitlin fought the tears, but they built up, blurring her sight. But it did. Jordan put down his mug and sat forward. What do you mean? Last night, they broke into my house, ransacking it, looking for anything that could lead them to my dad. Caitlin sucked in a breath, doing her best to keep from sobbing. What if I was there with Isabel, alone? What would they have done to her? She lost the fight, after days of holding in all the fear, of trying to be strong in front of her daughter. She couldn't do it any longer. Jordan pulled her into his lap, and she let him. He had always been a place of comfort for her, and those memories held physical responses, making her body relax and allow his murmured words to soothe her. When her sobs calmed, he released her long enough to reach for a tissue and hand it to her. It's going to be okay. No one is going to hurt you too, not here, not while I'm around. She pushed off his lap, wiping her eyes and blowing her nose. These are dangerous men, Jordan. What if they hurt you too? Nah, I'm a tough old hillbilly. You aren't old. Jordan laughed. Some days I feel like it, but I guess you won't deny I'm a hillbilly. We all are. She sniffed. That's right. The entire town will pull together. I've seen it happen twice now. What do you mean? Caitlin drew her knees back up to her, ready to hear anything to pull her away from the scary reality facing her, knowing that the worst conversation was still to come and not minding a way to procrastinate. They aren't my stories to tell, but let's say both Derek's and Tyler's wives came with trouble following them. Really? She shook her head. Derek, I could see, he's always been a rescuer, but Tyler? Then she leaned forward. Wait, I thought Derek was engaged to Anna? He was, but broke it off. Well, that's actually a good thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Anna, but they didn't have that deep connection like we. Like us. His grin broadened. Exactly, and what he said too. The crazy part is, remember that gal he puppy crushed all over from Camp Hope? Caitlin cocked her head. Oh yeah, the blonde. I never got to meet her 'cause I was working, but yeah. He never stopped talking about her. Well, that's his wife. No way. Yep, she came here to escape a horrific experience, fleeing a stalker that no one else saw, at least until Derek saw him too. Long story short, he was real. Derek stepped in, knowing exactly what he was getting into and not caring. That sounds like Derek, she said, leaning back. The whole town pulled together. I helped him a lot, and when a similar incident happened with Tyler's wife, we did it again. Jordan reached for her hand. I'm not that different from Derek, Katie. I don't care what's coming after you. With my life, I will protect you and your daughter. Caitlin swallowed, squeezing his hands before tearing herself away. She wouldn't be able to handle it when she told him, and he ripped himself away from her. It would be best for her to put the distance between them now. "I haven't told you everything, not yet," she said, her voice quivering. "You don't think this has been enough for one night?" He sat back, taking another sip of his hot cocoa and pretending like nothing mattered. I can't go on without telling you the truth. It's ripping me apart inside. It will be better if you know and never look at me again, than to have you right here, saying you want everything I have always dreamed of, and knowing we are living a lie." "If this is about the other man," Jordan said, waving it off. "There is no other man, never was. Only you, always only you." Caitlin whispered the words, breathing in courage to meet his eyes, to watch him as he realized the truth. "But Isabel, did you get that, what is it called, artificial insemination thing?" Jordan licked his lips, and his eyes bounced all over. A part of him knew, she could see it, but he didn't want to believe it. "You knew how much I wanted a baby, and I knew how much you loathed the idea. You made that very clear." Her heart raced, and all of a sudden the heat from the wood stove was too much. "That doesn't excuse what I did." "I don't understand, Caitlin." Jordan pushed back, his leg jumping and eyes not meeting hers. "I told you I was sorry about what I said, that I had a change of heart. Which makes what I did, without giving you the chance to change your perspective, even worse." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and watching Jordan doing whatever he could to avoid the truth made her want to cry even more. "What do you mean, what you did? Running off and getting pregnant alone?" He shook his head. "What's done is done. You're back, and that's all that matters." "I know you can see it," Caitlin said. "I know she feels it. You've looked into her eyes." Caitlin caught his gaze, holding it in intensity. "It's like looking into yours." Jordan pushed off the couch, though his gaze didn't stray from hers, but rather it held on like a lifeline. "What are you saying, Caitlin? What are you saying?" His voice lined with panic as he backed away. "She's yours, Jordan. Isabel is yours." Caitlin bit her lip to keep from crying. She had to be strong for Jordan. She had to face the consequences of her actions, no matter how much it hurt to see the man she loved go through the gyrations. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "She's mine, Isabel is my daughter?" He ran a hand through his hair, his brows scrunched together like he couldn't understand the words. Caitlin waited, holding her breath, knowing the anger would set upon him soon, knowing that the realization that he had missed out on the first 3 years of his daughter's life because of her fear would make him roar with fury. "Why?" Jordan looked at her, betrayal filling his eyes along with unshed tears. "Why would you keep her from me? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't want kids, you told me to leave if I ever thought to change that." Caitlin bowed her head, unable to hold back the cries. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was sparing you pain. You should have told me. We would have figured it out together." He shook his head, his hand shoving through his hair, making it stand on end. "And have you resent me for the rest of your life?" Caitlin snapped her head back up, her own anger reeling, though the moment she met his eyes she knew the truth. He would have shifted, he would have stepped up. She never gave him the chance, and now he very well might resent her for the rest of his life anyway. Caitlin jutted her jaw out, standing up, drawing as much dignity as she could as she met his eyes once more. "I did you wrong, Jordan. There is nothing I can do to change the past. I can't give you the last 4 years back." She sucked in her trembling lip and grounded her feet into the hardwood floor. "You can do to me what you will. It's my doing, my consequence. Just please, please don't take it out on our daughter." "Our daughter," Jordan shook his head, backing until he hit the sliding glass door. His eyes met hers once more, searching and scared and confused. I. Then he turned, fled outside, his steps echoing down the deck. Caitlin ran after him to the open doorway, calling his name once, just once, as she saw his shadow disappear into the woods behind the house. Cold air whipped in through the doorway, bringing a few sprinkles of rain. "I'm sorry." She slid the door closed, resting her head on the cold glass, and let the tears fall. The night had gone nothing like Jordan had imagined. The idea of snuggling on the couch, comforting Caitlin, and working his way back into her heart flew out the window almost as fast as he did. He walked through the trees, Buster following behind him, happily wagging his tail like their entire world hadn't just changed. Everything had changed. It changed the moment Caitlin showed up in Hope Lake. It changed again when her daughter came running up to them. This last change, though, was the greatest, and the one that still left him reeling and unstable. He had a daughter. Adorable Isabel was his. A wash of pride flowed through him, and he reveled in it for a moment before he allowed reality to smack him back down. There were so many thoughts and ideas and emotions swirling within him, they kept slamming into each other, throwing out one to take its place before something else knocked that one out as well. Like the marble game that his grandpa had taught him to play all those years ago. He held his head, circling the woods only to find himself under the large oak he had proposed to Caitlin under. "Ah!" he cried out as he kicked at the freshly fallen acorns. "Have you gone mad?" Miller's voice jolted Jordan. "We have perps coming after us. You know we're armed, and you're wandering around in the woods in the dark throwing a fit." "It's my property, man," Jordan said, too tired to come up with something funny. "It is, and we appreciate you allowing us here, but next time let us know you're going out for a midnight stroll." Miller folded his arms. "It's not like it was a planned stroll," Jordan muttered, leaning against the tree. "Did you know? This whole time, she kept saying you didn't want her to tell me." "No what?" Miller growled. "She's mine. Isabel is my kid." Miller stepped back. "Oh, that's heavy, but it has nothing to do with me. She left 4 years ago pregnant, and didn't even think to tell me, just disappeared." Miller shifted his weight. "I don't think I'm the guy to talk to about this, sir. She hid my daughter from me for over 3 years. Jordan leaned toward him and Miller stepped further back. I know. She's your boss." "She's not our boss. She's our boss's daughter." Miller glanced around the darkness. "Don't you have a buddy or a dad, or a preacher?" "Man, I'm not the guy to talk to." Jordan waved him off. "Then leave me to my misery." "Misery?" Miller hesitated. "I don't know Miss Caitlin all that well, nor her cute little daughter, but I have eyes, and they have seen you three acting like heaven come down to the earth these last 40-some-odd hours." Jordan glanced up at the guard, not wanting to hear what he had to say. "I thought you weren't the guy to talk to." Miller nodded. "My apologies, sir. I'll be in front of the house if you need me." Jordan paced next to the tree, stopping to lean a hand on the rough bark now and then. His legs wobbled weakly, his mind spun, and his heart went from deflated to full to broken, repeating the cycle over and over. Part of him wanted to rush in and pull Isabel into his arms, profess his love for her, and cherish every moment he had with her from here on out. Then that idea would get overridden by the guilt that he hadn't been in her life. Sure, he could blame Caitlin for not being honest, for leaving without giving him the chance to redeem himself, but as she said, he had told her to leave if she couldn't handle not having children. Had he given her a choice? Then anger consumed the guilt, demanding that yes, she should have given him the chance. Hiding a child from the father was never okay, no matter how much he had been adamant about not having any. The last few days, he had practically been groveling at her feet, begging for her forgiveness for another chance, the whole time she was lying to him about Isabel. Sweet sugar cakes. He had a daughter. His mind continued spinning back and forth, around and around, until he thought he would fall over from fatigue. He stumbled to the master bedroom, opened the slider and fell onto his bed, unable to think any longer, and fell into a dreamless sleep. Cold air whipped against him as the sound of the wind blasted into his ears. The storm had arrived, but why did the wind whine against his goosebumped flesh? He sat up, droopy-eyed and not quite awake. Blinking, he focused on the open slider door, not able to process why it was open. Stepping out of bed, his feet plopped, still heavy in shoes. The storm had soaked the floor and covered it with leaves and pine needles. He woke up enough to have the sense to close the door. He ran a hand down his face, squishing on the rug into the bathroom to splash his face with cold water. The burst of freezing water only made him shiver further. He yanked a towel from the rack and threw it on the floor, squatting down to wipe up the mess. As he did, the memories spilled through his sleep-numbed mind. He had a daughter. The thought froze him until his legs screamed in protest of holding the squat, and he slumped back to his bum, the mess on the floor forgotten. What in the world was he going to do? Isabel squealed down the hall, and his heart lurched. He couldn't kick them out, even if he wanted to, which he didn't. Miller was right. He wanted them to be a family, but how could he ever trust Caitlin again? How could he not wonder if she would flee with their daughter, yes, theirs, like she already had? Now that he knew Isabel was his, it changed things. He had a claim, ownership. He wouldn't let Caitlin take her from him again. In fact, that's where he would start. Cementing the fact that Isabel was his, and that the girl knew it. He pushed up to a stand, stomping toward the door, the soles of his shoes squeaking on the wet floor. Self-discipline made him stop, go back and finish the cleanup job. Then he glanced down at himself, wearing the same clothes he had yesterday, clothes he had pushed through the woods in then slept in. Taking the time to shower didn't appeal to him, but he did it anyway. A strange vibration grew within him, as he realized he didn't want to meet his daughter looking like a man who slept in his clothes. Once he had cleaned up and put on new clothes, throwing his sheets covered in the forest muck from his clothes in the washer, he ventured out into the house, listening for the telltale squeal of his daughter. For once she was quiet and happily coloring next to the wood stove where Buster sprawled out, tongue happily hanging out the side of his mouth. Caitlin startled as he came into the room. She stood, her hands weaving in and out together as she held them in front of her. Caitlin started. He held up a quieting hand. Does she know? What? Caitlin looked from him to Isabel and back again. He lowered his voice and stepped closer. Does Isabel know I'm her father? Caitlin bit her lip, blinked her eyes and shook her head. I didn't know what to say. Jordan grunted, not knowing what to say either. But she did. Caitlin glanced back at her daughter before stepping closer and whispering, She asked me last night if she had a daddy, and if she didn't, if you could be her daddy. Jordan's heart clenched and his chest tightened. She said that last night? Caitlin nodded. Do you want to? I mean, she doesn't know, so if you still feel the way you used to. Jordan narrowed his eyes, leaning as close to her as he dared. What I want is for you to have told me from the get-go, but seeing as the past can't be undone, she has every right to know that you've been lying to us both. Caitlin stepped back, the look of fear in her eyes worse than it had ever been with this whole thing with her father. His satisfaction quickly turned into guilt as her eyes filled with tears. I didn't think of it as lying, and I didn't mean to hurt you, she said, her voice quivering. Either of you. What's done is done, Jordan said, shaking out his hands, dispelling the pent-up emotions within him. Jordan, please don't take her away from me. Caitlin choked on a sob. Is that really who you think I am? His voice raised enough that Isabel glanced up at them. Jordy? I almost done, she said before sticking her tongue back out and concentrating on her coloring. I can't wait to see it, he said, softening his voice. Then he turned back to Caitlin as she wiped away her tears, and he lowered his voice to a whisper. What kind of man would take a little girl away from her mama? I'm just scared, she said, her voice quivering. That I can understand, but you don't have to fear me. He ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what to think about you and all of this, I trust you. He shook his head. I know. I deserve that. She lowered her head. All I know right now is that I don't want to miss another single day with my daughter, and as my daughter. That knowing solidified in him something tangible he could hold on to. So let's tell her. Caitlin sniffed, wiping at her eyes before raising her head to meet his eyes. Together. He gave a curt nod, his heart racing at the idea of him being involved in that conversation, but that's what he wanted. He wanted to be involved in everything in that little girl's life, from here on out. They held each other's gaze until Isabel stirred. She neatly put each crayon away. Is that normal? He leaned over and asked Caitlin. For her, yes. She has a little OCD, I think. Caitlin's shoulders relaxed as she let out a little laugh. I don't think most 3-year-olds do that though. She's special, Jordan said, easing himself onto the couch. She is, Caitlin said, easing herself to the other side. Look. Isabel ran over to Jordan, holding the coloring book, shoving it in his face when she got there. Let's see, Jordan said, holding it back so he could take a good look at the picture. She hadn't stayed within the lines, hadn't filled in every part of the unicorn, and had scribbles at the top of the paper in the sky. It's beautiful. You pick some fun colors for the horse. Unicorn, not horsey, she corrected. Oh, sorry, unicorn. He grinned at it. See this? She pointed to the scribbles in the sky. It your name, and that a heart. For you? She took the book back to try to tear the paper out, but it ripped. Oh. You do it. Jordan took the book and carefully ripped the picture out, handing it to her. No, for you. I color for you. See your name. She beamed at him. Thank you, Jordan said, holding the paper reverently. I will put it on the fridge in a bit, and treasure it forever. Isabel clapped her hands, then wrapped her arms around him, planting a slobbery kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Jordan said, his eyes burning and throat constricting. Sweetie, Caitlin said, clearing her throat, her hands shaking as she reached for her daughter, their daughter. We have something very important to tell you. Oh, I in trouble? No, sweetie, Caitlin said, holding her arms out, and Isabel ran into them. Do you remember your question last night? I have lots of questions. Yes, you do, but last night you asked me who your daddy was. Caitlin glanced at Jordan, and he held his breath. I know. Jordy, my daddy. She smiled at him with a wide, beaming smile. Caitlin paused, her lips quirking in a way that he knew meant she didn't know what to say. Jordan leaned forward. I am your daddy, and I'm sorry I haven't been there, but that's going to change now. You stay with us? Jordan glanced at Caitlin and cleared his throat. I want you to stay here with me, but that's up to your mommy. Either way, no matter what happens, I will be in your life as much as I possibly can. Isabel jumped up. Yay? Mommy, we stay here? I like it here. I can run and play in forest, and play with Buster and see the pool. I swim. And we have Jordy and... You, sweetie. You can call him? Caitlin glanced at him, a question in her eyes, and he gave her a nod, Daddy. That what I mean? We stay at Daddy's house. Okay. She jumped and ran over to Buster as he moaned in his sleep. It's not that simple, Caitlin said, but her voice faded, and Jordan didn't think she had actually meant to say it out loud. I think she does serious, about as much as I do. Jordan pushed off the couch and patted down his pants. So it's Sunday, I figured you shouldn't go to church, right? Probably for the best. She had kept her voice calm, but he saw the horror of the thought in her eyes. Eventually everyone will know, Caitlin. I know, she said, but maybe it can all die down before I have to go back into the midst of them. Ha, he said, fingering his hair. Consequences suck, don't they? He turned and walked away, not knowing what to say, not able to take the hurt that tore apart his heart every time he met her eyes, and not being able to stop the desire to pull her into his arms all at the same time. 6. Caitlin dropped the phone to her lap as she swung on the porch swing, letting her gaze stray to where Jordan and Isabel played with boats in the fountain in front of the house. She saw them, but the questions in her mind kept her from really focusing on them. Her dad gave her very mixed messages. She was supposed to stay hidden and not share the news, but he wanted her to tell Derek to keep a lookout for strangers. None of it made sense, and the closer the court date came, the more stressed her dad's voice sounded, and the more her mom sounded defeated. Miller approached from the other side of the deck, holding out his hand for the phone. She placed it in his hand, still lost in thought. When he didn't move away, She blinked to refocus and looked at the giant of a man. Any new intel? Miller asked, pocketing the burner phone. She shook her head. None that he's sharing, at least. He seems wound tight, and is contradicting himself. Court date is coming in the next few weeks. She nodded, glancing at her daughter and Jordan again. Each time Isabel squealed "Daddy," her heart grew and broke at the same time. It's good you told him that part at least. She glared at Miller. I know. It's not my place, but a man has a right to know about his kids. Even if they want nothing to do with them? Miller cleared his throat. You've got as good eyes as I do. He nodded toward them. I don't know what happened in the past, but at this moment, he looks as willing as any man could be. Caitlin sighed, knowing that to be the truth. Yet those past hate-filled words still echoed in her mind. Noting that Miller still stood there, she looked up at him again. Daddy wants me to notify the local sheriff. Miller nodded. Wondered about that. He's a friend, a good friend. Another good friend? Miller raised an eyebrow. Caitlin's lip curled in disgust. He's Jordan's best friend, nothing like that. Geez. Who do you think I am? Miller's normally straight face twisted into a smile. Have the sheriff come out here. No need to go into town if it's unnecessary. I will, Caitlin said, watching him closer. It's good to see you can actually smile. The grin vanished, leaving him as straight-faced as ever. I don't know what you're talking about. He turned and walked back the way he had come, but she swore she heard a snorting chuckle as he did. I hungry. We eat lunch now? Isabel dragged her boat from the water and ran up to Caitlin. Mommy, we eat now, she said with a yawn. Caitlin smiled at the dripping wet girl, taking her ice-cold hand. Sure, sweetie, but first let's get you in some warm and dry clothes. Daddy, play boats with me. She clapped her hands, sending a spray of water everywhere. It's warm today, Jordan said with a shrug as he joined them. Not warm enough. Her hands feel like ice. Caitlin took her daughter's hand in hers again. She's tough. Her genes are full of it. Jordan smiled at her, letting it reach his eyes for a moment before he turned away. I'll get lunch. Grilled cheese sandwiches? Yay? Isabel cheered, pulling Caitlin to the door. Come, Mommy. We get changed. It cold now. Caitlin let her daughter drag her inside, and listened as she told her all about playing with Daddy in the fountain. This home now, right, Mommy? I miss Miss Ginny, but I love it here. Can she come visit? Can Gammy and Gampa come visit too? Not right now, sweetie. There is a lot up in the air, but we will see them soon. I miss Gammy. I do too, sweetie. She drew her newly clad daughter into her arms. I'm so lucky to have you. I lucky have you and Daddy too. Caitlin swallowed as she stood up with her. Let's go have some lunch, then we'll have books and a nap, okay? Okay, Mommy, she said, wrapping her arms around her neck. Lunch was like every other meal since she had told Jordan. Isabel led the conversation, while Jordan did everything he could to avoid eye contact with Caitlin. It had been an awkward week, but seeing Isabel so happy soothed the pain. At a lull in conversation as Isabel took another bite, Caitlin swallowed and tried to meet Jordan's eyes, to no avail. Could we invite Derek over? That did it. Jordan swung his head to meet her eyes. I thought you didn't want to see anyone. I'm supposed to be hiding, but Daddy. She wanted to tear her eyes away, but she had longed for them to meet for so long that she held his intense gaze. He says we need to make Derek aware of the situation. She eyed Isabel. He glanced at her too, but met Caitlin's gaze again. Things getting worse? Caitlin didn't expect the tears that burned her eyes, and she tried to shrug the emotion away but couldn't speak, knowing that the strain in her voice would cause Isabel to worry. Jordan reached out and took her hand, the touch like lightning shooting through her, weakening the dam she had built to keep the emotions at bay. You'll be safe here, and your dad's a crafty man. I doubt any harm will come to them. She nodded, averting her eyes now, wishing she was stronger. Crafty? Isabel piped up. Yeah, it means your grandpa is smart and can think of things that make others stay on their toes. Jordan smiled at her, rubbing the top of her head. Like this? Isabel slid off her chair and stood on her tippy toes. Look at you, a true ballerina, Jordan pushed back from the table. We should think of signing her up for classes with Molly, once this all settles. Caitlin's mind spun. Talking with Jordan about dance classes and future things had her gulping in breaths. She never had someone to discuss these things with, but also, she never had to think of anyone else's opinions when deciding for her daughter. We can talk about it, she finally said, cleaning up the plates. You all done, sweetie? She glanced down at the crust pieces on her daughter's plate, and a few apple slices she hadn't chewed on. Yep, book time, she asked, rubbing her ear. Yes, sweetie, book time? Can Daddy read to me? Caitlin froze, an icy chill sweeping through her. Isabel had wanted no one to read her stories or put her down for a nap or to bed besides her mommy. A quivering, fearful sensation went down her spine. Of course, Jordan said, smiling triumphantly, but when he met Caitlin's eyes his smile faltered. Unless your mama already had a book picked out. Caitlin blinked, holding a hand over her stomach, feeling queasy and lightheaded. She sat in the nearest seat, shaking her head. It's okay. She wants you. Are you feeling okay? Jordan reached her side, taking the plates from her hand. Mommy sick? Isabel ran up and touched her forehead. No, I'm just tired. I'll clean up here and come check on you afterward. Caitlin pushed a smile to her lips before kissing her daughter. Thank you for being caring. Welcome, Mommy. Maybe you nap too. Maybe, she said, watching as Isabel took Jordan's hand. Come, Daddy. Let go read. She dragged him from the room. Are you sure? Jordan mouthed as he left. Caitlin waved him away and pushed up to stand. Staying busy would be her only saving grace, as it always had been. Besides, she had a few things to check on for work. After cleaning up lunch dishes, she pulled her laptop out, tweaked a few designs and uploaded them into her store. She checked sales data and answered emails, then opened her program to design another shirt she thought of while Isabel and Jordan were playing boats. That's a cute shirt, Jordan said, startling her as he came up behind the recliner where she worked. Thanks, she said, saving her progress and closing the laptop. She out? Like a light, didn't even get to see if the engine made it over the mountain. Jordan laughed, easing down on the sofa. You didn't have to stop, whatever you were doing. It's my work, she said, tightening her grip on the laptop. Oh? Jordan raised his brow. I know you think I live off my daddy, but I don't. So you sell shirts online? I design them and sell them, among other things, yes. She leaned over to put her laptop back in its case, avoiding his inquisitive eyes. And you pay your bills that way? Yes, she said, thrusting her chin out. Impressive, he said, leaning back on the couch. Sounds a lot easier than sledging hammers and dealing with flaky contractors. It's something I can do while Isabel sleeps or watches a show. She watched him, wondering if he really meant what he said. It's not like it would be enough to afford this. She swept her hand across the massive living room. This came from 4 years of working every hour the sun was up. If I had a family, then... He dropped his head into his hands for a moment, then straightened. I wouldn't have done it. I would rather have lived in a shack and been home with my family than be gone all the time. Like your dad? She asked gently. Yeah, he said. How's he doing? He had a heart attack. Oh no. Caitlin covered her mouth, horrified that in the week she had been there she hadn't thought to ask about his family. Is he okay? He's on the mend, but he's retired now. Forced. My mom finally put her foot down. Good, Caitlin said, nodding. I mean, not that he is unwell, but that your mom is making him rest. Jordan watched her, his eyes gone serious, an unusual look on him. They're going to flip. Caitlin's mouth parted as she realized what he meant. They'll hate me. What makes you think they don't already? Jordan's lips quirked into a half-jesting smile. I'm sure they do. I would if I was them. Jordan laughed, but it held little humor. Well, don't stress. They blame me. Maybe, but once your mom finds out that she has a granddaughter and she missed out on the baby years. Caitlin bit her lip. We better tell them. But tell them what? Jordan leaned forward, all humor gone. That you're visiting? That you're only here because you're running from the mob? That you'll leave us again and take Isabel with you as soon as this all settles? His words shocked her into silence, and she stammered before she finally got out. There's a lot to figure out, but if you continue to want to be in her life, I won't take that from you or from them. I wanted a chance from the beginning, to be there from the beginning. He pushed up, shaking his head and running a hand through his hair. You still want me to ask Derek over? The quick shift in conversation had her reeling, but she nodded. Yes. The more eyes, the better, I guess. Jordan turned to walk out of the room. And Jordan? Invite your parents over after church tomorrow. I'm done with hiding things from those I love. He didn't turn, but his footsteps paused, and it seemed like forever until he finally gave a brief nod and exited the room. She blew out a breath, knowing she had hit the point of no return. Guilt overran her, as she thought of so many lives she hadn't thought of when deciding to run. It wasn't like she hadn't thought of calling her in-laws a dozen times a week, if not more. But the longer she held out, the longer she kept the secret, the more fearful reaching out had become. Now she had to meet that fear face to face, and it left her shivering with a cold that reached her bones. How could anyone forgive her? Jordan paced the room, while Caitlin told Derek everything she knew about the situation with her dad, and why she felt they were in trouble. Somehow, listening to Derek's interrogation made it all seem so much more real. If Caitlin had never left him, would she and Isabel still be in danger? Anger flitted inside him. Initially, he directed it at Caitlin, at her not even giving him a chance, but if he was honest with himself, something he didn't want to admit, he blamed himself. He had been the one to push her away. He clenched his fists, focusing on anything but that hidden place within that he didn't want to see. She could have fought against it. She could have at least given him a chance. Instead, 3 years later he found out he had a daughter, the cutest little girl in the world, and that her life was in danger. And we have no clue who these men are? Derek glanced from Caitlin to Miller, who stood beside the couch where she sat, glum-faced and as still as a statue. I cannot share intel of that nature, Miller said, but he lowered his crossed arms. I can tell you they mostly drive black SUVs with tinted windows, and well, let's just say they'd stick out like a sore thumb in this neck of the woods. Got it, Derek said, penciling something in his notebook. Be on the lookout for people looking like mobsters. Ha, Jordan said with a laugh. See, I'm not the only one. Caitlin rolled her eyes. Do you need anything else, Derek? Yeah, why here? He put his notebook in his pocket. Why come here of all places, after disappearing without a trace for 4 years? Miller shifted his weight. That's my cue. With a glance and nod from Caitlin, he left the house, leaving tension filling the room so thick that Jordan fought to flee himself. Hey bro, he said, quietly touching Derek's shoulder. No, Caitlin shook her head. He has a right to ask. You bet I do. We were friends too, you know. You not only broke my best friend's heart, but you broke ours too. Derek sat forward, locking an intense gaze on Caitlin. Jordan returned to pacing. My dad didn't give me the choice. He made me come here, saying this is where I'd be the safest. I think that he also knew it was time to stop running, to face my fears. Fears? Derek asked, but his attention snapped toward the hallway. Jordan followed his gaze to where Isabel stood, rubbing her eyes. Mommy? Caitlin started, wiped her own eyes and stood up, but Jordan motioned her back down. I got it. Hey sugar cakes, we're right here. He closed the distance between them, lifting her easily into his arms. We have a friend visiting. Friend? She rubbed her eyes again, trying to focus on Derek, whose eyes had widened. This is Derek. He grew up with me and your mama. Jordan stood before Derek. Hi, Derek said, standing to greet her, his gaze flicking from her to Jordan and back again. You knew my mommy and daddy when they kids like me? Yeah, I did. Wait, daddy? Derek's eyes widened even further. Yeah, Jordy, my daddy. She hugged his neck, something Jordan didn't think he'd ever get enough of. I think I need to sit back down. Derek flopped back into the seat, lowering his head to his hands. Did you know, man? Jordan sat next to Caitlin, letting Isabel crawl from his lap to hers and nestle in, closing her eyes once more. You see now? Caitlin asked, her voice tight with the strain of hiding her emotions. Isabel's eyes flickered open again, but with a smile from her mama, she closed them and snuggled back in. You were pregnant when you left? Derek rubbed a hand across his head, standing back up to pace. This is a lot to take in. I know, Jordan mumbled. I did what I thought was best, for everyone. Caitlin stood, holding Isabel tight to her and fighting back tears. Jordan stood and reached for Isabel, but Caitlin shook her head before turning back to Derek. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I could have handled it differently. It sucks when we let fear run our lives. She clung to Isabel and fled the room, leaving complete silence in her wake. It took a few moments, but Jordan finally met Derek's eyes. Quite a trip, huh? Yeah, when'd you find out? Week ago, Jordan shrugged, pulling his eyes away. I had to process, man. I didn't know what to say or think. I still don't. That's why you have friends, Derek muttered. Oh, to tell me what to think? Jordan pushed a half grin to his lips. How no, to listen. It's in the talking that you find out the truth of how you really feel. Chaz taught me that. Smart woman of yours, Jordan said. I'm not a talker. Not about important stuff, anyway. You and Tyler should hang out, just sit there and grunt while drinking your coffee. Jordan plopped to the couch. Not a bad idea. At least he wouldn't pepper me with questions. He glared at his best friend. Suit yourself, Derek said, strolling over to the hat rack and placing his sheriff's hat back on. You know how to get a hold of me, if you come to your senses. Maybe I should call your wife. It's her fault anyway, Jordan joked, pushing off the couch and seeing him to the door. How is any of this Chastity's fault? She never even met Caitlin. Derek's brows scrunched together. No, but on the night of Tyler's wedding, she told me I should contact Caitlin. And you did? Is that why she's really here? Nah, but I started thinking about it and hoping. I even dialed her number a few times, but it's that hope your wife planted in me that made me react the way I did when I saw Caitlin. Derek cocked his head as they stepped outside, and Jordan closed the door behind them. And that hope now? I guess it's still there, but man, Jordan ran a hand down his face. How do you forgive someone who hides your kid from you for almost 4 years? Derek shook his head. I don't know, brother, but I think the more you know and understand where she was coming from, the better, if that's what you want. If you want to forgive her. And this whole time I was thinking I was the one in need of her forgiveness. At Derek's silence, Jordan met his eyes, which held a knowing smirk. There's one thing I have found in most domestic disputes I've had to break up, Derek said, backing down the steps. There is no innocent party. Even if one person is 90% to blame, the other still holds that 10%. Jordan opened his mouth for a smart comeback, but he had nothing. He closed his lips in a grim line, watching Derek wave farewell and pull down the drive. And he's going to be the easy one. Jordan sighed as he pulled out his phone and sat on the porch swing. The other line rang 4 times before someone finally answered. Hey Dad. What are you guys doing after church? Jordan paced the living room, glancing at the clock every minute or so, trying to figure out how to break the news to his parents that they were grandparents of a 3-year-old. His eyes drew down to where Isabel quietly colored. Caitlin had washed her sweet little face, removing any telling leftovers from lunch. So you didn't tell them? Caitlin clutched the rag to her and bit her lip. Over the phone? Jordan shook his head. Not the way to do it. Caitlin nodded, fleeing into the kitchen and racing back when tires sounded on the driveway. She came up beside him, tucking her hair behind her ears and adjusting her shirt. "Do I look okay?" Jordan opened his mouth to respond, but his eyes met hers, and he truly saw her for the first time in a week. He had spent so much time trying to avoid her, and the feelings she stirred within him, that the reality of the fact his wife stood before him in the flesh made his heart lurch. "You look the same as you did 4 years ago." Car doors slammed, and Caitlin blinked back the emotions he could read on her face. "How do you want to do this?" he asked. "You're asking me?" She glanced back at Isabel, then at him. "I'll do it. It's my responsibility." "It's our responsibility," he breathed the words as the weight of them hit him. 2 tears spilled from her beautiful eyes, and he wiped them with his thumb. "We'll do it together." Caitlin nodded, and he took her hand with a squeeze. "Knock knock," Jordan's mom sang out as she opened the door. "Where you at, son?" his dad called. Jordan glanced back at Isabel, who had looked up at the sound of unfamiliar voices, but then went right back to coloring. "Well, let's do this," he said, his eyes on Caitlin once more, but she wasn't looking at him. In fact, she let go of his hand with a strangled sob and ran for his mother's arms. "What?" his mother exclaimed, pushing Caitlin gently back to look at her face, then teary-eyed pulled her back into her arms. "Oh dear." "Caitlin?" his dad said, a hand to his chest, and Caitlin unhinged herself from his mom enough to wrap an arm around him too. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Caitlin now sobbed uncontrollably, leaving Jordan stunned and standing dumbfounded in the doorway. His dad's moist eyes met his over Caitlin's head, and he gave him a curt nod. "We heard the rumors, but you said nothing so." "There's been a lot to figure out," Jordan said, shifting his weight and rolling his shoulders, wishing the emotional scene would end. "I'd say so," his mom said, pulling back to cup Caitlin's face. "We've missed you so," she said. "And I have a million questions, and a million more things I need to reprimand you about." "I know," Caitlin sniffled. She glanced at Jordan, then back to his parents. "I have something I need to tell you both too." "Mommy?" Isabel's voice for once sounded hesitant, as she stood in the doorway, a finger in her mouth. His mom gasped and his dad cleared his throat. Caitlin stiffened, but she wiped her face and squatted. "Come here, sweetie." Isabel ran into her arms, and she stood with her, facing his parents once more. "Sweetie, I'd like you to meet." Jordan stepped up beside them, holding his dad's gaze. "Your grandparents." "What in the world?" his dad said, taking a step back. "Oh my," his mom said, fanning herself, lips quivering. "Hello, grandparents." Isabel looked at them. Isabel. You daddy's mommy and daddy? You live here or far away?" "My Gammy and Gampa live far away from here, but we can't see them right now." "You want to come see my picture?" She wiggled out of Caitlin's arms, quickly taking each one's hand and pulling them toward the living room. His parents followed numbly, looking from him to each other, to Caitlin, and finally settling on the slight girl pulling them along. "It a unicorn, but I like horsies even better." "Do you have horsies?" She had stopped, leveling a stare at his mom. No honey, we don't have horses." "Oh well, Daddy said he would take me to see some. Maybe I can even ride one. I want to ride a horsey." Jordan kept back, leaning against the wall, and pulled Caitlin beside him as she passed. "Let her work her magic," he whispered, marveling at his daughter. "Her magic?" Caitlin whispered back. He nodded. "She'll have them wrapped around her finger in a minute, and then they'll be jelly in our hands." 7. Caitlin held her sleeping daughter as if she added a layer of protection from the staring eyes of her in-laws or ex-in-laws. Jordan had left the room to get coffee and snacks, leaving her alone with their questioning stares. She gulped, focusing on her daughter and her sweet innocence that had made the initial uncomfortableness less scary. It hadn't taken long before Isabel started rubbing her ears, and eventually crawled into Caitlin's arms and promptly fell asleep. "She's adorable," Jordan's mom said. "Thank you." Caitlin lifted her gaze to meet her eyes briefly, knowing that the questions would come now that little ears were asleep. "I'm sorry I kept her from you." Jordan's dad cleared his throat, and his mom sucked in a deep breath. Can you tell us why? His mom finally asked, emotion quivering her voice. Well, I thought it was the best decision. The words she had rehearsed flew from her mind as she struggled with even being intelligible. It had almost been easier to tell Jordan. You thought the best decision was to take our granddaughter away from us and her daddy? Jordan's dad sat forward in his seat. The heart attack had left him thinner than he used to be, but the steel-hardened eyes hadn't changed a bit. Caitlin swallowed, cementing her gaze on her daughter, pulling strength from the love that she had for her. At the time, yes, I did. She glanced up as Jordan came into the room, relief flooding her the moment his sympathetic eyes met hers. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I thought it would be less painful if I just left. Jordan cocked his head, as if trying to figure her out. He set down the tray of coffee mugs and crackers and cheese on the coffee table, then sat beside her. I still don't understand. His father shook his head. That's because you don't know I had told her Jordan glanced at Isabel, then leaned forward, lowering his voice, never wanted kids. Lots of men say that, Jordan's mom said, glancing furtively at her husband. Dad? Really? Jordan said. You didn't want us? Now wait a second, Jordan's dad sputtered, glaring at his wife. It's not like that. Of course he wanted you. Jordan's mom set her hand on her husband's thigh with a smile. He was in love with you the moment he saw you, but before we had you or your sister, he definitely wasn't sure he wanted kids at all. Jordan's dad shrugged. Now here comes the point where she tells you that a man doesn't know what's best for himself, and that's why he needs a wife. Caitlin squeezed her lips together to hide the smile that wanted to escape. It's the truth, Jim, and you know it. She patted his thigh, then drew her hand back. Why didn't you give him the chance to find that out? Caitlin opened her mouth and closed it, and tried again, but how could she tell her how adamant her son had been and the ultimatum he had given her? Jordan adjusted his position beside her, and cleared his throat. I had made myself clear. He cleared his throat again. I had told her that if she couldn't understand that kids, he glanced down at Isabel, pain living in his eyes, weren't a part of the picture for me, she should leave. Caitlin couldn't tear her eyes off Jordan. It was the truth, yes, but how much courage had it taken him to admit that to his parents? Why would he do that for her? His mom gasped and his dad grunted, and they both fell back in their chairs. Caitlin still couldn't take her eyes off Jordan, but he avoided her gaze, fiddling with the coffee cup in his hands instead. I never denied it was my fault she left, Jordan said, his tone miserable but holding a conflicting sound, as if he didn't know if he agreed with himself or not. I'm not perfect. We know you're not perfect, son, his father muttered. Jordan gave half a chuckle. Thanks for your vote of confidence, Dad. Oh, honey, you know what he means. We never expected you or your sister to be perfect. That would be unfair. We only expected you to learn from our mistakes. Jordan's hands froze as his voice faded, and his gaze drifted from his mug to Isabel. I have learned from this one. Me too, Caitlin whispered, emotion choking her words and burning her eyes. Some lessons are harder to learn than others, his mom said with a sigh. Oh, my heart hurts for the two of you, and for that precious granddaughter of mine. She reached out, sweeping a tender finger along the softness of Isabel's hair. That Spitfire's gonna be just fine, Jordan's dad said as he reached for a cracker. And so are you two. You'll do what's right for her. She's the priority, Caitlin said, drawing in a deep breath and glancing at Jordan, who gave her a slight nod. Have you talked about counseling? His mom twined her hands together. I've heard great things about Tyler's new wife. She's done wonders for Krista. Oh, I don't think Isabel needs. Caitlin started, feeling horrified that she thought she had damaged her daughter so much she needed therapy. Not for her, his mother said gently. His dad grunted again, shoving another cracker in his mouth, and Caitlin hid her smile behind her mug. I don't believe the Myers men think much about talking through their feelings, Caitlin said, hearing the note of amusement in her voice. Jordan's mom sighed. You're probably right. Well, I should get your dad home before the game starts. You'll come by next week? Bring Isabel? I would love to, but Caitlin's heart hammered as she realized she had only shared part of the truth with them. Her lips quivered, and she turned to Jordan in panic. There's more, Jordan said, and his parents settled back into their seats. You're pregnant? His mom gasped with a gleeful eye. The blood drained from Caitlin's face, causing pins and needles and an odd feeling that comes right before passing out. What? Jordan laughed, loud and raucous. If only it were that simple. A baby, simple? His dad growled. Jordan cleared his throat, glanced at Caitlin, and she gave him a nod. Caitlin's dad has gotten himself in a bind. We're not really supposed to talk about it, but Caitlin and Isabel might be in danger. Danger? His mom's hand went to her chest, and her face drained of color. By who? What? My dad has clients of, questionable character, and well, he's been subpoenaed in a case against one of them. And you think they'll be after you and your daughter to get to him? Jordan's dad edged forward. He's afraid of that. Caitlin gave a quivering nod. Stupid. Jim continued to mutter under his breath. Now Jim, we don't talk about Caitlin's father that way. I'm sure he's doing what he feels best for his family, his mother reprimanded. I'm sure he is, Caitlin said, her arms tightening around Isabel, wondering what would have happened if Dad had never taken that job. Money wasn't everything. This can't get out, Mom. You can't tell your girlfriends. Jordan leveled a stare at his mom. His mom waved it away. Of course, dear. Family business stays family business. The question is, what are you going to do? Well, that's why my dad sent me here. I think he wanted me to find Jordan to, well, make amends. He knew I would be safe here. You better believe it, Jim growled again. So that's why men are standing guard around your place? I told them to stay out of sight. Jordan sighed. Well, I didn't see any men. His mom looked around as if she would see them now. You think I wouldn't notice things like that, son? I should have known better. Jordan smiled with a shrug. Your observation and attention to detail surpass almost everyone's. Almost? Jim arched an eyebrow, his lips twitching slightly. Well, yeah, you're getting older and I've stepped up my game and, Jordan laughed as he moved out of his father's reach when he tried to smack him. Why, you little twerp, Jim said, but humor lined his voice, and Caitlin relaxed against the back of the couch as Isabel murmured in her sleep. It's good to be back. Her thought had transferred to words without her intention, quieting the fun squabble between father and son. You're here and that's what matters. Our boy will keep you and our Isabel safe. I know it. Jordan's mom stood. His dad followed suit. Not sure you should keep this quiet though. Better to have the community behind you. We told Derek yesterday. He'll have his men keeping an eye out, and we have the men her father sent. And we have seen no one suspicious around here. Caitlin added, trying to scoot to the edge of the couch to stand up with the added weight of Isabel. Jordan wrapped his arm around her to support and help, as she did. Want me to take her? No, I'll go put her down while you say goodbye to your parents. She turned to them. You'll visit again soon? I want Isabel to get to know you. Jordan's mom wrapped her and the sleeping Isabel in another hug. You kidding? You couldn't keep me away with a 10-foot pole. She's my granddaughter. I'll come over Monday while Jordan's at work to keep you company. I'd like that, Caitlin said, blinking back the tears that had formed again. His mom stepped away and his dad stepped over. I still don't understand why you left. My son, well, is my son, stubborn, bull-headed, and well, maybe doesn't always know what's best for him, but he would have done right by you and your little girl. Caitlin bit her lip and nodded. I'm sorry. Well, you're here now and that took courage. Staying will take even more. He kissed her on the forehead. I'll see the two of you soon. Caitlin couldn't stop the tears streaming down her cheeks, so she turned quickly, starting for the hall toward the bedrooms. Jordan paced her for a few steps. You okay? Yes, go on. She motioned back to his parents with her chin, and continued into the bedroom that she and Isabel shared, gently shutting the door behind her. She laid Isabel on the bed and curled up behind her, unwilling to let her go yet. The tears continued to fall, as she berated herself for causing so much pain to those she loved. His parents, though outspoken about their lack of understanding, still welcomed her back with open arms. They stepped right back into her life and the life of her daughter as if Caitlin had never left, or maybe even more. Maybe like the prodigal child returned. Would everyone accept her as willingly? Jordan had supported her, even backed her up when he didn't have to. Could that mean there was a possibility he would grow to forgive her? She squeezed her eyes shut, unwilling to stop hoping on forgiveness. Jordan sighed as he joined his parents on the porch, where his dad adjusted the cowboy hat he always wore, unless in a house or church. The way his clothes hung on him pained Jordan's heart, but he still had that fire in his eyes when he met his gaze. Say goodbye to your mother, son. We have to have a few words man to man before we leave. Be easy on him, Jim. He's been through a lot. His mom squeezed his dad's arm as she came to wrap her arms around Jordan. I love you, son. For what it's worth, I'm happy she's back. It will take work to forgive her for keeping Isabel hidden, but she's here now. Don't forget to focus on what's right in front of you. Thanks, Mom, he said, holding on to her, letting her sweet comforting smell ease his heart. She's something else, isn't she? My daughter, I mean, he said as he pulled back. Oh, she's a doll. I can't wait to spend more time with her. She cupped his cheek. You take care of them. I will, he said. And Jordan? Take care of yourself too. I'm fine. Love you, Mom. Love you, honey. She eyed his dad, then met his gaze once more. Good luck. Thanks, Jordan muttered, watching her slide into the driver's seat of her car. She still won't let me drive, his dad grumbled. Give it time, Dad. She almost lost you. His dad grunted, and he turned to meet his rock-steady gaze. What are you gonna do? What do you mean, what am I going to do? I'll take care of my daughter like a father should. Jordan crossed his arms. That's a given. I meant about Caitlin. Oh, Jordan shrugged. Before I knew Isabel was mine, I was ready to welcome her back with open arms, pick up where we left off, and try to be a better man. What's stopping you now? Don't you have more reasons? His dad's piercing gaze, though, told him he knew, understood the baggage that came with that, and his question was another test. Jordan warred between clamping his lips shut, getting angry and walking away, or spilling his guts. He drew in a deep breath, released his arms and shook them out. His gaze focused on the forest surrounding his house, property he would love full of his family. Then he finally turned his eyes back on his dad. When she left the first time, I thought I would die. I wanted to die. I know that. We saw you go through it, worried every day, but you got your feet back under you and took life by the horns, just like I knew you would. Jordan cocked his head at his dad's words, as close to a compliment as he would likely get from his father, and hearing the love underneath them. He dropped his head. If she left again, and with Isabel it would finish me. He growled, hearing the resemblance to his father's. I'm not as strong as you think. His dad raised his eyebrows. Really? It hurts, Jordan squeaked out the words, rubbing his chest, feeling the pain as if it were physical at the thought of losing them. Son, loving takes courage. It means you are giving a piece of your heart away, knowing that one day you will lose it. His father glanced back at his mom. It's a hard fact to face, but that's the truth of it. What if she leaves? His dad sighed. You know my days are limited, son. It's only a miracle that I'm still here. Will you walk away from me, because you know my number's coming? Don't be crazy, Dad. You know I'm not going anywhere. He nodded his head. That's your answer. He gripped his arms, his hands still strong as steel. We only have the days God gives us with the ones we love. Live for them, not in fear of what happens afterward. Jordan nodded, processing his dad's advice. Finally he asked, how do I forgive her? Time, son. Give it time. He brought him into a strong clasping hug, then patted his back and walked to his car, where he turned before he got in. I love you, son. I love you too, Dad. He lifted his hand in farewell, only lowering it when they were out of sight down the drive. Time? His heart clenched, reminded of how little time he had left with his dad. What would he do without his advice? Jordan sat on the porch swing for a long time after his parents left. Finally, the call of Isabel's sweet laughter brought him from his reverie and into the house. He shut the door quietly behind him and watched the mother and daughter wrestling around his front room, as he hung up his hat. Leaning against the wall, he watched them, letting their laughter fill his heart. If he could forget how they came to be there, he could live his life in happiness. Yet the moment Caitlin turned to him, the smile died on her face, and her eyes clouded with pain and fear, bringing back the past that would never go away. Daddy! Isabel cried, scrambling to her feet and racing toward him. He caught her up in his arms, swinging her around, then holding her close. Did you have a good nap, sugar cakes? I dreamed of horsies. Horsies, of course. He smiled as he carried her into the living room, avoiding Caitlin's watchful stare. Can we go see some? Well, he finally met Caitlin's eyes as she shook her head. I don't think that fits in the plans right now, but soon. What soon? Tomorrow? Jordan laughed. Well, I can't deny your tenacity. Soon, sugar cakes. I have some ideas. How about for now, you can pretend I'm a horsie? You a horsie? Isabel cocked her head. Yeah. Jordan got down on his hands and knees and neighed. Out of the corner of his eye, Caitlin snickered and covered her mouth. Climb on. Caitlin helped her on his back, then moved the coffee table and some toys out of the way so they had a cleared area. Hold on, Jordan said, taking slow steps, one knee and hand at a time. Whoa. Isabel said, gleefully clinging to his neck. You wobbly horsie. Oh yeah. Well, wait until I become a bucking bronco, Jordan said, rearing up a little. Isabel squealed in delight, laughing, as he started walking again on the carpet in the living room. He made it to the wood floor, quickly spinning back to the carpet as the hard floor bit into his knees. Faster. Faster, horsie. Isabel squealed, squeezing her legs around his waist. He moved quickly until she started to lose her hold, and he swung her around to hold on to her as he flipped to his back, panting with the play. Well, he said as her giggles quieted down, I can tell you're going to be a great rider. I ride good. She cheered, sitting up on his stomach. You do. You squeezed with your legs and held on tight. That's the way to start. Jordan picked her up and set her beside him as he moved into a sitting position. He glanced at Caitlin, who focused on their daughter. She's always loved horses, she said, half to herself. I would love to take her to Josie's camp, he said, his eyes following Isabel as she crawled to the table where her horse toys were. Josie? Yeah, Camp Hope's director? Oh, that's right. How's she doing? Married a rodeo star some years back now, and they adopted a boy. That was quite the story. Jordan furrowed his brow. You know, for a small mountain town, we have quite a bit of drama. Caitlin smirked. Don't all small towns have drama? Thought that's what made small towns the way they are. Well, yeah, gossip mills and everybody knows everybody, but I mean, the dangerous kind of drama. Oh, you mean like mine, Caitlin said with a sigh. And Josie's and Chastity's and Megan's. He shook his head. Hope Lake had always been so uneventful, but now. We're ruining it. Caitlin's shoulders drooped. Actually, I was going to say it was getting exciting. He laughed. Caitlin lifted her head, meeting his eyes as the furrow between her brows deepened. Exciting? That's what you call this? Well, maybe that's not quite the word. I mean, do I want you to be in danger? Of course not, but small towns rarely have so much going on. Guess Derek's got the run for his money since he took over. Caitlin settled back into the couch, her gaze resting on Isabel making her horses buck and rear. Yeah, it all started with that missing woman Derek helped find. Maybe the city's getting a little too close. Jordan shrugged. Anyway, nobody's gonna find you two out here. I hope so. Caitlin bit her lip, her full focus on their daughter. Hey, Jordan said, moving to sit next to her. I won't let anyone hurt her or you. And what about you? She turned her tear-filled eyes to him. Who's going to protect you? I don't need protection, he said, sitting up straighter. She raised her eyebrows. Besides, who's going to get past Mr. T and his gang? Caitlin rolled her eyes. I really don't get the Mr. T thing, he looks nothing like him. Minus the gold chains and the mohawk. And the dark skin and the way he talks? Caitlin shook her head. There's no resemblance. Jordan laughed, easing back onto the couch next to her. No, maybe not, except for his size and intimidating attitude. Not that he intimidates me. Of course not, Caitlin snorted, with a small smile playing on her lips. That would be silly. They watched Isabel play in silence for several moments before he turned to her, an idea taking root in his mind. So we can't take you guys out, what if we brought He waggled his eyebrows to the toys Isabel played with. Here. Here. Yeah, I got space. I mean, not an arena or anything, but there are acres of land. It's not like she's ready for a trail ride. Caitlin stiffened. She'll sit with me. I'll keep her safe, Caitlin. He sat up, staring hard at her, wanting her to know that she could trust him with their daughter. I didn't say you wouldn't, she said, biting her lip. Who would bring a horse? She stopped when Isabel turned toward them, smiled at the girl, then continued after the play continued. Here? Well, if not Josie, I could ask Tyler. He's breeding them now. Tyler is breeding horses? I thought he didn't want the ranch life. Time changes people, Caitlin. Jordan scooted to the edge of the couch. I bet Krista would love to teach Isabel how to ride. She taught Tyler's wife how to ride, and the kids at camp. I don't know, I mean, they'll probably be angry with me too. Derek could hardly even look at me. She hung her head. They'll get over it. Jordan stood up but glanced back at her, feeling her gaze. And you? Her eyes searched his. Will you get over it? Jordan shifted his weight, glanced at their daughter and then at her again. I'm trying. It'll take time. She lowered her head and nodded. Jordan sighed, rubbed the back of his neck and left the room, needing space between the heaviness of her expectations and fear and his own crazy mind-boggling thoughts. 8. Caitlin paced the living room as Isabel napped and Jordan worked. She should be setting up more designs and double-checking keywords, but she couldn't get her mind to concentrate. Biting her lip, which now felt pretty raw, she glanced down at the phone she held in her hand. Her finger hovered over the call icon next to Jordan's name, then she dropped her hand again. Miller had left to drive into town and talk with Derek, leaving Douglas and Peters on duty. Her stomach sickened with the recent development and the realization that she may never go home again. Blinking past tears, her gaze roamed the house as a new thought grasped her. That place in the city wasn't her home. This place, Hope Lake, was her home. Though she may have ruined her chance of being able to stay here, well, the way she had dreamed at least. The phone felt heavy in her hand as she tried to drill up the courage to call Jordan. Isabel had already been asleep for an hour, she didn't have much time left. Before she could talk herself out of it, she hit the call icon. Hey, is our little gal awake yet? Jordan answered her call, his focus so intent that it warmed her heart and split it in half at the same time. Not yet, she said, moving the phone away afterward to blow out a shaky breath. Well, I'm on my way with the surprise that I know she'll love. Jordan's truck door closed, the echo silencing the background noise that had been competing with his voice. Oh well, I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Well, I called because... Hey, can it wait? Jordan asked as the sound of tires on asphalt and wind came through the phone. I've got a couple things to line up on my drive home. Oh yeah, sure, she said, her heart thumping in her throat. I mean, unless everything's okay there, right? Yeah, everything is okay here. Miller went to town, but Douglas and Peters are still here. Okay, well, if you can wait to tell me, I should be there in about 20. Mommy? Isabel called out, as she stumbled into the living room, rubbing her eyes. Hi, sweetie, Caitlin said, shifting the phone so she could bring Isabel into her arms. Oh, did our girl wake up? She sure did. Caitlin kissed her head. That Daddy? Yes, it is. Isabel reached for the phone. Daddy, when you come home? I'll be there in a jiffy, sugar cakes, and I got something coming with me you'll love. His voice echoed through the phone, even though she didn't have it to her ear. What is it? Isabel asked with a yawn. A surprise? See you soon. Bye-bye, Daddy, she said, handing the phone back to Caitlin, but when Caitlin put the phone back to her ear, the line had gone dead. I hungry, Mommy, Isabel said, snuggling into her. Let's go find something yummy to eat. Caitlin squeezed her closer as she walked into the kitchen. When the truck's tires grated on the asphalt, Caitlin finalized her plan of occupying Isabel so she could tell Jordan the news, but another set of wheels had her peeking out the window instead. A second truck with a trailer pulled up next to Jordan's truck. From the second truck out came a dog, Krista, and the woman Caitlin had first seen Jordan with in town. Then around the trailer came a much stockier and less serious Tyler. Her heart pulsed so hard, it felt like it made the world go dark with every beat. What you see, Mommy? Isabel pushed by her to look out the window. Oh, more friends? Daddy friends? We go see them. She grabbed Caitlin's hand and pulled her toward the front door where Buster ran barking in excitement as Jordan opened it. Oh, sugar cakes, Jordan called. Daddy. Isabel let go of Caitlin's hands and ran for Jordan, who swooped her up into his arms. You didn't miss me, did you? Jordan gave her kisses and snuggled her. Yes. Isabel giggled and squealed with peals of laughter. Want to meet some of my friends? Jordan asked, his gaze only glancing at Caitlin then swinging back to her. You okay? Krista. Caitlin choked out. She hadn't seen the girl for years, except for that glimpse when she first came to town, and all the old guilt filled her heart enough to choke her. Jordan shifted Isabel and came to Caitlin. She's okay. Come on. You'll see how happy she is now. Besides, it's not like she knows that Jordan cleared his throat. That I? He shrugged. Caitlin nodded. She's excited to see you, so is Tyler. He urged her towards the door, with the hand that wasn't holding their daughter. He's not mad at me? Caitlin bit her tender lip. Jordan's gaze fell on her mouth as she did, his brows pulling together. You really needed to tell me something. What? Caitlin blinked. She had pushed the entire ordeal of what had sent Miller to town from her mind the moment she had seen Krista. Jordan reached up gently to touch her lip, then glanced back out the door where Tyler and his family watched the dogs playing together. Need to tell me now? It's nothing imminent, at least I don't think, she said, her eyes staying focused on Krista who had grown so much. She looked almost full-grown. Imminent, nice word. If you're sure? Jordan asked, but he took her arm, pulling her out with him. Look who I have. Tyler looked up from the dogs to meet Caitlin's eyes. Good to see you, Katie. Caitlin's shoulders relaxed at the welcoming smile on her old friend's face. Buster and the other dog ran past Tyler, almost knocking him over. Looks like Buster has a friend. That's Grace. Tyler laughed at their antics, his face brightening into a smile as he met her eyes again. Then he turned toward Isabel. Well, if she isn't the spitting image of the both of you. She's the perfect combination, isn't she? Jordan bumped Isabel higher in his arms, his smile filled with pride. Krista looked up through long bangs. Caitlin? Caitlin's eyes burned and her lip trembled, her greeting choked in her tight throat so she drew the girl into her arms. Krista's arms were limp at first, then she squeezed her right back with all her might just like she used to when she was Isabel's age. You remember me? Krista finally said as Caitlin let her go. Caitlin took the girl's face in her hands. Not a day goes by that I don't think of you. She searched her green eyes. You look so much like your mom. Krista's lips quirked into a smile. That's what Uncle Tyler says too. I don't think I'm near as beautiful as she was. The woman behind Krista shifted her weight, smiling, blinking back her own tears, and said, "Oh, you are just as beautiful as all her photos." Then she turned to Caitlin. "Hi, I'm Megan." Caitlin let go of Krista to take the woman's hand in both of hers. "I've heard a lot about you." "Thank you." She glanced at Krista, then Tyler. "Oh, I don't think I did anything." Megan laughed. "Tyler's the one that rescued us both. Didn't he, sweetie?" "Yep, he sure did, but Caitlin's right. You saved him first." "You both did," Tyler said, taking them into his arms for a moment before releasing them to give Caitlin a hug. The embrace surprised her, making her throat tighten once again. "It's good to see you." He put his lips near her ear. "I don't know how much longer he would have lasted without you coming back." Caitlin watched him, stunned, as he pulled back and returned his arms to his wife and niece, giving her a slight wink as he did. "So I hear you've got a horse-crazy little girl." "I horse-crazy," Isabel said. "Isn't every girl horse-crazy?" Krista asked, talking directly to Isabel. "Want to meet Sugar? She's one of my favorite horses we own." She glanced back at Caitlin. "Sugar is super gentle." Isabel reached for Krista. "I want to meet Horsey." Krista took her from Jordan's arms as if having a 3-year-old in her care was completely normal, taking her around the trailer to meet the horse. "She's so good with kids," Caitlin said. "She's been helping Derek and Chastity out, earning a little spending money. Now that she's 16, she needs it for gas," Tyler said, the pride in his voice sending another wave of emotions through her. "I'm so glad you got her," Caitlin said. "I wish it could have been sooner." Tyler sighed. "You know, when I got injured and survived, I didn't know why, but now I have no doubt." Megan wrapped her arms around him. "All things happen for a reason, my love." Caitlin swallowed, glanced at Jordan from the corner of her eye, and wondered if that's how she might look back at her situation one of these days. Jordan cleared his throat. "Geez, man. You've gone all soft since you got married." "Well," Tyler smiled down into his wife's eyes, his hand discreetly resting on her still flat stomach. "Things change when hope blooms." Jordan shook his head, glancing back at Caitlin. "See what I've been dealing with? All of our friends have gone soft, getting married and pregnant. Things have changed since we used to careen down the slopes and crash our mountain bikes, back when we thought we were invincible." Tyler said. "But you two were the first to marry off, if you don't remember." "Yeah, but it didn't make me all soft." Jordan snorted. "Daddy, look at the pretty Horsey." Jordan's smile changed his entire face as he turned back to Isabel. "I see sugar cakes. This a good surprise?" "The bestest." Jordan turned back to them, rocking back on his heels, his cheesy grin making Caitlin smile, and she said, "Marriage might not have done it, but he sure has found his soft spot now." "What does that mean?" Jordan said, opening his hands wide, but Caitlin pushed past him with a chuckle to watch as Isabel held onto the rope of the white mare. "Want to ride him?" Krista asked, then glanced at Caitlin. "I could hold her up there." Well, Caitlin stumbled as fear hollowed out her stomach. "Oh, I get it. I mean, it's hard to trust someone you haven't seen for so long," Krista said with a shrug. "It's not you, Krista," Caitlin said, her heart aching. "It's me," Jordan said. "I am quite protective of my daughter." "You don't trust me?" Krista asked, incredulous. "I don't trust anyone with her, but no, it's really just the horse. Sugar is so gentle. She's the best horse to train kids on, but why don't you ride and hold Isabel?" Krista handed the reins to him. "You okay with that?" Jordan asked Caitlin. "Yes. I ride Horsey. Please, Mommy. Please." Isabel grasped her hands together and hopped up and down on her toes. "You can't say no to that." Jordan waggled his eyebrows at her, smiling like a child, then mounted the horse, who turned her massive head back to look at him. "You should have warned Sugar, Uncle Jordan." Krista rolled her eyes and stroked the mare's neck as she slipped the reins over the horse's head and handed them to him. "You're right. I will do better next time." He looked down at Caitlin. "So? Caitlin squatted down to Isabel. You need to be calm on the horse and listen to Daddy, okay? Okay, she squealed, then blew out a breath and clasped her hands tight. Okay, Mommy. Caitlin picked her up, her arms trembling as she handed over her life to Jordan. He set their daughter in front of him, one arm tightly holding her against him. He lowered his voice, talking gently to her as he rode the horse around the driveway. I would have never thought that such a daredevil of a woman would be so protective of her daughter, Tyler joked, as he leaned against the trailer. Though that daredevil husband of yours is looking a little washed out as well. Caitlin looked closer at Jordan, seeing that he did look drained of color, and how tightly he held their daughter and how slow he kept the horse. Then she realized the words Tyler had used, husband. Did he not know what had happened between them? She turned back to him as Megan and Krista followed Jordan with their phones, taking pictures. I know, Tyler said simply. What? How? Caitlin sputtered. Your look said it all. Tyler pushed off the trailer to stand closer to her. He was a fool to let you go the first time. I don't think he'll make that same mistake again, especially because the stakes are higher this time around. You're not mad at me? Derek could hardly look at me and Jordan's parents. Tyler shook his head. It's none of my business, unless a friend needs to unload, and then it's none of my business to meddle by giving advice. He turned to watch his wife. If it's advice you need though, my wife is quite the talented therapist. So I've heard. He stepped slightly closer. She also knows how terrifying it is being stalked. You'll find her a good friend. He slipped her a card with Megan's name on it. She asked me to give this to you. Thank you, she said automatically, sliding the card into her back pocket, wondering if she would ever get desperate enough to need therapy. Not for therapy, Tyler said with a wink. As a friend? Caitlin blew out a breath. I could really use a friend right now. What am I, chopped liver? He joked, giving her a squeeze and pulling her toward where her daughter looked as if she were in heaven, riding a horse with her daddy. Jordan sighed happily as he hit the sofa, relaxing for the first time since he woke that morning. The entire afternoon had gone perfectly. Isabel's smile and gleeful shrieking still filled his heart as full as it could be, even though Caitlin now put her down for bed. Even Caitlin seemed pleased with how well Isabel's first time on horseback had gone. He hadn't been sure if she would allow Isabel the chance. He understood. Having his daughter up on top of that horse, he shook his head as he remembered the moment of fear that gripped him the moment Caitlin handed Isabel to him. He gripped his daughter so tightly, he was afraid he would crush her. Isabel hadn't noticed. She carried her excitement through the rest of the afternoon and into dinner that he invited Tyler and his family to stay for. They left as Caitlin took an ear-rubbing Isabel to the bath, leaving Buster zonked out in front of the wood stove. Now with dinner dishes cleaned up and Caitlin singing softly in the other room, he finally had the chance to sit and soak in the wonder of the day. Why had he feared being a father so much? This life was amazing. The thought had him sitting back up and leaning on his elbows. Would he have thought that if there hadn't been a 4-year gap of not having Caitlin? He didn't like thinking of how different he felt his reactions would have been. It was easier to go from having no one in his life to having Caitlin and Isabel here now. If he had to give up his adventurous life because of a baby, he shook his head. His gut churned with the thought, and he pushed it away, unable to look the truth fully in the face. You okay? Caitlin asked, her voice depleted of energy yet sounding satisfied. Of course, he said, scooting over so she could sit next to him. She had been halfway falling into the recliner, but after a moment's hesitation, landed on the other side of their old couch instead. What you did for Isabel today was incredible. I thought it would make her happy, he said, easing back into memories of the day rather than the dark places his mind had traveled right before she came in. Did she fall asleep easily? You kidding? The girl excitedly talked herself right to sleep. She was exhausted. You look pretty exhausted yourself. Then he leaned toward her. I'm sorry. In all the excitement, I forgot. What was it you needed to tell me? Her eyes shifted from contentment to realization to fear, and he wanted to take back his words, to return to being happy parents. Miller. A knock sounded on the front door before it opened, as Miller announced himself and entered. Sorry to interrupt. Not at all. Caitlin came to a stand, her hands clasped before her, ringing. What did Derek say? Derek? Jordan came to her side. Miller narrowed his eyes. You haven't told him. I was just about to, today. Well. Caitlin glanced at Jordan before looking back at Miller. Yeah, Douglas told me you had company and a horse. Jordan shrugged. If they can't go out, why not bring the fun to them? Miller nodded. It's safer that way, as long as your people don't talk. You kidding? Jordan guffawed. The entire town talks. I know. Miller growled. So Derek? Caitlin asked again. He has seen nothing suspicious, but is putting the word out across the county. We at least have headshots of some of the perps now. Headshots? Okay, it's time to fill me in. Jordan folded his arms. I tried, Caitlin said, her lip quivering. I didn't say you hadn't, but I need to know now. Caitlin nodded to Miller. Last night, some perps broke into Caitlin's house. Again? I thought that had already happened? Jordan swallowed, knowing he wouldn't like what was coming next but not sure what to expect either. Miller cleared his throat. At the last event, they only rifled through a few items. This time, he glanced at Caitlin again before returning his gaze to Jordan. They left the place in shambles. Everything they didn't take, they destroyed, and they spray-painted threats over the walls. Threats? Jordan's arms dropped, his hands feeling numb. What kind of threats? The death kind. Miller kept his gaze steady, face impassive. At this point, we are unsure if they can follow the trail here or not, but they are getting desperate. The trial is 2 weeks away. Jordan lowered to the couch, running a hand through his hair. What has your dad gotten you into? It's not his fault, Caitlin said, but there wasn't much conviction or fight in her voice. Blaming doesn't help the situation. We continue as planned. Tighten the vigilance as needed. Miller stood stock still, feet firmly planted. You said something about headshots? Jordan looked up. I want to see them. Miller glanced at Caitlin, and she nodded. Best to know. Miller disappeared outside, coming back in with a picture album and an envelope. One of our guards delivered this, looks like Douglas missed this one before. He handed Caitlin the album, and Jordan the envelope. Here are the headshots. Jordan opened the envelope, and pulled out the 2 black and white fuzzy pictures. The men were what you would expect from 2 mobster burglars, all in black, beanies pulled up on their heads, dark angry faces with stupid expressions. I'm guessing you don't recognize them? Miller asked sarcastically. No, it's been a while since I've seen my mobster cousins, Jordan smirked. Caitlin looked over his shoulder and shivered before pulling back. I just can't think about what would have happened if Isabel and I had been there. But you weren't, Jordan said. And there is no reason for you to go back. Caitlin's eyes met his, searching as if she tried to assess his intentions. Miller cleared his throat and reached for the pictures. Jordan gave them one more scrupulous look, then handed them back to the bodyguard. If there are any new developments, I'll let you know. Miller turned and went out, leaving Jordan and Caitlin frozen in place. Caitlin broke first, pacing the room. How can this happen? I can't keep staying here like this. It's driving me nuts and making me crazy. I'm not sure I'll ever feel comfortable out in public again. Jordan raised an eyebrow as he watched her, wondering how long it had been since she had thrown a tantrum. The last few weeks she had been back, everything was calm or emotionless or weepy, but no real fits, not like before. So you haven't fully lost your ability to rage? Jordan joked. She glared at him, turning her back and facing out the window, staring into the dark. I hate being afraid. She blew out several breaths. And I feel like I've been afraid for 4 years. Her shoulders shuddered, making Jordan rush to her side and wrap his arms around her. Some habits died hard, and he could never stand to see her cry. Her rages either angered or amused him, but her crying, they crushed his soul. You don't have to be afraid. You're not alone anymore, he whispered the words into her hair, bending his head down to touch his cheek to the top of her head. The craving to hold her pulled at his soul, warring with the conflictions of his mind and the hardness of his heart. Aren't I? She pushed away, wiping at her eyes. Jordan looked around the room. Well, I guess I could be mistaken that I'm standing here next to you, but that would say I'm in the middle of a dream. He leaned forward, narrowing the distance between them. Am I dreaming? It'd be more of a nightmare than a dream, she huffed, hugging herself. Jordan pushed forth the laugh that he didn't really feel. Oh, I don't know. There's been lots of good times that have come with it. He stepped away from her, before the desire to pull her back into his arms overwhelmed him, and only pushed her further away. Plopping onto the couch, his eyes rested on the tattered photo album. Hey, I remembered this one. He picked up the album, setting it on his lap as he settled back against the cushions. His finger traced the handwritten words, "Better Together," as memories of Caitlin writing it flooded through. They hadn't even been married when she started this album. Second thoughts filled his mind, thinking better of going back to that past, but his hands moved of their own accord, opening to the first page, showcasing a picture of them at their freshman homecoming dance. Jordan laughed, tracing the picture. We were so young. And clueless. Caitlin sputtered the words, but she came closer. Oh my goodness, look at my hair. Look at my suit, Jordan laughed freer this time. We were so cool. Caitlin's mouth twitched as she came closer still, slowly sitting as he turned the page. Wow. I forgot about that trail. It sure was wicked. Jordan remembered the mountain bike trail he had taken her on, the picture of a dirt-covered Caitlin with a wide smile covering her face. She had crashed her bike, eaten dust as they called it, and proudly showed off her road rash arms. Your parents were so mad at me that day. I was afraid they'd never let you go out with me again. Caitlin shrugged. They didn't have a choice, and they knew it. I would have just snuck out. You were the rebellious one. Jordan elbowed her, turning the page to pictures of them skiing. I was the rebellious one? Caitlin lifted an eyebrow, but she smiled. I guess I was a little. I knew what I wanted. She glanced at him, her eyes widening and lips parting. If he had been 15 still, he would have swooped right in and kissed her, but he wasn't. Maturity did a lot of things, and in that moment, he wondered if all of them were for the better. He tore his eyes away, drawing in a slow, deep breath and regulating his emotions with more strength than he thought he had. Focusing on the pictures again, he turned the page. I remember that day. He pointed to the picture of them on a sled. Remember? That's when Derek got mad that we didn't listen to his advice. He didn't talk to me for weeks. It was only a day, Caitlin scoffed. He sure was angry though. I wasn't sure he was going to come pick us up. What a ride though. No one I have ever heard of has made that sled run before or since. Who would be crazy enough to sled from the lookout point on the highway all the way down to the lake? She shook her head. We were, Jordan said. Well, we were crazy. I was crazy, Jordan said, chancing a glance at her. You were incredible. I was crazy for a guy that did incredibly stupid things. She rolled her eyes. And fun, don't forget the fun part. Jordan waggled his eyebrows. Caitlin sighed. It was fun. We must have had a whole platoon of guardian angels. We kept them busy for sure, Jordan said as he turned the page again. They flipped through the rest of the pictures, reliving their adventurous days. The heat of Caitlin's leg against him had his body on fire, as he warred with the desire to forget the past and look toward their future. His rational mind knew that it would be easy to forget the hurt and distrust in the moment, but it would resurface. And what would that moment cost them then? As much as he hated serious conversations, he knew one was due, so as he turned the last page, he drew a breath to begin a dialogue he didn't want to start. Caitlin, Wait, where's the last couple pages? Caitlin tore the album from his hands. What? The last couple of pages? She flipped through the album, as if they would reappear in an unexpected place. The album ended with our engagement and wedding invitation. That's right. I remember that now. He leaned over as she flipped through their history. Maybe you took them out when you left? She shook her head. The reason Douglas hadn't found this one before was because I had hid it on the top shelf in my closet. She met his eyes briefly. Just looking at the album, even without opening it, had me in tears and losing my resolve. You should have stared at it all day then. Jordan meant for it to be funny, but the truth of the matter made it come out whiny. Caitlin sighed. You don't understand, they were in here. I never took them out. Where did they go? She gasped, her eyes widening as she pulled out the silly burner phone Miller had given her. What are you doing? Jordan asked, not understanding her thoughts. Getting Miller in here. She held the phone to her ear, and while it rang, she told Jordan, I'm afraid it means those pictures are in those perps' hands. Why would they want pictures of our engagement and wedding invitation? He cut his own words off as the truth wrapped around his throat. It had my parents' address on it. 9. Caitlin couldn't breathe as she waited for Jordan's parents to answer his call, but they didn't. He ended the call, only to call them back immediately. Do you think they're asleep? Caitlin asked, wringing her hands. Jordan, I'm sorry. If I hadn't come back, Jordan silenced her with one look, and she swallowed the rest of her words. He angrily punched the end call again, scrolled through his phone, then held it up to his ear. Derek, he said, meeting her eyes as he walked out onto the back deck as Miller walked through the front door. The bodyguard watched Jordan, before turning his impenetrable gaze on her. What is it? I'm assuming none of you took pages out of this album, right? She held it up. None of my men would do that. He crossed his arms. Well, the last 2 pages are missing, and they have our wedding invitation on them. With Hope Lake as an address, I'm guessing? Miller's arms dropped and his hands squeezed into tight fists. Worse than just Hope Lake, Jordan's parents' house. Caitlin fought back the tears that wanted to rip through her. Get me their address, Miller commanded before pulling out his walkie-talkie. Douglas. Peters. I need you both in here right now. Jordan came back inside, his steps long and fast. Derek's on his way to my parents', and I'm meeting him there. Hold on, Miller said. You getting involved will only put Caitlin further in danger, not to mention yourself. Save this for the professionals. Jordan froze and glared at the bigger man. You professionals can do what you want, but you will not order me around. This is how we do things here. I'm going. He spun to Caitlin. You're staying. Caitlin's mouth dropped open, but she didn't say a word. It was her fault his parents were in danger, and it tore up her stomach, thinking that something had happened to them because of her. Then we'll follow you, Miller said, pacing toward the door where Douglas and Peters came in. And leave my child and Caitlin without protection? Jordan fumed as he grabbed his keys. You think this is my first rodeo, lover boy? Miller growled. Without another word to Jordan, he turned to his men to issue orders. Jordan returned to Caitlin. Keep all the doors and windows locked. Stay with Isabel, and if you hear anything, call me. He glared at Miller's back before meeting her eyes again. I'm so sorry, Jordan. If something, the sobs broke free, but she silenced them in by biting her lip, although it was sore. Jordan drew her quickly into his arms. Whatever happens is not your fault, but I have to go. Keep our girl safe. With my life, she said, swallowing back the emotions that she knew would overtake her the moment the men stepped out the door. Miller turned as Jordan reached past him to grab his cowboy hat. Peters is staying with you, Caitlin. He has strict orders to contact me the moment he even feels something is off. She nodded, hugging her arms tightly around herself. With one last glance, Jordan disappeared out the door into the darkness, and the others followed, leaving her rushing around the house checking all the doors and windows. Then she led Buster into her room and crawled into bed with Isabel, wrapping her arms around her sleeping world. She told herself she hadn't fallen asleep, but the sound of a key in the lock of the front door had her bolting upright, fully awake in an instant, heart racing and breath gasping. The door shut quietly, the lock turning with a welcome rasp. Only Jordan would come in and lock the door behind him, right? Buster barely stirred before he plopped his head back down with a sigh. "It's me," Jordan whispered as he stepped toward the hall. Buster's tail thumped in greeting, but he didn't bother to lift his head again. She slid from bed, meeting him at the door. "Are they okay? Please tell me they're okay." She reached for him, grasping his arms and searching his eyes for an answer. He nodded. "They're okay. There was some sort of church dinner tonight. They're going home with the Ramseys for the night, just to be on the safe side." Caitlin let out her breath, her head dropping onto Jordan's chest. "I would never forgive myself if—" "Hey," he said, pulling back and tilting her chin until she met his eyes. "I told you, none of this is your fault." She nodded, though she didn't believe it. "Derek and Tony are staking out the place, and Miller and his man are scouting the edges and doing what they do, whatever that means." He leaned against the doorway, glancing down the hall and back at Isabel sleeping. "Is she a wild sleeper?" "Some nights. Why?" Caitlin asked, thrown by the question. "I won't be able to sleep with you two down the hall." "What are you saying?" Caitlin held her breath, not sure how she felt about where she thought this was going. "I need to sleep." "You need to sleep. My bed is a king. There's plenty of room." He shrugged, but the corners of his lips quirked up. "I'm not making a move, girl. I need to know you guys are safe." Caitlin glanced down the hall and back at Isabel, swallowing the mixed emotions that pummeled through her. "Okay, I'll get the bed ready." "I'll carry her in," Jordan said with a sigh that seemed to release the tension in his shoulders. "Hey, we're going to get through this." Caitlin squeezed her lips against the tremble that started shaking through them, nodded, then slipped down the hall to his room, which he had originally called theirs. She had avoided this area as much as possible, but in the open room, it hit her again, all of her plans, her dreams of the perfect bedroom, down to the log bed that she traced her fingers down, to the forestry comforter she pulled back that stared at her as if taunting her of what she could have had all along. As she readied the bed, she realized she had automatically gone to her old side and glanced across to see the alarm clock, a book, and a picture sitting on the other side of the bed, Jordan's side. Had he kept that side out of habit? Her eyes squinted as she looked closer at the picture. Shock traveled through her, sending sparks from the top of her head down to her toes, as recognition took hold. Had he really kept that picture there the entire time? Jordan's soft murmurs brought her back to her task, and she hurriedly finished readying the bed, trying to ignore the heat in her cheeks. "Here you go, sugar cakes. Sweet dreams." He kneeled on the bed, to lay Isabel in the middle, stooping down to kiss her before pulling the covers over her. Caitlin stared at him, wondering at how much he had changed, even though so much of him hadn't. "This okay?" he asked, almost shyly, something that Jordan hardly ever seemed. "Yeah," she said, her voice choking on the word. "It'll be fine. I'll feel safer." "You will?" Jordan asked as he passed her on his way to the bathroom. "I'm glad to hear that you feel safe with me." Caitlin eased onto the edge of the bed, pulling at her pajamas and feeling vulnerable. "Of course I do, I always have." Jordan poked his head out of the bathroom, his bare chest pulling her gaze, noticing how much his pecs had grown and shoulders widened. Could 4 years really turn a boy into a man? If you had, you wouldn't have left. The words hit her in the chest like a mountain bike handlebar to her breastbone. I never saw it that way, but I guess there are different levels of safety." He stepped out of the bathroom in sweatpants and a tightly fitting t-shirt that left little to the imagination. Different levels of safety, really? He stuck his head out the door and called down the hall. "Buster, come on, boy." Buster plodded down the hall, his nails click-clacking until he circled his bed and plopped down with a grunt. "Poor tired boy. He's had a big day, too." She glanced at Jordan as he rounded the bed. "So yeah, there's physical safety." She crawled under the blankets on one side of Isabel, and he crawled in on the other. And then there's the heart. So it's your heart you don't think is safe with me? Jordan leaned up on an elbow. Should we leave your heart in the other room? Haha, she said, laying down completely. You know, I actually understand what you're saying. She leaned back up, watching him as he rolled over to turn off the light, seeing his features soften as her eyes adjusted to the moonlight. You do? Yeah. He laid back, his hands behind his head. I didn't understand before, back when I made my threat, but after you left, they say time heals a broken heart, but I didn't find that to be true. Caitlin sucked in a breath, wanting to get this all out in the open and yet terrified of what that might mean. I don't have the right to ask, but the picture. You mean the one I caught you staring at as I came in with our girl? Jordan grabbed the picture and held it in the moonlight streaming in, highlighting on their young, joyous faces. That was our first mountain climb. Caitlin's cheeks heated again, grateful for the darkness of the room, and for him turning to return the picture. She swallowed past the tightness in her throat. I know, I've always loved that picture, but, I can't imagine that would be good for your game. He sat up to stare down at her, the abrupt movement of the bed causing Isabel to groan and wiggle in her sleep. Once she settled, Jordan bored into Caitlin's eyes again, his eyes dark sockets in the night. My game? Really? Well, you had every right to move on. I left, broke all contact. Was it that easy to replace me? He asked. You? No. There would have never been any replacing you. Her words softened into whispered truth. Then why would you think it would be any different for me? She shrugged. I don't know, I thought you'd be happier. Jordan scoffed, throwing himself back down into the bed and disturbing Isabel again. Sorry, sugar cakes. Shish. It always pleasantly surprised Caitlin to hear the gentleness of his way with their daughter. She didn't tire of it even though it hurt her heart, wishing for the life that she had dreamed of with him. I'm sorry, she whispered, settling down against the pillow again, resting a hand on her daughter both to reassure her girl and herself. We can't undo what was done, Jordan said, yawning and settling back into his sleep position. But we can try to understand each other's reasons. And learn to communicate better, rather than assume. Caitlin gripped the covers in her hand, willing the emotions to stay out of her voice so she could get through this needed conversation without ruining it with tears. It's hard not to assume, but yes. He turned over on his side, staring at her above Isabel's head. Do you know why I didn't want kids? You didn't want our way of life to change. I was terrified. Terrified of change? No, terrified I wouldn't be what the kid needed. He rolled over onto his back, his eyes staring at the ceiling. When Tyler asked us about Krista, all I could picture was the girl hiding under the table, tears constantly in her eyes, and fear pierced my heart. How could I help a girl who had lost everything? We were just kids ourselves. We could have done it, she said, but softly, afraid to become lost in an old fight. Yes, but at what cost? Back to losing your adventure time? He sat back up. No, at what cost to her? We didn't know how to be parents, much less how to take on a kid that would have abandonment issues. She needed more than I could give. She seems pretty balanced now, Caitlin said after a long pause. She didn't want to fight, though she mulled over what he said, realizing he had never told her these reasons before, never truly explained it. She had always thought he said no to Krista because of losing their adventure time and having to become responsible. She's doing great, but that has a lot to do with Megan. She was what the girl needed. So I understand more about why you refused to take Krista on, but why the threat? Why go straight to no kids of our own? Not even in the future? She glanced down at Isabel, her heart aching with the thought of how Jordan hadn't wanted her, but that was before. Fear. Jordan softly cleared his throat. Fear I wouldn't be enough. Look at you with her, though. How could you feel that way? I've grown, Caitlin. Losing everything I lived for changed me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take that away. We had fought so much the last couple of years. I didn't know you still felt that way. She blew out a shaky breath. Well, I did, though maybe I didn't even fully know it until you were no longer there. He yawned again. It's been a long day, she said, her emotions roiling inside her as she tried to process this new side of Jordan. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Pop's advice. Another yawn overtook him. I want to hear your side of the story, your reasons for leaving, but I'm afraid I won't be as attentive as I should be tonight. I'm exhausted. It's okay. We'll have time. There's never enough time, Caitlin, but I guess tomorrow is soon enough. He rolled on his side, facing her and Isabel. Wake me if you hear something. I will. Thank you again, Jordan. MMHMM, he murmured, and a few seconds later soft snores came from his side of the bed. Good night, my love, she whispered, trying to keep her eyes open to soak in the picture of them all in bed together, but losing the battle, quickly joining the two people she loved the most in dreamland. Jordan awoke to warmth against him, and the sweet smell of his daughter and wife in his bed. He clamped his eyes shut, willing himself to continue the dream, and prolong the feeling of contentment and peace. This was what his life should have been. This was what it should be. His eyes shot open as he felt Isabel sit up in bed with a gasp. Daddy? What we doing in your bed? A lazy smile pulled at his lips, as he remembered convincing Caitlin to bring their daughter into bed with him last night. His gaze fell past his daughter to her mother, whose disheveled look made the irritated expression on her face seem more friendly. Having a sleepover, Caitlin mumbled as she stretched and nestled further under the covers. Yay? Sleepover's fun. Isabel cheered, laying back down and wrapping an arm around each of them. We all together. Yes, sugar cakes, we're all together. Jordan cuddled closer to her, his hand hitting against Caitlin, causing him to freeze, but she didn't pull away. It made him feel warm all over to hold them both, so he shoved away lingering doubts, telling himself he'd deal with them later. Heavy boot steps echoed down the hall, rudely interrupting a moment of peace that Jordan finally felt. Buster sat up in bed and growled low but didn't bark. Jordan sat up, heart pounding as he wished he had brought his rifle next to the bed last night. Caitlin sat up as well, glancing at him. Probably just Miller, or one of the others. I'll check, Jordan said, pulling the covers up around Isabel, who smiled at him and slid out of the bed, Buster staying on his heels. Be careful, Caitlin whispered, squeezing the blankets. What? You worried about me? Jordan teased, but his heart rate sped up as he came to the door. The boot steps had stopped halfway down the hall, as if the guy stood at Caitlin's room. With sweaty hands he gripped the doorknob, turning it slowly and silently. Holding his breath, he eased it open enough he could see through a splinter of a crack. Buster stopped growling to sniff the air. Miller stared right at him, folding his arms and settling into a grim expression while Jordan opened the door the whole way and stepped out. Good morning, Miller. Thought you might be a bad guy, Jordan said, leaning against the door jamb, letting Buster prance over to Miller to smell his pants. They in there? His voice gave nothing away, but a momentary narrowing of his eyes did. Yes, would you like to see for yourself? Jordan stepped out of the doorway so he could see past him to Caitlin and Isabel, snuggled and sitting in bed. We thought it'd be safer all in one room. It's none of my business, Miller said. But knowing that ahead of time would have kept me from having a small heart attack when I couldn't find the two people my boss is counting on me to protect. Duly noted, Jordan said. For now, you can assume the girls will sleep in my room. Miller grunted, spun on his heel to stride down the hall. At the end he turned back toward him. We have news once you're dressed. Jordan looked down at his sweats, and back down the hall where Miller had disappeared. He came back into the bedroom, closing the door behind him and Buster. He doesn't like my sweats. Isabel giggled. Nice pajamas. Well, I prefer you in Wranglers myself. Caitlin turned away, but not before he saw the blush on her cheeks. HMPH, I see how it is. He took out some jeans and a shirt, and walked toward the bathroom. For the record, he said, waiting for her to look at him so he could see her reaction. I like your just woke up look. It's one of your best. He winked as her blush deepened and closed the door so he could dress. "We're getting dressed too," Caitlin said against the door a couple of minutes later. "See you out there." Jordan rushed so he could beat Caitlin to Miller. He didn't want the news to scare her. He also wanted the guy version, as he discovered that Miller downplayed the facts when he spoke to Caitlin. Miller raised his eyebrow as Jordan raced from the hallway. "Caitlin not coming?" "She is. They're dressing." He let Buster out to the backyard, then stepped closer to Miller. "Give it to me straight." Miller eyed him. "You're invested? In my wife and child? What kind of person do you think I am?" "Estranged wife." "She's here, isn't she?" Jordan crossed his arms. "Besides, it's also my parents, isn't it? So pretty much everyone I love is being affected by whatever is going on." Miller gave a brief nod. "Understood." He eyed the hall and lowered his voice. "Two perps were sneaking around your parents' place. They looked to be the same guys from the photos." "They were there? On my parents' property?" Jordan sucked in a breath, his whispered words loud enough that he glanced down the hall. "As directed, we called in the local authorities, but they eluded them." Miller's grim expression told Jordan enough. Jordan clenched his teeth. Derek must not have been there. It was the deputy. "If we want this situation taken care of, we have to be given the freedom to." Miller spread his hands out. Jordan shook his head. "My best friend is the sheriff. You know I can't be okay with that." He paced in front of the bodyguard. "What do you think their next steps will be? I mean, if they checked out the location and didn't find Caitlin, would they leave town?" Miller raised an eyebrow again. "You're right." Jordan continued his pacing. "They would search for her. If they didn't care about being identified later, they might show her picture around. If they did, they would follow the paper trail next of kin or..." Jordan gulped as the realization took hold, and he met Miller's knowing eyes. "So you either watch detective movies, or have been spending a lot of time with your sheriff friend." Miller crossed his arms. "But I'm right, aren't I? That means they won't be safe here, not anymore." Jordan glanced down the hall as Isabel's laughter shrilled through the house. "What are we going to do?" "I've contacted the boss. He is adamant that we stay in Hope Lake, despite my advice to flee the area." Miller grimaced. Jordan nodded. "Running will only make them chase, and continue the chase until this is over." Miller narrowed his eyes. "You suggesting we fight? This isn't a TV show. People will get hurt." "No, not a fight." Jordan rubbed a hand down his face, trying to piece things together. "Let's call Derek and make a plan." "A plan about what?" Caitlin asked as she came into the room, Isabel running after her. "I hungry, Mommy. I hungry, Daddy." She stopped when she saw Miller. "Maybe big man hungry too." He looked grumpy. Jordan squatted to pick up his daughter and hide the smile her comment gave him. Kids' innocence could be a little too honest. "What's going on?" Caitlin asked. "They're in Hope Lake, Caitlin. It's time to make plans. Your man there wants to trust local law enforcement. What's your say?" Miller asked. Caitlin glanced at Jordan, their eyes meeting in understanding. "Derek is a good man. I think we should bring him in on whatever we plan. That's why my dad wants me here. We protect our own." Miller dropped his arms and shrugged. "Fine. Have it your way. Call your buddy." He left the house without another word. "I think your bodyguard feels hampered by the law," Jordan said. "Come on, sugar cakes. Let's get you some breakfast." His phone rang, reminding him that there were other aspects of his life. Caitlin took Isabel from his arms and motioned for him to answer the call. "Do you want cereal or a real breakfast?" "Cereal is real breakfast." Isabel humphed as they disappeared into the kitchen. "Hey Frank," Jordan said as he answered the call. "Where are you? We've got trouble coming, and the homeowners are trying to change the lighting again, and our electrician is threatening to walk out." Frank fumed. "Well, they're in good hands. I know you'll handle it beautifully. Frank sputtered. What, me handle it? That's your job. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Now get down here and earn that paycheck. Jordan said, scratching at his unshaven chin. I guess it means it's time for a raise. Is 5% enough? To deal with these rich hoity-toity. You're right. 10% it is. You'll see it on this week's paycheck. Thanks, Frank. You're the best. Jordan hung up the phone, laughing as he pictured his foreman red in the face and yelling at the dead phone in his hand. Everything okay? Caitlin asked as he entered the kitchen, still chuckling. Oh yeah, just gave Frank a raise so he could deal with the disaster. I'm sorry, Jordan. My being here is ruining everything you worked so hard for. Caitlin bit her lip and looked away. Hey, he said, cupping her cheek and fighting the urge to pull her into his arms. I worked hard for this, for you and Isabel being here. I'm not leaving you alone during this ordeal. He dropped his hand. Frank is capable of handling any issue that arises. It was time for him to get a raise anyway. Caitlin nodded, but she didn't look convinced. When a single tear slid down her cheek, his resolve drained, and he drew her into his arms. We'll get through this, Katie. We'll get through it together. Isabel glanced up, chewing her cereal and watching them with curious brown eyes, his eyes. Isn't that right, sugar cakes? He said. Right, she said, her mouth full of food, but then she covered her mouth and finished chewing. Caitlin relaxed in his arms, sending a feeling of rightness through him. This was where she belonged, where she had always belonged. She had made a mistake, they both had. Was it worth not having that closeness that he so craved? Caitlin pushed back and wiped at her eyes before returning to pouring him a bowl of cereal. Should we wait to call Derek? Nah, hold off on the milk. I'll call him now. He watched her slender hands as she set the milk back down on the counter, easing herself into the chair next to Isabel. She had grown in the last 4 years. Her physical strength had turned into emotional fortitude. He couldn't stop watching her as she interacted with Isabel, talking about the colors in her cereal or the number of pieces in her spoon. You're a good mom. She looked up at him, her mouth slightly open. She's my life, she whispered. And you are both mine, he said, giving her a nod before taking the phone out to the back deck to call Derek before he gave too much of his heart away. Buster greeted him, before running out to sniff around the woods again. I heard, Derek said as he answered the phone. Good morning to you too, Jordan chuckled. We need to come up with a plan before Rambo and his men tear our town apart. That good, huh? Derek groaned. I promised to spend the day with the girls. Bring them over here. I want them to meet Isabel anyway. You sure? Derek asked. Yeah, Caitlin will go crazy over the baby. You want to put that idea in her head? Derek cleared his throat. Well, I hadn't thought about that, but this family life thing is pretty sweet. What? Who are you and where is my best friend? Derek asked. Jordan laughed. Maybe reality will hit once all this is over, but I don't know. It's nice having them here. You need to make that decision before you get hopes up, hers and yours, and especially that little girl of yours. Derek's warning caused his chest to tighten and itch uncomfortably, but he realized not because he was afraid his mind would change, but hers. 10. Caitlin shifted uncomfortably as she glanced between Isabel coloring and the window and back, like she had been since Jordan told her that Derek was bringing his family. Had she really not outgrown her high school fear of females? She had always hung around the guys, mostly Jordan. They had been inseparable since the 5th grade, but that came with hanging out with all of his friends. Guys made sense to her. They were crude and rambunctious, but there wasn't the catty behind-the-back talking that girls had. Guys told each other face-to-face exactly how they felt, without beating around the bush or making another of their friends tell that friend and all the nonsense she saw go around the circle of girls in school. Relax, Jordan said. You'll like chastity. She narrowed her eyes at him. She has a baby, he teased. Her heart lurched. She loved babies, always had, but her heart ached at the truth of what babies meant to her now. The truth choked in her throat. She'd have to tell him eventually, and probably should sooner rather than later, especially after all they had been through. They didn't need another obstacle to overcome, if the one they already had was beatable. Jordan, I have to tell you about Isabel's birth. She searched his eyes. If you're mad that I wasn't there. She shook her head. I mean, I wanted you there. I cried for you, but that's not what I need to tell you. Jordan sat next to her. You know, these serious conversations are really starting to get old. As he rolled his eyes, he smiled gently, taking her hand. You can tell me anything. I want to hear it. Well, her birth was very difficult. I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, but even that didn't go as planned. She blew out a breath, glancing at her daughter through blurry eyes. It's a miracle she's here, she was born so early. Jordan gripped her hand tighter. I should have been there with you. Selfishly, I wanted you there, but maybe it was for the best you weren't. It was a scary time. They were unsure if either of us would make it. I would have never forgiven myself, Jordan said the words between clenched teeth. It will not happen again. She shook her head. That's what I'm trying to tell you, it can't happen again. I won't let it. We will get the best doctors and... Jordan, she said, pulling his hands to make him look her in the eyes. I can't get pregnant again. He blinked, then searched her eyes. I see. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she didn't let go of his hands to wipe at them. Do you? It means that I stole the only chance you had of seeing your child grow in me, be born, smile for the first time, talk for the first time, walk for the first time. She sucked in a sob, gripping his hands as if her life depended upon them to keep her from the abyss that wanted to swallow her. My fear did that. I was so horribly weak. Jordan swallowed, but he didn't speak. His eyes glistened, but no tear released. He just stared at her, his eyes somewhat vacant, until they turned toward their daughter. She's such a miracle, he said. She is, she said, sniffing and blowing out a shaky breath. You shouldn't have gone through that alone. I had my parents, but who I wanted was you. It's my fault. I didn't even give you a chance. I was so scared you would have pushed me away, made me leave, abandoned us both, so I left before you had the chance. I'm a coward. You've never been a coward, Katie. You're the most courageous woman I've ever known. He squeezed her hand and scooted back, swiping a hand through his hair. Not with my heart. Give me a mountain to careen down any day but my heart. She shook her head. I'm still scared. How can you ever forgive me? The sound of a car pulling up the driveway had them both looking out the window. Buster stretched and click-clacked his way to the door, not even letting out a half-hearted bark. Jordan handed her a tissue and stood up, shaking out his arms. From now on, let's not have serious conversations before company. He chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Do you want to, freshen up before they come in? She wiped at her eyes. I'm sure I look a mess. Her heart pounded with the realization that he hadn't responded to her question, and the fear within her increased. She glanced at Isabel, still quietly coloring. I got her. You go. We'll be here when you're ready to face them, but Katie, you will like Chastity. You two have more in common than you know. Caitlin nodded, then snuck into the hall as the doorbell rang. Who there? Isabel asked as Caitlin rounded the corner, and Jordan's soothing words filtered to her as she closed herself in the bathroom. Once composed and eyes not so red and puffy, she emerged, finding the group in the living room. Derek's daughter played horses with Isabel on the rug. Chastity held their baby in her arms, smiling down at him. The men were nowhere to be seen. Chastity looked up as Caitlin froze. Oh hi, you must be Caitlin. I'm Chastity. Chastity stood, entangling one arm from the cute bundle in her arm to squeeze Caitlin's hand. The guys went outside, away from little ears. I'm sure you could join them, or you could sit with us. I know you've been through a lot, and those men get so serious. Sometimes it's nice to get lost in the innocence of children. So you know. Derek tells me everything, she said with a wink. They start opening up a lot more once the babies come. Yeah, Caitlin said, glancing from Isabel to the deck where she now saw the guys bent over the railing and talking in earnest. They do look pretty serious. They get like that when the ones they love are in danger. Chastity smiled a knowing smile. Sit. I know how long they can hash out details, and your input won't change their cowboy go-get-'em plans anyway. Caitlin sat, keeping her eyes averted from the baby as much as possible. Derek told me you like babies. You want to hold him? Thank you, but I'm. Caitlin glanced at the tiny hand clasped around his mama's finger. He really did tell you everything. Well, the man version, at least. She smiled. We women know there's always more to the story. Isn't that the truth? She said, feeling her shoulders relax slightly. One of the guys slammed a hand down on the railing, making Caitlin jump and peer out the window. Have you started seeing things in the shadows yet? Chastity asked, taking her eyes off her son and searching Caitlin's. What? Well, that fear. First you start jumping at all the sounds from a slam of someone's hand to the creak of a house. Then it's the shadows, they seem to take on shapes and move. Chastity shivered. It will pass with time. Caitlin peered closer at the woman, remembering something that Jordan had said about Chastity's past. You talk like you know. I do. She raised her eyebrow. Jordan didn't tell you? He said something, but we've been a bit inundated with, well, a lot of things. Her eyes fell on her daughter. Of course, you guys had a lot to catch up on. Chastity rested a gentle hand on Caitlin. You don't have to tell me. I know a mom will do whatever she feels is best to keep their child safe. I see that in your eyes. Thanks, Caitlin said, shifting her position. And yes, I understand. I was almost murdered. She whispered the word so the girls didn't hear. Caitlin's head snapped up to meet her eyes, and the woman shrugged. Sounds crazy, huh? Chastity sighed, holding her son closer and breathing in his sweet baby scent. Obviously, I survived, but then I was stalked for so long. So you see, I understand that fear. Wow, that's intense. Caitlin rubbed her hands on her pants. I can't even imagine what that's like. I mean, you seem so normal. Chastity giggled. Sometimes I feel normal, other times. She shrugged. At times like that, talking to my friend Megan helps. Caitlin chewed on her lip as she put the picture together. Wait, wasn't Megan dealing with a stalker too? Yeah, weird, huh? Now you. Well, my situation is different. It's not a stalker, someone is after my. She clamped her lips shut and widened her eyes. Chastity leaned forward. It's okay. Derek tells me everything, remember? Caitlin nodded. Every situation is different, but I think I understand more than your average gal. Chastity reached over and squeezed her hand. And I'm here if you ever need to talk. Maybe you, Megan, and I can form a survivor club. She laughed again. You might be onto something there, Caitlin said, though the idea of hanging out with other women for fun felt foreign. A knock on the front door drew both of their gazes to it, as a bodyguard came barreling through. Douglas stood there looking at them a moment while his eyes adjusted. Miller's on his way in. Mind if I use the? He nodded toward the hallway where the bathroom was. Of course not, thank you, Douglas, Caitlin said, freeing the man to escape down the hall, his neck reddening as he did. Though I didn't have a paid entourage like you, Chastity said. Well, it's nice to have from some aspects and others. I get it. It was hard enough having Derek and Jordan hovering over me. I can't imagine actual bodyguards. It's different, Caitlin said, shrugging off the unease she always felt when things that mentioned her dad's line of work or money made it into conversations. I better let Jordan know Miller's on his way. One knock on the window and the guys came in, Buster trotting at their heels to circle in front of the wood stove before plopping into a heap. Hey Derek, she said, barely meeting his eyes, knowing the distrust she would find in them. You already met my wife? He asked, pulling her aside and bending in closer at her nod. She's amazing, isn't she? A spark of his old self popped through, and her heart lightened. She is. I'm happy for you. Thank you, Derek said, his gaze pulling from hers to rest on his wife's. She's very loyal. The words bit as intended, and she wrapped her arms around herself. He's my best friend, he said, almost as an apology. I didn't mean to hurt him, and I definitely don't mean to hurt him now. So you aren't leaving once all this is done? Derek met her gaze squarely now. That's up to him, Caitlin said, glancing at Jordan, who lay on the ground with the girls. Derek took her by the shoulders. You don't put this on him. Are you going to fight to stay here in his life, to be what he needs you to be what your daughter needs you to be? Her heart ached that he even thought he needed to ask those questions. My daughter has always come first, and Jordan. She swallowed, then thrust her jaw out and stared him right in the eyes. He's mine, and I will fight for him. Derek searched her eyes a moment longer, then dropped the grip on her shoulder. That's what I needed to know. He gave a curt nod and walked away. The emotions whirled up inside her at her admittance, at the truth that lived behind her words, and with everything going on, the tears were so close to the surface. She hesitated only a moment, then took off toward the hall. Caitlin, you okay? Jordan pushed to a sitting position. She spun at the entrance to the hallway. Yeah, she choked out, pushing a smile to her face. Just I've got to. She pointed down the hall, unable to finish, and fled. What did you say to her, man? Jordan's words followed her as she continued to the bathroom, but the door was locked, and she remembered Douglas. She chastised herself for her weakness as she fled to Jordan's room, outside the sliding glass door and onto the deck, around the corner until she plopped on the stairs, hidden from eyes inside. A moment later she swore she saw a shadow move, and Chastity's words haunted her. She blinked repeatedly, trying to clear the tears so she could see straight, swearing the shadow continued to move. A scream escaped her lips as a cold hand slipped over her mouth, blocking the sound from reaching the men inside. The hand stank of tobacco and tasted bitter. She tore at it, kicking and fighting, and the man holding her grunted when she made contact. Get a hold of her, idiot. The shadow turned into a man, and the man held a gun pointed at her, stilling her body, all except her pounding heart. There you go. Do what we say, and we may not have to hurt you. What about the little girl? The man holding her asked as he jerked Caitlin to her feet. Caitlin's body went limp, fearing for her daughter. Leave her. Kids are more trouble, and she's all we need. Caitlin sucked in a breath, as much as she could, sending a silent prayer of gratitude. Isabel would be safe. Her daddy would make sure she had everything she needed, even if she didn't make it out of this. An uneasy feeling crawled up Jordan's spine, nagging at him ever since Caitlin went down the hall. Buster sat at the slider, panting and whining. You were just out, boy. He pulled his attention off the dog, doing his best to focus on what Miller was saying about needing to fortify the perimeter. So there are 3 places they most likely will try to come in, Miller said, pointing at a satellite map of Jordan's property. Where'd you get this? Jordan looked curiously at the map. He hadn't seen his property layout like this since he and Caitlin bought it years ago. He glanced down the hall, wishing he could show it to her now. Douglas came out of the hall, and seeing him there threw his thoughts into a whirlwind. Where were you? Jordan asked, cutting whatever Miller was saying off. Just, using the privy, man. The guy's face reddened. Where's Caitlin? Jordan strode towards him. I don't know. I hadn't seen her since I went in. The doorknob wiggled a while ago, but, the guy shrugged. Maybe she went to the master? Derek stood up, keeping his voice cool, but the hairs rose on the back of Jordan's neck as he saw his friend flip off the safety strap that held his gun in place. That was all the encouragement Jordan needed. He raced down the hall. Caitlin? As he entered his room, he called louder. Caitlin. The bathroom was empty. The only thing that looked disturbed were the shades pulled back on the slider door. Derek followed his gaze. Was that locked? Yeah. Jordan reached over, seeing the crack between the door and the jamb right away. Maybe she went for a walk. That'd be stupid, Miller announced as he pushed through them and outside. Jordan attempted to push past him as he shouted Caitlin's name again, but Miller held out a staying arm and dropped into a squat. He pulled out his radio. Peters, any sign of perps or vehicles? Heard a vehicle tear down a side road, but nothing here, sir. Side road. Jordan's eyes met Derek's. The fire road. Jordan jumped over Miller and ran through the forest to his fence line next to the fire road, ignoring the scuff marks and heel drags in the forest duff, not wanting to believe it. Caitlin. Buster ran ahead of him, racing with his nose to the ground. They made it to the fence line, and Jordan grabbed the wooden boards that someone had pulled off and slammed them to the ground before he ducked through the opening that whoever had taken the love of his life had made. Caitlin. He screamed at the empty road and tire tracks left in the dirt. Derek's sheriff's SUV sped around the corner, kicking up a cloud of dust, spinning again and stopping right before him. Get in, Derek yelled. They're headed toward town. Go home, boy, Jordan shouted to Buster, who turned and ran for the house. Miller yanked open the door, shoving Jordan inside and climbing in next to him. Step on it, he called out, then got on his radio, issuing orders to the others. Tell Chastity to watch over Isabel, Jordan said in a panic. What if she's next? Miller shook his head. If they wanted the little girl, they would have waited until they could grab them both. She'd only slow them down. Derek handed Jordan his phone before placing his hand back on the steering wheel and squealing the tires as they hit the main road. It's calling her. What's going on, Derek? Chastity's panicked voice came over the line. It's Jordan. They took her. Jordan wept, then swiped a hand down his face. Go get her back. I've got Isabel. We'll be fine. Her voice became slightly muffled, but he heard her instruct Cammy to let Buster in and lock the doors. We'll be safe. Just go get her back. Thank you, Jordan said, his heart tearing as he thought of Isabel there, scared without her mommy or her daddy. Give my girl hugs. Tell her it's going to be all right. Of course it will be. We'll keep her busy and happy. You need to focus and keep my husband safe. I will, Jordan said, ending the call and handing the phone back over to Derek. What I wouldn't give to have Armstrong right now. Derek pulled out his radio. Dispatch, we have a 1065 and are currently in pursuit of an unknown vehicle. Probably a dark SUV holding one female hostage, late 20s, slight build. Possibly heading toward town. Send all units and call in New Hope and surrounding units. Code 3. On it, sir. Tony's on his way and rerouting all other units there now. Bertie's static voice came over the radio. What are the chances? I mean, they could be past Hope Lake now. Jordan turned to Miller. Where would they take her? Miller's jaw worked, the veins in his head popping out. Back to the city, I'd guess. We won't let them get that far. Can't this thing go any faster? Derek floored his patrol car, sirens wailing, and the world whirred past. Each moment seemed to take forever as they raced toward town. Possible sighting at Gus's. The radio crackled. Gus's? That the gas station? Miller asked. Yeah, you don't think it could be them? Jordan asked, hope filling his voice. If they're professionals, then they messed up pretty bad, and they'll wish for death rather than what their boss would have in store for them. Caitlin's mind rushed with thoughts, envisioning herself flying out of the car while they turned, but the man holding a gun on her watched with a smirk as if he read her mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, reaching out to steady herself as the car swung around a corner. A ding came from the console. What in the you dimwit? You didn't fill up the tank? The driver swore under his breath. That's not my responsibility. You're the driver. Besides, it was supposed to be a scouting mission. You're the one that grabbed the girl. The driver swore again, slamming a hand against the wheel with a strangled yell. This won't even get us to the next town over. We're running on fumes. You'll have to stop at that 2-pump station. In the middle of town? The driver slammed his fist into the door, roaring with frustration. You are the stupidest, idiotic. He continued the insults as he drove into town. He pulled up to the pumps, turning back to them. "You keep quiet or your brains will ruin my leather seats." Caitlin gulped, but the moment he let go of her gaze, she scanned the small gas station, looking for familiar faces. The side windows were dark. No one could see through them, but the windshield. Mrs. Manning passed by, eyeing the driver pumping the gas, then the car. She gasped when she saw Caitlin through the window, waving broadly. "Don't even think about it," the man behind her muttered, shoving the barrel of the gun against her ribs. "Is that you, Caitlin?" Mrs. Manning came closer, leaning over to look through the window, her voice muffled by the car. "It is you. Well, goodness dear, what's it been? 4 years? I thought I saw you the other day." "Lady, move away from the vehicle." The driver's angry voice didn't faze Mrs. Manning, nor him waving her away. "Oh, but that's my friend in there. I haven't seen her in ages. You must be the father of that cute little girl of hers, aren't you?" "Well, I'm Mrs. Manning and—" "Lady, I don't want no trouble," the angry man said, and fear rippled through Caitlin. "Let me talk to her so she'll go away," she pleaded with the man with the gun. "I don't know. Please, she's relentless. She won't leave without hearing from me, and I don't want her to get hurt. I won't say anything." She looked frantically from where she saw the driver's hand going to his gun, and Mrs. Manning, who knocked on the tinted window. "Caitlin Myers. Now come on. I was your Sunday school teacher 20 years ago. I knew you before you could tie your shoelaces. Open this door." "Please," Caitlin begged. "What's going on, Martha?" Henry from the mechanic shop next door came over. "Oh, Henry. I'm so glad you're here. Caitlin Myers is in this car. Don't you want to say hi? It's been 4 years since she disappeared." Mrs. Manning knocked on the window, holding her hands around her eyes to peer in. The other door opened. "Get rid of them or they die." The door slammed, and the guy with the gun rolled down the window, licking his lips. "There you are, dear. How are you doing? Oh my, you look a fright. Everything all right?" Mrs. Manning stuck her head in the car. "Oh, who's this? And where's that cute little girl I saw you with?" "Oh, she's with Jordan," Caitlin smiled, willing her lips to stop trembling. "It's good to see you, Mrs. Manning and Henry. I wish I could talk more, but we're in a hurry." "Who are your friends, dear? They look very city to me. I didn't think you were one to run off to the city." She looked over at Henry. "What do you think, Henry?" "Oh, not me. Never did I think that of sweet Caitlin. Hi, honey. What's this?" Mr. O'Neill from the hardware store came over. "Oh, look, O'Neill, look who's come back," Mrs. Manning said, smiling broadly, but Caitlin saw the woman's hand clenching tight to her purse. The gun jammed hard into Caitlin's ribs, making her gasp. "I'm sorry, we really have to go. I'll stop by next time I'm in town. In fact, why don't you go see my little girl at Jordan's house? He'd love to know you saw me." The gun dug in deeper, bruising her bone. "You all right, dear? You look to be in pain," Mrs. Manning said, sticking her hand in and feeling her forehead. "That's why we need to leave. They're taking me into New Hope, to the hospital. Please, please let us leave now." The driver slammed the gas door and got into the car with a growl, but by now it felt like half the town had surrounded the car, all talking and saying hello to Caitlin. "What's going on?" "Make them leave," the driver growled, one hand on the gun under his jacket. The man shoving the gun into her ribs licked his lips again and panted. Caitlin's head spun, not knowing what to do. "Please, I don't want anyone to get hurt," she whispered to the men before turning back to the crowd, begging them to leave. Between the heads in the crowd, she caught a glimpse of Derek's cruiser sliding into town, lights flashing but siren off. A moment later, her door opened, and Henry wrapped his arms around her. "It's so good to see you, honey. You simply must come over and say hello to Betsy. She would never forgive me." "Stop it right there." The man that had the gun shoved into her ribs wrapped his arm around her throat and pointed the gun at the crowd. "Forget it, man. We've been made. Throw her out. We gotta go. The driver punched the gas, ripping Caitlin from the man's arms as she fell into Henry. Derek screeched to a stop in front of the SUV, and his deputy pulled in behind them, blocking their exit. Henry's arms encircled her, and the crowd surrounded her as they fled from the gas station. Jordan flung himself out of Derek's patrol car, his feet landing on the slippery gas-covered cement, but he never stopped running. He didn't care about the men in the dark SUV, yelling threats. All he cared about was the girl the crowd had enveloped like a protective flock of hens. "Caitlin," he yelled, weaving his way through the mob until he pulled her into his arms. In the background he heard threats and a couple of shots fired, but he couldn't even look. He buried his head into his wife, weeping, holding her close. I've got you, I've got you." She clung to him, her body trembling. "Isabel," she murmured. "She's safe with Chastity. You're safe. You're safe." He kissed her head, her forehead, her salty cheeks, and finally her lips before pulling her closer against his chest. A man cleared his throat and Jordan blinked, realizing that they were being watched like a soap opera. "Thank you. All of you. I am so grateful to all of you." Mrs. Manning clucked. "You think we'd let someone take that girl away from us again? Not gonna happen in our town." "That's right," the crowd agreed, a soft murmur going through the group in a wave. "We protect our own," Henry said. Jordan dropped his head to Caitlin's, each breathing in each other's air, gratitude filling him. "I'm never letting you out of my sight again." 11. Caitlin clung to Isabel as she slept in her arms. She hadn't been able to let the girl go since they had finally come home. Part of the time she felt in a state of catharsis, and others, it seemed like what happened had been a nightmare or a horrible daydream. "Processing will take time," Chastity had told her before she left. She had given Caitlin a hug, and for once Caitlin actually had relaxed into it, allowing another female besides her mom to comfort her. "You call me when you're up to talking. We can grab Megan and go for a walk along the lake." Caitlin had stepped back and scooped up her daughter, fear lacing through her. "We can bring the kids too. I know how hard it is to let them go after something like this. Megan really does." "Did she tell you about their scare with Krista?" Chastity had asked as she settled her boy back in her arms, getting ready to leave. "Krista got hurt?" "Oh no. She was fine, but of course they didn't know that right away." Chastity turned to Cammy. "Come on, sweet girl. Time to go." "Can we come back to Uncle Jordan's tomorrow?" Cammy asked. "Probably not tomorrow, but we'll see them soon." Chastity smiled knowingly as she turned to Caitlin. "Get some rest and remind yourself that it's over now, as many times as you need to." Caitlin squeezed her eyes shut, breathing in the scent of her daughter's hair, sending up prayers of gratitude that her little girl didn't have to experience any of today's fright. The floor squeaked, sending Caitlin into a panic as she sucked in a breath. "It's just me," Jordan's voice gentled further, like she had heard it when he worked with horses over at Tyler's ranch when they were younger. Caitlin blew out a breath, releasing her tight hold on her daughter slightly and willing her heart rate to ease. "I'm jumping at every sound and every movement," she whispered. "That's to be expected, but I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." Caitlin nodded, looking over her daughter to the cowboy in the doorway. "Can we, I know Derek has them locked up, but I'd feel safer if..." Caitlin swallowed. "Sleep in my room?" Jordan's lips lifted at the corner. "You don't have to ask. You're welcome there anytime you like." I'm not trying to say that, something else, I just need sleep." Caitlin's cheeks burned as she lowered her gaze to the peace in her daughter's face. "That's all I'm offering anyway," Jordan said. His lips slipped into a smile, but his eyes held a deep seriousness, even fear, as he approached her. "I'll take our girl in there." Isabel barely moaned as he gathered her to him. "She sure is a sound sleeper." "Always has been," Caitlin said, staying close to them as they slipped down the dark hall. "Like her mama," Jordan said, turning sideways to get through the door and taking one last look down the hall. Armstrong, Derek's deputy turned FBI, is coming to get those men tomorrow. Have you met him? He's from New Hope, but he graduated a few years after us. Maybe if I saw him. Right now, the name doesn't ring any bells. Anyway, they can't bother you anymore, and Miller and his men are still here, as a precaution. Caitlin nodded. Douglas blames himself. If he had been at his post rather than the bathroom, none of this would have happened. Jordan laid Isabel in the center of the bed and covered her, planting a kiss before standing upright. It's not his fault. It just happened, and I keep telling myself that it's better this way. No one was hurt and they're behind bars, and now it's over, right? Well, Jordan ducked to look at her closer in the dim light, and she met his eyes, though it tore at her soul. Until the trial is over, we need to continue to be careful. At least we know the town has your back. Caitlin's lips twitched and she shook her head. I still can't get over Mrs. Manning, and Henry and everyone. I mean, how did they even know in the first place, and how brave they were? All for me, and after what I did. Well, Jordan sat on the bed and drew her down next to him. The rumor is that you fled Hope Lake because of those unsavory men trying to keep your daughter safe. I corrected that. Isabel's mine, and I'm taking ownership. Caitlin raised her eyebrows, but motioned for him to continue. So to them, it's perfectly logical that you left the way you did. But you know better, and our friends and family know better. She watched her fingers twiddling with each other. We do, but we also know how to keep our mouths shut to save our reputation. Jordan laid a hand on hers, stilling them. Besides, it's none of their business, even if they did rescue you. So? Caitlin glanced at their daughter, then down to their intertwined hands, but she couldn't meet his powerful gaze. What do we do now? Now? Jordan stood and lifted her up to stand by him. Now we sleep. I don't know about you, but I feel like we just mountain biked the entire backcountry. Caitlin pushed out a half-hearted chuckle. Yeah, something like that, maybe add a bear chasing us and you've got it. More like a mountain lion, he said with a snort. That about sums it up, Caitlin said, slipping into bed beside her daughter, but Jordan didn't move to his side of the bed. What are you doing? I've got to change, and I'm going to do one more check of the doors and windows, as a precaution. He leaned down and gave her a chaste kiss on the forehead. I'll be right back. Her gaze followed him while he checked and double-checked the slider, and a shiver went through her. When he left the room, it felt colder, emptier, and she counted the seconds until he returned. As she did, the words he had told her right after the rescue raced through her. Did he really mean them? Had it only been the heightened emotions, or could he really see himself forgiving her enough to be by her side forever? Or would he revert once the danger has fled and realize that he can't forgive her, or isn't cut out for this daddy gig? Would he send them away, or worse, would he want to keep Isabel and send her away? Of course he couldn't keep her from her daughter completely, she had rights, but so had he. Her mind spun, there was too much between the kidnapping and the fear of the future. She needed sleep, but at every sound she jumped, instantly awake again, until finally Jordan returned to the bedroom with Buster on his heels, locking the door behind them. You still awake? He whispered. Yes. She twisted to look at him. The house is all locked up. Miller and his men are keeping patrol. You're safe. Thank you, she said, swallowing and fearing for her heart more at the moment than any physical danger. Jordan must have heard the constriction in her voice, for he was by her side in a moment. It's going to take time, but we'll find our new normal. Until then, you might have to deal with a bit of an overprotective, well, whatever I am. Her heart squeezed at him not saying husband, something he had called himself when she first returned, but not since she told him the truth about Isabel. Tears escaped despite the fact she squeezed her eyes shut. Promise you won't take her from me, please? Jordan stiffened. I thought we'd been over this. Then he sighed, his shoulders dropping. Get some sleep. We'll worry about us after everything calms down. Once Jordan had climbed into bed, he reached over Isabel to find Caitlin's hand holding her daughter, and he intertwined his fingers with hers. Just so you know, I'm here. With that contact and the warm bed with all of them in it, she finally allowed her worries to fade and sleep to take hold of her. The next few days were a blur. She went from playing freely with Isabel one minute to fighting tears the next, and avoiding serious conversations with Jordan for fear of him laying out a future that matched her worst nightmare. He stayed with them, sometimes pacing on the phone on the deck as he dealt with some work crisis, but always watching them from the window, finagling contracts and finding parts, and organizing his employees. If she didn't think too much or let flashbacks overtake her, their life felt almost real, the three of them together moving like a well-oiled machine already. She found it odd that she and Jordan had similar beliefs in raising Isabel, though Jordan had the tendency to cave when their daughter fell into tears over not getting something she wanted, Daddy's girl. The wry smile pulled at her, leaving her heart aching for her own daddy. They had talked after the kidnapping, but it consisted mostly of her crying, and her dad apologizing, and promising it wouldn't happen again. As if thinking about him caused it, her burner phone rang, and she answered it breathlessly. "Hello, Pumpkin. It's over. This whole ordeal is over now." Her dad's excitement hit a barrier within her. "What? What do you mean? I thought the trial was in 2 days?" "There is no trial, at least not for me. Those men who stole you," his voice momentarily hardened with the words. "Well, it seems they had much more solid evidence against Mr. Big Shot than I did, and they no longer need my testimony." "Really? So it's really over? No more men hunting you down or me or any of us? We can't do him any harm now, and with what those guys have on him and the plea bargain they're getting in return, they'll put him away for life. I can't believe this." She looked up as Jordan came in through the slider, her brow furrowed as he met her eyes. "What? What is it?" He rushed to her side. "It's over," she said, the shock still rolling through her, but as she said it a second time, her lips quivered. "It's over. Daddy no longer has to testify. Those men who," she glanced at Isabel who watched them while she made her horses run across the couch, "they are testifying. Daddy says it will put the man behind this away for life." "So it's over? It really is over?" Jordan asked. "It is," her dad shouted over the phone, and she put it on speaker. "We're coming your way, Pumpkin. If that's okay with Jordan, of course." "Yes, sir," Jordan said, squeezing Caitlin to him. "You're welcome any time. How about in 3 hours?" "Gampa?" Isabel ran over to the phone. "Hey, little whippersnapper. Gampa and Gammy have missed you. We'll see you in a few hours." "Yay?" Isabel cheered, clapping her hands. "I growed so much, and I rode a horsey, and I have 2 horsies, but they not real, and there is a pool and forest and—" "Okay, sweetie." Caitlin laughed, feeling the lightness finally enter. "I can't wait to see you guys. I've missed you so much." "We've missed you both too. We'll see you soon. Drive safe. Should we get the extra bedroom ready for you guys?" "If there's room, that'd be great. The hotel is full, and I've told Miller to let that tenant stay. Though we have some thoughts, okay, dear? Your mom says to get off the phone and drive. We'll tell you more when we get there." They said their goodbyes, leaving Caitlin holding the phone, staring at it, frozen. Isabel ran around the living room, singing a chanting song about Gampa and Gammy coming. It wasn't until Jordan pulled Caitlin into his arms that she awoke from her stupor. "It's over, Katie. It's over." He lowered his forehead to hers. "Now it's only us that needs to decide the future. I better go get the bedroom ready." "Wait, where are they going to stay?" "Miller and his guys are using the extra room, and Isabel and I are using a room as a closet." Jordan's lips turned up into a smile. "Think you could handle bringing your things into my room, at least for now? With my parents here?" Caitlin's cheeks flooded with warmth. Jordan raised an eyebrow. "We were married, and there's Isabel. They have to know how that happened. Besides, Isabel will be with us. Surely they couldn't have a problem with us sleeping all together, especially under the circumstances." He shrugged. Caitlin turned away, wondering if sharing a bed, no matter how innocent, with Jordan was wrong, but she didn't know if she could sleep without his protective presence. Couldn't they just be a family again? She glanced at him quickly, averting her eyes before they met his, and he wanted to talk about it now. Maybe she should find her courage and have that talk with him before her parents arrived. Jordan knew Caitlin was avoiding talks about the future. On the one hand, he didn't blame her. The thought didn't excite him either, but not knowing created such stress in him, he felt like he had consistent heartburn. For the next couple of hours, they took turns entertaining Isabel and getting the house ready for her parents. An internal quivering had entered Jordan since they announced they were on the way. He had blamed them for years for Caitlin leaving him, and now he had to face that belief head-on. Knowing the truth helped, but a sense of guilt twisted his gut, as if they would know the minute they saw him how much anger he had had toward them. Plus, Caitlin would never have been kidnapped, and neither one of them would have had to go through that terrifying ordeal if her dad hadn't put her in that situation. At one point, while passing each other in the hall, Caitlin put her hand on his arm. "Remember, me coming here was Dad's idea. His work may have put us in danger, but in the end it also saved us, and..." She dropped her gaze, but he had read it before she did. "Brought us together again." She nodded. He put Isabel down. "Sugar cakes, why don't you go collect all your stuffies?" "Okay," Isabel said. "I'll get Mr. Bear and Lambie and Oscar and of course Horsies too." Jordan smiled, watching his daughter. Then he met Caitlin's wet-eyed gaze. "I know you don't want to do this." "Do what?" Her eyes widened and she bit her lip. "Talk about the future." Jordan sighed, leaning against the wall. "I get it. It's scary, but we need to do it." "I thought you said no more serious conversations right before company?" She played with the trim on the doorway, not meeting his eyes. "Well, I did, but..." Caitlin cocked her head. "Was that a car in the driveway?" Buster woofed a deep call as he raced to the front door, letting several more barks echo in the house. "Already?" Jordan ran a hand down his face. "Your dad drives like a maniac." "So you've always said." She smiled, though, relief in her eyes. "I still can't believe it's over, and everyone is safe." She squeezed his hand, looking at him imploringly. "Fine. Conversation later, but I'm not letting this go on much longer." He rubbed his chest. "I swear it's eating me alive." Caitlin smiled and turned toward Isabel as a car door shut. "Gammy and Gampa are here." Isabel's head popped up, elation filling her adorable features. "Gammy. Gampa." She squealed and ran toward the door. "I better go make sure," Jordan said, racing to the door, heart pounding, until he saw his in-laws through the narrow windows on either side of the door. "It's them?" "It's okay, Buster. Just family." Caitlin rushed past him, opening the door and throwing herself in her parents' arms. "You're safe. You're safe." Her mom cried as she hugged Caitlin. "Gammy. Gampa. Come here, little whippersnapper," Caitlin's dad said as he threw Isabel up and caught her in his arms. Jordan waited, realizing as he watched what the last several weeks had been for the family. He had lost the severity of it in the realization he had a daughter and his estranged wife back in his life, quite often having to remind himself of the danger that they were in. It wasn't until the men had stolen Caitlin from under his nose that the reality really sunk in, and even then, this reunion, a release of held-in emotions, solidified the danger that had been lurking, torturing in their souls. He watched Caitlin in a new light, realizing the strength she had shown, keeping the terror of what ate away at her hidden, away from their daughter and even him. What had that cost her? "Who's this?" Caitlin's mom asked as Buster sniffed them. "Buster. He my doggy." Isabel wiggled to get down and nuzzle the dog. "Son?" Caitlin's dad turned toward him, after handing Isabel over to his wife, and grasped Jordan by the shoulders. "Glad you guys made it." Jordan leaned in and gave the older man a pat on the back. "In more ways than one," he said with a deep-hearted chuckle. "Thanks for keeping our daughter and granddaughter safe." Well, Jordan pulled at the collar of his shirt. I didn't do a grand job of that. Caitlin's dad waved his comment away. You got her back before any harm came to her, and in the process freed me of an obligation that might have cost my life and those I love. Jordan shrugged. That was Derek and your men. I still can't believe that young upstart is sheriff. Obviously a good one though. He leaned in, glancing at the girls as they walked inside with Buster happily prancing after them. How's it going? Oh, everyone is okay. Caitlin still has some flashbacks and gets scared pretty easily, but she's... That's not what I mean, son. Her dad leveled a gaze at him. Oh, Jordan said and swallowed. We haven't talked about the future yet, sir. Why not? Well, there's been a lot going on, you know. And Caitlin, she's dealing with a lot. Her mind isn't quite up to. His words faded out as the other man's gaze hardened. Are you going to leave the past where it lies? The past? I don't know, sir. There's a lot of good in the past. Caitlin's dad rolled his eyes. You're always the jokester, taking nothing seriously. Jordan stiffened as the anger he held at bay came. I don't take anything seriously? I'm not the one who took a job that would put my family at risk. And what have you done for your family in the last 4 years? Jordan blew out the frustration mounting in him. He wasn't one prone to anger. He would rather laugh something off than deal with that hated emotion, but this was too much. I fought for her, but you stood in my way of even having the chance to understand why she left. You blocked that. You kept me from being there when my daughter was born, when my wife almost died, and missing out on all the firsts with Isabel. Don't you dare talk to me about my dedication to my family. Jordan read the surprise in the man's eyes even as it welled in himself. He spun away from Caitlin's dad before the smile reached his lips, but self-satisfaction filled him as he sauntered into the house, leaving the older man standing shocked on the porch. Everything okay? Caitlin asked, glancing behind him and back to him. Yeah, me and your old man just had to get a few things straight. He bent down to Isabel, who was jumping around trying to show Gammy, who looked like she was about to drop the entire house. Come here, sugar cakes. Daddy has an idea. You have good ideas. Isabel launched into his arms, nestling into his neck. He turned with her wrapping her arms around his neck to face Caitlin's dad as he came in and shut the door. They briefly met eyes before he carried his daughter toward the kitchen. Let's make a yummy snack for your Gammy and Gampa. Yay? Maybe cookies and raisins and little fishy crackers. Jordan took his time setting up a smorgasbord of snacks on a couple of platters, one with crackers, cheese, and salami, and the other with anything and everything Isabel decided was a good idea, including jelly beans, raisins, cookies, carrots, popcorn, and a few nuts, even though she didn't like nuts. This is lovely, Caitlin's mom said as they brought in their platters. I made it myself, just for you, Gammy. Isabel smiled proudly, looking up at her with an air of maturity. They nibbled on some snacks quietly for several awkward moments. Miller and his men will leave tomorrow, unless you would like them to continue watching over you? Caitlin's mouth dropped open, but then she turned and met Jordan's gaze. They've been working around the clock and deserve a break. Her dad gave a nod. Miller, of course, will continue employment with us, at least for a while, but I agree he needs time off after this ordeal. So what are your plans? Caitlin asked, her fidgeting hands giving away her nervousness. You said you had some thoughts? Caitlin's dad's eyes shifted to Jordan and narrowed before they turned to Caitlin and gentled. Well, that depends on you, pumpkin. What are your plans? Caitlin sat up straight, her eyes going from her dad to Jordan, to her mom to Isabel, and back to Jordan until she stared out the window. We, haven't talked about that yet. Well, what's there to dilly-dally over? You planning on staying in Hope Lake or not? Her dad's gruffness wasn't near as gruff as his pop's, but it always rankled Jordan hearing him talk to his adoring daughter that way. Give her a break, man. She's gone through a lot over the past week. Jordan scooted closer to Caitlin, the protectiveness in him edging forth. Dear, Caitlin's mom patted her husband's thigh, maybe right now isn't the time. But her decision solidifies ours. I don't like limbo. He huffed. What decisions are you talking about? Caitlin asked timidly. I'm retiring, he grumbled. Caitlin gasped and relief swept through Jordan, his shoulders relaxing. Good. No more mobsters to hide from, he joked. Caitlin smacked him, and her mom fought a smile. What a mobster? Isabel sounded out the word slowly. Oh no, Caitlin said, covering her mouth. Jordan swooped up the girl, plopping her, with sticky fingers and fists full of fish crackers, on his leg. That's a great question. You know what else is a great question? What? Isabel asked. Why do unicorns have horns? Jordan asked, scratching at his chin. 'Cause if they didn't, they'd be horsies, silly. Isabel giggled. Oh well, that makes sense, Jordan said, and she slid off his lap to grab a handful of raisins. He glanced at Caitlin and swiped his brow dramatically. She rewarded him with a smile. Caitlin tore her eyes away from his gaze, settling on her dad. So, what are you going to do? It's not like you sit well. Her dad settled back in the recliner. Well, I was thinking of fishing, playing with our granddaughter, and maybe joining some sort of men's club. My dad goes to a golf club that my mom says he likes. Yeah, maybe I'll even pick up golfing, he said, an easy smile spreading across his lips. What he isn't saying, sweetie, is that we would like to retire here in Hope Lake, that is, if you're going to stay, her mom said gently. But there's no rush, is there, George? We still have all the accounts to settle and sell the house in the city. There's a lot to do. Well, that there is, but a house takes time to build, Eleanor. Build? Jordan asked, his interest piqued. Yeah, our tenants seem like nice folks, and that house is too big for the two of us. He peered at Caitlin. If it's going to be just the two of us. He turned back to Jordan. There are a few lots that we've been looking at, right on the lake. Those are prime locations, Jordan said, eyeing him, but he knew the man had plenty of money. What type of structure are you thinking about? One level, Eleanor said. We're not getting any younger, and stairs are no fun hauling laundry up and down. 2 bedrooms. He eyed Caitlin. That way, our little whippersnapper can have sleepovers when she wants. I like sleepovers, Isabel said, her mouth stuffed with food. She covered her mouth with one look from her mom. Sorry. Open concept, of course. Jordan asked, easing back against the cushions, allowing his shoulder to brush up against Caitlin's. It'd make it easier. Eleanor nodded. Level parking area that I can easily use a snowblower on. My shoveling days are behind me. George sat up and leveled his gaze at Jordan. Does that sound like something you could do? I think I could manage it, yeah. Jordan laughed, but secretly, the thought of them being so close unnerved him. What if they got involved in his progress with Caitlin again? Caitlin eyed him and he shrugged. She read him too well, but now was not the time to talk about it. That night, once he secured the house, he came back to the bedroom intent on having that talk, but Caitlin already had nestled into bed and had her eyes closed. He sighed, not bothering to be quiet as he readied for bed. After slipping under the covers, feeling Isabel's warmth between them, he reached over his daughter and found her mom's hand with a squeeze. I know you're not asleep yet, he said. She said, a little too sleepily to be a complete fake. Fine. Tomorrow, but I'm telling you this, I won't let you leave again, and if you sneak out, I'll hunt you down, so don't bother. I don't want to leave, her words came out slowly, purposefully, and she squeezed his hand back before her breaths eased into little puffs that matched their daughter's. She didn't want to leave. He repeated her words like a mantra as he joined them in dreamland. 12. Caitlin woke up to the feeling of someone peering at her. She blinked her eyes open, smiling, thinking it would be Isabel wanting her to wake up and get her breakfast, but it wasn't. Jordan lay next to her, propped up on an elbow, an unreadable expression on his handsome face. She didn't say anything, only let her eyes adjust, taking in his strong jaw, the brown eyes that could melt her with one look, and the lips that she loved watching curl into a smile only meant for her. You know, I used to watch you sleep all the time after we were first married. Jordan reached out to smooth her bedhead hair. I know. It was cute at first, then it annoyed me. It only annoyed you because it woke you up, he said with a chuckle. Yeah, well, sleep is important. So you keep telling me, he said, then softened his tone. Though it looks like you haven't got enough of that in the last 4 years. They haven't been easy, she said, clearing her throat and stretching. Where's our daughter? I love it when you call her that, Jordan said, groaning and sitting up against the bedstead. She's with Gammy cooking up some real breakfast, as she called it. I've missed my mom's cooking, she said, pushing herself up to sit cross-legged across from him. Do we really have to do this now? I don't think you understand what it feels like having a monster creeping and crawling and eating inside of you. She cocked her head. Actually, that sounds a lot like pregnancy. Jordan contorted his face, then shook his head. And you're sure you don't want to do that again? Want isn't a factor. I can't. She met his eyes. They had to, remove my parts. She held her breath, watching as he processed what she said. Oh, I see, so no more babies, Jordan swallowed, his eyes kind of glazing over. She reached out to take his hand. If that's something you want, and you want me. She bit her lip, trying to keep the emotions from swallowing her. I hadn't really thought about it, but now knowing that we can't, well, we have Isabel, and she's a miracle. She is. Caitlin agreed. Derek adopted. Yeah, he did. Do you want more children? He slid a finger along the lines in her palm. I think there is a lot for us to discuss before we talk about more kids, but it's a subject I'm open to, especially if you want to experience the whole baby thing. She watched him closely, trying to decipher his thoughts. They seem like a lot of work and not much fun. All Derek's baby does is spit up, cry, poop, spit up. Seems messy. Caitlin laughed. It's definitely messy. Maybe the big guy upstairs knew what he was doing. Maybe I would have been a horrible daddy to a baby. He shrugged. I don't know, she said, her voice sounding as tiny as a mouse's. She squeezed her palm around his finger. What I do know is you're a great daddy now, and Isabel needs you. Thank you. He laughed. The funny thing is, I feel like I need her more than she needs me. I know that feeling, Caitlin said. I need you to know that whatever happens, whatever you decide about us, I won't take her from you. I'd get a place close by, and we would do our best to co-parent. Jordan froze. Even his breathing stopped. She felt it, and worried about what it would mean. Finally, his breath came along with his words. Is that what you want? Caitlin's throat tightened and tears stung her eyes. Fear lurched within her as she knew that what she wanted, she didn't have the right to ask for, but she couldn't stop hoping on forgiveness. She had promised Derek she would fight for her marriage. No. Do you want to return to the city? She screwed up her face and shook her head, doing her best to swallow the fear that kept building up, threatening to undo her resolve. What do you want, Katie? She blinked her welling eyes, cleared her throat. What do you want? Jordan's lips twitched into a smile. Nope. We're not playing that game. We're sitting right here until you tell me. Several moments went past, with Caitlin doing her best to regain control of her emotions. She blew out shaky breaths, until her throat eased enough to let words pass through. This? What we've had since I returned. Jordan cocked his head to the side. You want to live like a family, but basically as roommates? Caitlin's mouth fell open. 'Cause if that's what you want, I'm not sure I'm a strong enough man to do that. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but you are hot. He smiled his charming just for her smile, and her heart melted. The laughter came slowly at first, but soon it bubbled forth, releasing all the pent-up fear and emotions that had built up over the last 4 years. When her body finally stopped shaking and she caught her breath, she said, I needed that. What, to be reminded that you're hot? All you've got to do is watch the way men follow you with their eyes and, Jordan winked, but she smacked him. No. I needed a good laugh. Well, I'm good at that. Yes, you are, always have been. You know what else I always have been? His smile faded, his eyes turning serious. Crazy for you. Tears stung her eyes again, and she wondered when she had turned out to be so emotional. Does that mean you will not give up on us, you'll forgive me? When those men took you. He eyed her, and she knew he watched her to make sure mentioning that day didn't upset her. I realized that none of it mattered. I mean, does it hurt? Yeah. Does it make it hard to trust? Definitely. But it doesn't matter. I can't live without you, and I can't live without our daughter. So whatever it takes, even counseling, though I'd rather not see Megan. I'm in for the long haul, till death do us part, remember? His face lost color for a moment. I do. Thank you for your willingness. She cocked her head. Seeing Megan is a little too close to home, huh? Yeah, Jordan said, but the words sat heavy like there was more to say, and as he met her gaze, she realized there was. I don't want you to get weird by it. Nothing happened. She found me out from the beginning. What do you mean? Caitlin's heart hammered. Oh well, I mean, I just left. If you know well, it would only be natural. But it didn't feel natural. The thought of him with another woman hurt worse than almost any pain she had ever felt. No. He took her hands. Nothing happened. See, Megan is Chastity's best friend, and Derek tried to set us up. He was only trying to help me be happy. Megan knew right off the bat that I was still hopelessly in love with you. Caitlin raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Really, and Tyler came into town soon after, and I'm pretty sure it was love at first sight for them. They're a good match. He nodded. I mean, you can't go to your friend's wife for marital therapy. It's just not cool. Caitlin laughed. But you're okay with me hanging out with her and Chastity to talk? About us. About the things that happened to us. Chastity said she wants us to go for a walk and chat, to support each other. Jordan's lips curled into a smile again. You mean like you might have some girlfriends? Friends that are girls, she shrugged, maybe? I'd be stoked if you got along with them. I mean, we'll be spending a lot of time with them, so it would be awkward if you didn't. You're really okay with this life? The life of a daddy, with us here permanently? It's going to be a big change. It has been a big change, but you know what? The only thing I remember from the life before was lonely nights missing you. We'll handle whatever comes at us, and we'll handle them together. Can you promise me that? No more lies. No more secrets. Even if you assume what I will feel and how I will react, you don't get to make that choice. I make that choice. Caitlin bit her lip and nodded. When he continued to stare at her with that heavy-laden look, she said, I promise. Oh, and one more thing, don't let your parents get between us again. Is that what you had words about with my dad? He shrugged. He and I have some clearing to do, but I think we are on our way. I put you both in that position, it's my fault. No, Katie. He made that choice himself. He could have told me like a man, like a father should have. It was his choice to continue the charade. He shook his head. That doesn't matter right now. What matters is that when we go out there, we can tell them what we plan for our future. Okay, so what is our plan? Jordan smirked. Trying to put this on me again? Fine. Do you agree we do whatever it takes to make this, you and me and Isabel, our marriage and our family work just like we promised in our vows all those years ago? I do, she said, unable to keep a straight face, and feeling like a massive weight that had held her down for 4 years had lifted. Good, he said, and jumped out of the bed, turning back to give her a handout as well. I'm starving. He waited for her while she slipped into the bathroom to change, and as they walked down the hall, he intertwined his fingers with hers. Be patient with me, okay? I have nowhere else to be, she said, tightening her fingers in his. When they walked into the kitchen, a flour-covered Isabel turned toward them. Look, Mommy, Daddy. I help make breakfast. Oh goodness, Caitlin said, releasing Jordan's hand to scoop her daughter up, heedless of the flour spreading onto her clothes. I can see what a help you've been. She's a doll. So good at mixing, aren't you, sweetie? Her mom said, leaning her cheek out for Caitlin's kiss. I am, Isabel said. Well, at least I know it's not just failure on my part. She gets more flour on her, regardless of who she helps make pancakes. Jordan laughed. Well, the first batch is done, so let's eat. Her mom set down a stack of pancakes next to a plate of bacon, eggs, and sausage. I sure feel spoiled, Caitlin said, breathing in the delicious aroma. Well, Jordan supplied the fixings. I only made them. Her dad put down the paper. Morning, pumpkin. Did you guys get the chance to hash it out? Jordan glanced at her. I don't know, Katie. Did we get any hashing done? Caitlin tightened her lips against the smile, meeting her dad's gaze. Yeah, we made some agreements. Well, he asked, and her mom's fork froze and she watched her closely. Caitlin looked at Jordan, giving him a nod, and he said, We took our vows almost a decade ago now, and we're going to do whatever it takes to uphold them. Her mom squealed and reached out to squeeze both of their hands. I'm so happy to hear that. Those vows were dissolved with the divorce, her dad said, ever practical. Not for me. Jordan leaned forward. I never signed them. He took a bite full of pancakes, shoving them in his mouth like that ended the conversation. I'm just saying that you'll have to make things legal again, fill out another marriage license and file it with Daddy. Caitlin reached across the table to take his hand. Give us time, okay? Well, you're already sleeping in his room, he huffed. On separate sides of the bed, with Isabel between us. When things got scary, we thought it would be safer to be all together, and now, well, I haven't quite made it back to normal. Caitlin rolled her shoulders. And George, her mom said softly, it's really none of our business. Jordan half swallowed the laugh he tried to hold back, and Caitlin glanced at her parents under lowered lids. HMPH, her dad grunted, then attacked his breakfast like normal. Mommy? Isabel tugged on her sleeve. What this all mean? Caitlin looked at Jordan, then kissed her daughter's head. It means that we are staying here with Daddy. Forever? Her eyes widened. For as long as God gives us, Caitlin said, her heart warming at Jordan's light touch on her shoulder. Can I get a horsey? The table erupted in laughter. Even Caitlin's dad gave a small chuckle. Caitlin drew in a breath, filling her lungs with the love that surrounded her, and feeling, finally, like life was exactly how it was supposed to be. Jordan hummed as he drove into New Hope. He'd been in this larger town more than he ever had over the last month. They chose a marriage therapist here and went for intensive therapy twice a week. Waiting wasn't an option. The time spent in therapy wasn't what he called fun, but it cut through the issues, making them sit there and hash it out until they were past them. As the therapist said, the past would always be there, but how he thought about it or didn't think about it was a choice. Making decisions had never been a problem for him, and once he made up his mind, he acted on it. Which was why he came into New Hope today by himself. It felt strange not having Caitlin and Isabel with him. He stopped first at the jewelry store. Caitlin still had her engagement and wedding ring, as did he, but he wanted something special for her. The website for the store showed exactly what he wanted, a necklace with 3 rings united, signifying the 3 in their family. The jeweler smiled at him as he picked it up. Special gift for your wife? Yeah, he said. My wife? He had never stopped seeing her as that, not even during the almost 4 years of her lack of presence. The ache still twanged inside of him, but he shifted his thoughts to the present, to her and their daughter waiting for him at home, for the life they led together. His hands sweated even though winter started to close its noose around their mountain towns. He turned down the heater in his truck as he drove to the next place on the list. Finding a parking spot was easy, but he sat there for several moments before finally getting out. He knew they had to fill the paperwork out together, but he wanted it there to hand to her before she could change her mind. The waiting room was large, and he nodded at several of the people he knew. The clerk glanced up at him over the rims of her glasses. Well, stranger, you decided to grace us with your presence rather than send one of your men, huh? Hey, Bethany. I've been busy. Oh? She set down the paperwork she had been looking at and took off her glasses to pierce him with a stare. You gonna tell me? Well, let's just say I need a marriage license. Her eyes opened wide. I heard about the fiasco over in Hope Lake. I thought that meant that you and your wife were, on the mend. We are. That's why I need the license. She gave him a peculiar look, slipped her glasses back on and typed away at her keyboard. I'm a little confused here, Jordan, because I swear you two are still married. He cleared his throat and leaned in, lowering his voice, filed for divorce several years ago. Did you ever sign the papers? He stood up straight. No, I didn't. I didn't agree with it. She hit one last key and then turned the screen toward him. Well, in California, if one party doesn't sign the papers and the other party doesn't contest it, the papers are void. Jordan's heart hammered. So we're still married? Yep. Deep laughter started in his belly and fled out his mouth, making him bend over the counter with its force. Oh my, he gasped. Wait until she hears this. I've been right all along calling her my wife. Bethany sat back in her chair, her glasses on her desk again, and a wide smile transforming her wrinkled face. It's moments like this that make me keep putting off retirement. Jordan reached over the counter and cupped the older woman's face. You're a doll, Bethany. We all love you. He yipped, not caring that it made everyone turn toward him. Is there any way you could print that out? Sure thing, honey. She clicked a few buttons and handed him the paper after it fed out through the printer. Now go claim that wife of yours. Oh, I plan to. Thank you again. Jordan practically danced out of the building and to his truck. He pulled out his phone, almost hitting Caitlin's name to call her and tell her, then smiled and slipped his phone back into his pocket. There was no way he would ruin the surprise and not get to see her expression as he told her. That afternoon, they took Isabel to his parents' house, like they did every Thursday afternoon when they went to therapy. Isabel loved spending time with Poppy and Gamma, as she called them. When he and Caitlin climbed back into his truck without her, Caitlin sighed. I know we're doing this for a good cause, but I don't think I will ever get used to leaving her even with family. I get it, and I think we are getting close to not having to do that. He smiled at her as he turned down the road. Really? You're feeling better about the situation? Caitlin turned in her seat to meet his eyes. Yeah, aren't you? I feel like our relationship is pretty invincible right now. She reached for his hand, and he grasped it until he needed it to turn up into their driveway. That turn made her look back at their surroundings. Did you forget something? She glanced at the clock. We might be late. He smiled at her ruefully. I canceled the appointment. You canceled it? Why? I have a more important appointment to uphold. Her brow furrowed and lips quirked. Okay. Just play along with me, he said with a wink before jumping out of the truck and racing to her side to help her out. Remember when we first found this property? Yeah, we came here as teens, hanging out, listening to music. It was the one place we could be without prying eyes. Caitlin took his offered hand and let him lead her around the house. And the tree? Her cheeks bloomed in a beautiful blush. Of course I remember that tree. You kissed me for the first time under it, and later proposed. He smiled as he walked her to the bench that he had placed under the tree when he built the house. Was he a glutton for punishment? Maybe, but maybe he was preparing for a future he only hoped would happen. He had Caitlin sit down. I've always loved this spot. She met his eyes briefly from under her lashes, a taste of the shyness that she had back when they were young. Jordan shook out his hands, then reached into his jeans to pull out the box with the necklace. Her intake of breath had him grinning as he lowered to one knee. Caitlin covered her mouth and her eyes glistened. He set the box next to his knee and took her hands gently from her mouth to hold them in his. Katie, there hasn't been a moment I can remember that I didn't love you. You were always part of my life, my best friend, my adventure buddy, my whole world. He swallowed and she whimpered slightly. Our life didn't turn out like we had envisioned it the first time I proposed to you here, but it brought us back together because we are meant to be one. We are one. Caitlin nodded, the tears falling unbidden down her cheeks. He put both her hands into one of his and wiped away her tears with his thumb. Caitlin Myers, would you make me the happiest man again, devote your life to me again and finish this story of forever with me? Yes. She breathed out the word, falling to her knees in front of him. Thank you. Thank you for forgiving me. Thank you for forgiving me. He pulled up the box. It's not a ring, because you already have those, but I feel it's a solid symbol of this second chapter of our life. He opened the box and she gasped. It's perfect. Oh, I love it and I love you. She leaned over, her cool hand resting on his cheek. I love you so much. And I love you forever, no matter what. He closed the distance between them. Their lips touching formed a familiar bond, but with a depth that hadn't existed before. Nothing would stand in their way of happiness, nothing could threaten their love this time around. That knowing consumed him as a weight lifted from his shoulders, wrapping them together in a bond of forgiveness and love that went beyond earthly means. When they finally pulled apart, their foreheads leaned together as they gasped for breath. Is it just me, or was that the best kiss we've ever had? Caitlin let out a self-conscious giggle. Oh, definitely the best kiss we've ever had. Should we see if they keep getting better? She answered him by meeting his lips. The bond deepened with a love that wasn't like the puppy love of first love, where everything was roses and laughter. It was a love that was fierce, a powerful love that would bond them together no matter the trials that came with life. Oh yeah, she panted as they separated. It gets better. Every day with you is going to be better than the last. Just wait and see. I don't plan to wait. I plan to live it. Good. He smiled down at her and he stood, helping her up to stand next to him. We have a lot to plan. I think we should invite all the locals. Invite all the locals? They put their lives on the line to save yours. I think it's fitting they should come to our renewal of vows, don't you? Restatement of vows, Jordan, we have to do it all over again. I mean, I could ask my dad to oversee the ceremony. He's legally ordained, so we don't have to get a preacher, but technically, she swallowed, looking away, we're divorced. You know how I've been calling you my wife this entire time? He pulled out the folded paper in his back pocket. Yeah, but refusing to see something and the legality of it are two different things. Well, it turns out I was right. I never signed the papers. You never contested, wife. He leaned in to give her startled mouth a quick kiss. We were always married? This whole time? She took the paper, her eyes scanning the document. A giggle bubbled until she covered her mouth, her eyes tearing as they met his. We're still married. We are. She blinked, but why all this? She motioned around them and to the necklace that still sat in the box. I had it all planned before I found out, and well, you deserve a good proposal. Your first one was sweet, she said. I was a kid who didn't really understand the depth of love. I meant it, but now I really know what it means when you say for better or worse. He took her hands, letting the paper flutter to the ground. You see, Katie, that bond kept us true to each other. We may have spent time apart, but in our hearts, we were still married, and it turns out on paper too. We got through the worst part, and now we're on to the better. And if another worse part comes, we know we can manage it, that our love is strong enough to get us through it. Exactly. She threw her arms around his neck. Oh, Jordan. I love you so much. I know you do, and I love you even more. Oh goodness, we're not going to start that silly game again, are we? Jordan shrugged. It was fun when we were 16, maybe it will be fun again. She dropped her arms, stooped to pick up the paper in the box, and asked him to put her necklace on. I really do love it. All three of us. And there's room for more. The jeweler showed me how they do it. More? In case we decide to adopt. Jordan shrugged, heat traveling up his neck. Later, you know? Right? Later. Right now, we have to focus on the upcoming ski season. I think Isabel is at the perfect age to learn. Jordan stepped back, completely caught off guard. What? You think I gave up on our adventurous life? We have a child now. Jordan shook his head, trying to see his lifestyle like it used to be, a life he had given up on, mostly. Yes, and she will love skiing. Caitlin wrapped her arm around his as they walked back toward the house. Maybe we should get her a bike for Christmas. I mean, it will take time to get her trail ready, but it's better to start sooner. Don't you think? Jordan kissed the top of her head. You're incredible, you know that? Only when I'm with you, she said, nuzzling into him. This second chapter of our life together is going to be awesome, Jordan said, his mind already going to the life they would build together. Who knew hoping on forgiveness could turn into something so deep and fulfilling? Epilogue. Kevin Armstrong drove into downtown Hope Lake, feeling a settling come into his bones. The first snow still lay in patches on the valley floor, existing in shady spots under trees near the lake, and in clumps from where the plow had removed it from the road. Mountains in the distance gleamed white and sparkling, as if ice giants looked out over the town. He had missed this place. Glancing at the glove compartment where he had locked his gun and badge, he sighed. Only a year into the FBI, and he already had to take a paid leave of absence. The latest kidnapping case had hit him too close to home, and he poured himself into it so much he stepped over too many lines. He had saved the girl, though. Didn't that count for something? The cost didn't matter to him. That girl was now home with her family, playing with toy horses in her pink frilly room, rather than chained to a heater vent in a bathroom. His hands clenched the steering wheel, until the ache in his forearms had him releasing his grip. The locals walking along the street stopped to peer into his windows, and then wave with recognition. A small chuckle escaped him. The entire town would know he was back by dinner. He had thought about going back home to his parents' ranch, but when he called Derek to let him know what was going on, he urged him to come back to Hope Lake. Besides, he didn't really want to tell his dad that he was on paid leave, pending an investigation. He pulled up in front of the sheriff's station, and a pang of longing filled him. Why had he thought being a big, bad FBI agent would be better than this? As he parked, a familiar car pulled past him, and he swore he had seen that same car multiple times on his drive to Hope Lake. He shook his head. His time in the FBI had made him paranoid. Armstrong. Derek greeted him from the entrance of the station. Kevin released the crazy thoughts in his head and smiled at his old boss, a man he had come to see as a friend. Hey boss, he said, meeting him at the steps and giving him a slapping man hug. Looks like fatherhood is treating you well. It's the best, but my wife is amazing and gets up with the baby to let me sleep. Well, you did win out with Chastity. I agree. Derek laughed. Come inside. Everyone will be excited to see you. He greeted Bertie and Tony, had a few minutes of small talk, then Derek invited him into his office. You haven't told them? Of course not. That's your business, man. You tell the people you want or don't tell anyone. Kevin sat in the chair on the other side of his desk, placing his cowboy hat on his knee. So, no other excitement after I came to pick up those perps who caught Jordan's gal? Back to the same old boring Hope Lake, only mountain lion calls and complaints about out-of-towners. Ah, the good old life. Kevin chuckled. How are you holding up? Derek asked quietly. Kevin shrugged. It's tough on the ego, you know, but what I did saved that girl. I wouldn't change it. Sounds like the right call to me. Derek pushed back in his chair and studied him for a moment. If you ever decide that the big city life of the FBI wasn't what you thought it would be, you'll always have a place on my force. Even if I have to make a position. Kevin smiled sheepishly. Thanks, boss. Call me Derek, please. Whatever you say, boss. Derek shook his head. How are your parents and the ranch? They're good. His leg shook, bouncing his hat. I haven't told them. Why worry them until you know what the decision will be? Derek shrugged. I hadn't thought of it that way. Hang out here. Tyler and Megan's house on the lake is open right now, and they said they'd be happy to have you stay there. Free of charge. Oh, I can pay. It's their way of saying thank you, he said. And tonight you're coming to Jordan's restatement of vows celebration. Derek stood up and Kevin rose with him. I am? Yep. There's an open invite to all locals of Hope Lake. Our town really stuck together to save Caitlin, and Jordan wants to honor them. That's very hospitable of him. It will be fun, plus Mrs. Manning's niece will be there. Derek elbowed him. She came in last month, and it looks like she might be here for a while. Oh, that's nice. Kevin pulled at his collar, doing his best to let the heat that traveled up his neck escape. He pictured the sweet face of the woman he had met several times while dealing with her nosy, but well-meaning aunt. Angelica. A funny quivering feeling started within him as he thought of seeing her again, and at a wedding of sorts on top of it. Hey, everything happens for a reason, man. Derek slapped his back as they walked out onto Main Street. You remember where Chastity's old place is, right? How could I forget? Derek handed him a set of keys. Make yourself at home. Get all gussied up, and be at Jordan's by 4. Really? Are they sure? I was planning on getting a room. He waved toward the hotel across the street. Just be there at 4. You can thank them yourself then. The whole town will be there. Kevin held onto the cool keys, stunned at the hospitality of the small town he had fled, and for what? To save that girl. He squeezed the keys, letting them dig into his palm, then glanced back at Derek once more. I'll be there. Good. You won't regret it. Derek waved and stepped back into the warmth of the office. Kevin sat in his car, staring at the keys to the little house on the lake that had started it all. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to come back to this town. It took him less than 2 minutes to pull into the driveway where Chastity, Derek's wife, had stayed until they married. Then he thought about the perps they picked up, both the one after Chastity and the one after Megan. A shiver went through him, wondering if this place had bad karma. He stepped out of the car and waved a greeting to Mrs. Fields, who peered at him from her porch swing. Is that you, Officer Armstrong? Well, welcome back to town. Thanks, ma'am. Looks like I'll be your neighbor for a bit. Well, then I imagine I won't have to call Derek to come tell you to be quiet, will I? No, ma'am. You'll hardly know I'm here. He tipped his cowboy hat to her, then went inside, liking the way the sun came through the slider at the end of the house, lighting it with a warm welcome. A little card on the table drew his attention. It held a brief welcome and thank you from Tyler and Megan. He set down his duffel and relaxed back into the recliner, letting his gaze fall on the sun-sparkled lake and glistening mountains. Life could get a lot worse than this. Thank you for listening to Hoping on Forgiveness. I love Jordan and Caitlin's story of strengthening the bond of their love. Continue listening to the stories of the Hope Lake Cowboys with Kevin Armstrongs, next in Hoping on Love. Danger comes to Hope Lake once again, but this town won't let harm come to one of their own.